Redcar and Cleveland District, North Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref NZ 6220. New Martinsville, a city, the county seat of Wetzel County, West Virginia, United States. New Materialism, an interdisciplinary approach to theory and research that aims to recognize and explore the power of matter. New Math, alternative form of New Math. New Math, a dramatic and short-lived change in the teaching of mathematics in grade schools in the 1960s, focusing on abstract topics such as symbolic logic to the detriment of simple arithmetic, etc. New Media, interactive digital media such as the internet, as opposed to traditional media such as print and television. New Met, plural of New Man. New methylene blue, an azine dye and thiazine heterocycle used as a stain and as an antimicrobial agent. New Mexican, of or pertaining to New Mexico or its culture. New Mexicans, plural of New Mexican. New Mexico, a state in the southwestern United States. Capital, Santa Fe. Largest city, Albuquerque. New Mexico Whiptle. Aspidosceles neomexicanus, a parthenogenetic female-only species of lizard found in the southwestern United States, in New Mexico and Arizona, and in northern Mexico in Chihuahua. New Mexico Whiptles, plural of New Mexico Whiptle. New Milford, a number of places in the United States. New Mills, a town and civil parish with a town council in High Peak District, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 9985. New Milton, a market town and civil parish with a town council in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref SC 2495. New Minas, a village in Nova Scotia, Canada. New Model Eyes, the new model. New monasticism, the modern practice of living in religious or spiritual communities that have monastic elements but are not limited to a specific church or denomination. New money, persons or families that have recently become wealthy. New moon, the phase of the moon when it is in conjunction with the sun and is therefore obscured. New moons, plural of new moon. New Mysterianism, a philosophical position proposing that the hard problem of consciousness cannot be resolved by humans. New Nakhichevan, synonym of Nakhichevan-on-Don. New name, alternative form of new name. New named, simple past and past participle of new name. New names, third person singular simple present indicative of new name. New naming, present participle and gerund of new name. New Nation Project, synonym of New Country Project. New Nation Projects, plural of New Nation Project. New National Party, a short-lived South African political party that disbanded in 2005. New Negro, an assertive African American pursuing political and social equality, especially during the Harlem Renaissance. New Negroes, plural of New Negro. New Negroes, plural of New Negro. New Netherland, a former colony of the Netherlands, a Dutch colonial province along the east coast of North America, capital New Amsterdam. New Nordic cuisine, a culinary movement in the Nordic countries and Scandinavia in particular, since the mid-2000s promoting local and seasonal produce. New Norfolk, a town in Derwent Valley Council area, Tasmania, Australia. New Normal, a current prevailing situation which has emerged recently that differs dramatically from the previous one and is expected to remain. New normals, plural of New Normal. New Norse, synonym of New Norwegian. New Norway, a hamlet in Alberta, Canada. Norwegian, Nye Norse, Norwegian as spoken after 1500 and the written language that is based on this. New Nouveau Rich, individuals who have emerged more recently into wealth compared to the traditional Nouveau Rich. New Nouveau Riches, plural of New Nouveau Rich. New Objectivity, an anti-expressionist artistic movement of the first half of the 20th century that espoused direct, unadorned, matter-of-fact aesthetics. New Orebai, synonym of Kiket's movie village. No Orleanian, of or relating to New Orleans, Louisiana, United States. No Orleanians, plural of New Orleanian. New Orleans, the largest city in Louisiana, United States, and the parish seat of Orleans Parish, which is coterminous with the city. New Oxford, a borough in Adams County, Pennsylvania, United States. New Page, synonym of blank canvas. New Pages, plural of New Page. New Paisa, the Paisa Indian currency unit used from 1957 to 1964 as distinguished from the older predecimal Paisa. New Paisas, plural of New Paisa. New Palestine, a town in Hancock County, Indiana, United States. New Panamax, of a ship exceeding the maximum dimensions of a Panamax ship, but still conforming to the maximum dimensions laid down for the new Panama Canal. New Pangaea, a notional supercontinent created through global travel and commerce and the resulting worldwide dispersal of alien species. New Pangaea, alternative form of New Pangea. New Pangangan, a barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. New Paris, a place in the United States. New Passage, a hamlet in Pilning and Severn Beach Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, at one time the location of a ferry across the Severn Estuary to Portskewitt, Monmouthshire OS Grid Ref SD 5486. New Pence, plural of New Penny. New Pennings, plural of New Penny. New Penny, following decimalization, the name given to the coin worth 1/100th of a pound, now known simply as the penny. Symbol, P. New Perlican, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. New Persian, the form of the Persian language that is used today. First attested from the late 9th century, it is the direct precursor of Middle Persian. New Philadelphia, an unincorporated community in Washington, County, Indiana, United States. New phone, Hudes, used to express or feign ignorance in order to avoid unwanted communication, typically in response to a text message from an unknown or unrecognized number, implying that the recipient has a new phone and thus does not recognize the sender's contact information. New Pine Creek, a census-designated place in Modoc County, California, United States. New Plymouth, a city in Taranaki, North Island, New Zealand. New Political Thinking, the doctrine put forth by Mikhail Gorbachev as part of his reforms of the Soviet Union. Its major elements were international collaboration, priority of universal human interests over the interests of any class, and mutual security based on political rather than military instruments. New Politics, the Democratic Party during the 1950s. Name of New Britain, used when the island was part of German New Guinea. New Pontevedra, a barangay of Antipas, Cotabato, Philippines. New potato, a potato harvested before fully developed for its tender, less starchy texture, and more delicate flavor. New potatoes, plural of new potato. New Providence, the most populous island in the Bahamas. New Prussian, the modern reconstruction of the Old Prussian language spoken by pilot communities in Lithuania, Poland, and elsewhere. Nuki, a coastal town and community with a town council in Ceredigion, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 3860. New Rackheath, a village in Rackheath Parish, Broadland District, Norfolk, England, OS Grid Ref TG 2812. New Radnor, a village and community in Powys, Wales, formerly the county town of Radnorshire, OS Grid Ref SO 2160. Neorealism, an art movement founded in Europe in 1960, characterized by a return to reality in opposition to abstract and figurative painting, the creation of collages and assemblages incorporating real-world objects, and the use and critique of mass-produced commercial objects akin to American pop art. Neorealist, an artist working in the style of New Realism. New Realists, plural of New Realists. New reality, an unfavorable change or adjustment that affects one's daily life. New red sandstone, beds of red sandstone and associated rocks laid down throughout the Permian to the end of the Triassic, underlying the Jurassic-Triassic Age Penarth Group. New relationship energy, an emotionally heightened state of mind experienced at the beginning of sexual and romantic relationships. New religious movement, abbreviated NRM, any religious community or spiritual group of modern origins, having a peripheral place within a state's dominant religious culture. New religious movements, plural of new religious movement. New Regional, a village in Seneca County, Ohio, United States. New Right, various right-wing political groups or policies in different countries. New Rizal, a barangay of Catarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. New Roads, a city, the parish seat of Point Coupee Parish, Louisiana, United States. New Rochelle, a city in Westchester County, New York, United States. New Rockford, a small city, the county seat of Eddy County, North Dakota, United States. New Romantic, a person involved in the New Romanticism movement. New Romanticism, a youth fashion movement that peaked in the United Kingdom during the early 1980s, associated with synth pop music and flamboyant and sometimes androgynous attire. New Romantics, plural of New Romantic. New Rome, a place name. New Rami, a small town and civil parish with a town council on the edge of Rami Marsh in Folkestone and Hythe District, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TR 0624. New Ross, a town in County Wexford, Ireland. New Russia, synonym of Novorossiya. New Russian, a Russian person of a newly rich business class who acquired their wealth in the 1990s in post-Soviet Russia. New Russians, plural of New Russian. New Salem, a barangay of Bayugan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. New San Jose, a barangay of Dinalupihan, Bataan, Philippines. New School, a style, way of thinking, or method for accomplishing a task that is typical of the current era as opposed to former eras. New Schooler, one who is new school, a person who holds modern viewpoints, principles, or ideologies relevant to the current era. New schoolers, plural of new schooler. New schools, plural of new school. New sheet, synonym of blank canvas. New sheets, plural of new sheet. New shekel, the Israeli currency since 1 January 1986, distinguished from the abolished 1980-1985 shekel, divided into 100 agorot and represented by, in English, also represented by the initialism NIS for New Israeli Shekel. ISO 4217 code, ILS. New shekels, plural of new shekel. New shekelim, plural of new shekel. New shekel, alternative form of new shekel. New shekels, plural of new shekel. New shooter, a horse that has skipped the Kentucky Derby to run in the Preakness Stakes or Belmont Stakes. New Shoreham, a town in Washington County, Rhode Island, United States, coextensive with Block Island. New Siberian Islands, an archipelago in the Arctic Ocean in the north of Russia in the East Siberian Sea. New Silfsworth, a southern suburb of the city of Sunderland, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NC 3853. New Silver, synonym of Pacton. New Sincerity, a partial return to modernism, going against prevailing modes of postmodernist irony or cynicism. New School, alternative form of new school. New Society Village, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. New SAR, a leftist Hispanic folk music movement of the 70s and 80s. New South Wales, a state of Australia, located in the southeastern part of the continent, a former British colony from 1788 to 1901. Capital, Sydney. New South Welsh, from or relating to New South Wales, Australia. New South Welshman, a native or inhabitant of New South Wales, Australia. New South Welshman, plural of New South Welshmen. New Southgate, a suburb of Greater London, England, in the borough of Barnet and borough of Enfield. OS Grid Ref TQ 2892. New Spain, a former viceroyalty, a type of colony in North America and Central America that existed from 1521 to 1821. It comprised of Spain's territorial possessions in the New World, including the southwestern United States, Mexico, Central America, and the Philippines, established following the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire in 1521. New Spanish, of or plural of New Starter. New Stone Age, the Neolithic period. New Street, a hamlet in Lyonshaw Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 3356. New Style, the Gregorian calendar system. Meuswaye, a region in the east of Antarctica first explored by a German expedition in 1939. New Sweden, a Swedish colony along the lower reaches of the Delaware River in America that existed from 1638 to 1655, established during the 30 Years' War when Sweden was a great military power. New Taipei, alternative form of New Taipei. New Taipei, a special municipality in northern Taiwan. New Taipei City, synonym of New Taipei. New Taiwan dollar, the currency of Taiwan. New Taiwan dollars, plural of New Taiwan dollar. New Tecumseh, a town in Simcoe County, Ontario, Canada. New Tehri, a city and municipal board in Tehri Garhol district in the Indian state of Uttarakhand. New Territories, one of the three main regions of Hong Kong. New Testament, the second half of the Christian Bible, which includes the four Gospels, the book of Acts, the Epistles, and the book of Revelation. New Testamental, of or relating to the New Testament. New Thing, free jazz music as associated with the Black Civil Rights Movement. New Thinking, synonym of New Political Thinking. New Thought, a spiritual movement, sometimes classed as a Christian denomination, promoting the ideas that infinite intelligence, or God, is everywhere. Spirit is the totality of real things. True human selfhood is divine. Divine thought is a force for good. Sickness originates in the mind, and right thinking has a healing effect. New Thoughter, a person with new thought beliefs. New thoughtism, synonym of new thought. New thoughtist, a person with new thought beliefs. New thoughtists, plural of new thoughtists. New Town, a suburb of Ashford, Kent, England, southeast of the town centre. OS Grid Ref TR 0141, also spelt New Town. New Town, a planned community or urban development area. New Towns, plural of New Town. New Tredegar, a village and community in Caerphilly Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SO 1403. New Trier, a township in Cook County, Illinois, United States. New Ulm, a city, the county seat of Brown County, Minnesota, United States. New Up, to create an object by calling its constructor. New Urbanism, an urban design movement that originated in the United States in the early 1980s, promoting environmentally friendly habits by creating walkable neighborhoods containing a wide range of housing and job types. New Valley, a governorate in southwest Egypt. Seat, Karga. New Village, a barangay of Tambulig, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. New Virginia, a minor city in Warren County, Iowa, United States. New Visayas, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. New Washington, a place in the United States. New Wave, any of several movements in music and film which are or were considered cutting edge. New Wave, representing the latest and most advanced style. New Waver, one of the fans or creators of the new wave music of the 1970s and 1980s. New Wavers, plural of New Waver. New Wavish, alternative form of New Wavish. New Weird, a literary genre that began in the 1990s, influenced by horror and speculative fiction, but often crossing genre boundaries. New Weird America, a genre of modern dark psych folk influenced by Americana. New Westminster, a city in the Lower Mainland, British Columbia, Canada. New Whittington, a village in Chesterfield Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3975. New Windsor, a number of places. New wine, wine that has fermented for a short amount of time. New wine in an old bottle, a significant change introduced to an entrenched system or method. New wine in an old wineskin, alternative form of new wine in an old bottle. New wine in old bottles, plural of new wine in an old bottle. New wine in old wineskins, plural of new wine in an old wineskin. New wines, plural of new wine. New woman, an educated, independent feminist of the late 19th century. New women, plural of new woman. New world, the Americas and Oceania. New world barbet, any bird of the family Capitonida, native to Central and South America. New world barbets, plural of New World barbet. New World blackbird, certain blackbirds found in the New World in the genera of family Icaridae, to wit, Xanthocephalus, Nesopsar, Agelais, Dives, Tilixina, Euphagus, Gymnomistax, Amblyrhamphus, Curius, Anumara, Norimopsar, Oreopsar, Adelasticus, Chrysomus, and Xanthopsar. New World blackbirds, plural of New World blackbird. New World flycatcher, any various passerine birds of the American family Tyranidae. New World flycatchers, plural of New World flycatcher. New World mice, plural of New World mouse. New World monkey, any monkey from any of the superfamily Cebuidae, 5 families of primates that are found in Central America and South America: Callitrichidae, Cebidae, Aetidae, Pithecidae, and Atelidae. New World monkeys, plural of New World monkey. New World mouse, any mouse in the subfamilies Neotaumini and Sigmodontini. New World order, a vision for the world in which greater peace and stability is achieved through a new political order. New World order, alternative letter case form of New World order. New World Ariel, passerine birds found in the New World in the genus Icarus order. New World order, alternative letter case form of New World order. New World Ariel, passerine birds found in the New World in the genus Icarus. New World porcupine, any of the large, arboreal, spiny-furred rodents of the family Erethizontidae, native to forests and wooded regions of North America and northern South America. New World porcupines, plural of New World porcupine. New World quail, any bird in the New World family Odontophoridae, which also includes the African genus Tilapachus, resembling but not closely related to the Old World quails which belong to the family Phasianidae. New World quails, plural of New World quail. New World rat, any rat in the subfamilies Neotaumini, Sigmodontini, and Tylomidae. New World rats, plural of New World rat. New World ROM, the firmware, specifically the boot ROM, that was introduced on Macintosh computers in 1998 with the first iMac. New World sparrow, any Alcine passerine bird of the Specios American family Passerellidae. New World sparrows, plural of New World sparrow. New World subacine, any subacine bird of the clade Tyrannid. New World syndrome, obesity, heart disease, diabetes, etc. among the indigenous peoples of the New World, linked to a change from traditional diet and exercise to a Western diet and a sedentary lifestyle. New World vulture, any of the large scavenging birds in the family Cathartidae. New World vultures, plural of New World vulture. New World warbler, a small colorful bird native to the New World of the family Parvelidae. New World warblers, plural of New World warbler. New World wine, any type of wine that is produced outside the traditional wine-growing areas of Europe and the Middle East. New World wines, plural of New World wine. New Worlder, an inhabitant of the New World or Americas. New Worlders, plural of New Worlder. New York, pronunciation spelling of New York, representing New York City English. New Year, a period covering the first few days of a calendar year. New Year, the next year, the year following the current year, especially the early part of it. New Year's, the holiday commemorating the beginning of the new year. New Year's bottle, a kind of lentoid bottle found in the cultures of ancient Egypt, designed to be filled with Nile water or possibly perfume or oil and offered as celebratory gifts for the new year. New Year's Day, a holiday celebrating the first day of the new year, celebrated on January 1 in cultures following the Gregorian calendar. New Year's Days, plural of New Year's Day. New Year's Eve, the holiday occurring on the last day of the year, celebrated on December 31st in cultures following the Gregorian calendar. New Year's Eves, plural of New Year's Eve. New Year's Flask, synonym of New Year's Bottle. New Year's Resolution, a vow that one makes on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day for the coming year. New Year's Resolutions, plural of New Year's Resolution. New Year, New Me, expression indicating a person's intention to adopt significant personal changes or improvement at the start of a new calendar year. New Year's, plural of New Year. New York, the largest city in the state of New York, and the largest city in the United States, a metropolis extending into neighboring New Jersey. New York Aster, a megalus daisy of species Symphyophage in Novi Belgium. New York Bat, a bat of species Vespertilio boracensis, now Lasiurus borealis. New York Bat, plural of New York Bat. New York Breakfast, a meal at the start of the day, consisting of coffee and cigarettes smoked, not eaten. New York Breakfasts, plural of New York Breakfast. New York Cheesecake, a rich kind of cheesecake using heavy cream or sour cream for a dense, smooth consistency. New York Cheesecakes, plural of New York Cheesecake. New York City, the largest city in the United States, situated in the state of New York at the mouth of the Hudson River on the northeastern Atlantic coast. New York Compression, synonym of parallel compression. New York County, the smallest of the 62 counties in New York, USA. It is coterminous with the borough of Manhattan in New York City. New York Fern, a fern of the species Parathelepterus noboracensis sin. The Lepterus noboracensis, native to eastern North America. New York Ferns, plural of New York Fern. New York Ironweed, Vernonia noboracensis, a plant in the aster family, native to much of the eastern United States. New York Minute, an instant and extremely short time. New York Minutes, plural of New York Minute. New York Pizza, alternative form of New York style pizza. New York Pizzas, plural.
Here we go.
Plural of New York Pizza. New York Reload, the act of drawing a second handgun when the first jams or runs out of ammunition, rather than reloading the first in order to gain a speed advantage. New York Reload, plural of New York Reload. New York Second, synonym of New York Minute, short instant of time. New York Seconds, plural of New York Second. New York Shitty, derogatory name for New York City, a major city in New York State, USA. New York Snowball, a dessert consisting of a small, cream-filled cake typically covered in chocolate icing and desiccated coconut, popular in the city of New York. New York Snowballs, plural of New York Snowball. New York Sour, a kind of whiskey sour cocktail that includes a float of dry red wine. New York Sours, plural of New York Sour. New York State, a state of the United States. New York State, alternative lettercase form of New York State. New York Strip, synonym of strip steak. New York Strips, plural of New York Strip. New York Style Pizza, alternative form of New York Style Pizza. New York Style Pizzas, plural of New York Style Pizza. New York System, a kind of Rhode Island food outlet serving wieners made with pork, beef, and veal, served in steamed buns. New York Systems, plural of New York System. New York Weevil, a weevil of species Ithystris noboracensis found in the eastern United States and southern Canada. New York Style Pizza, a pizza with a thick, crispy outer bread crust and thin, soft bread base. New York Style Pizzas, plural of New York Style Pizza. New Yorker, a native or resident of the state of New York in the United States of America. New Yorkers, a female New Yorker. New Yorkeresses, plural of New Yorkeress. New Yorkers, plural of New Yorker. New Yorkies, a dialect of English spoken in New York. New Yorkian, of, relating to, or characteristic of, New York. New Yorkians, plural of New Yorkian. New Yorkish, characteristic of New York City. New Yorkie, characteristic of New York City. New Zagreb, part of the city of Zagreb. New Zaire, a currency used in Zaire between 1993 and 1998, only issued in banknote form and later replaced by the franc. New Zaires, plural of New Zaire. New Zealand, a country and archipelago of Oceania to the east of Australia. Official name, New Zealand. Capital, Wellington. New Zealand begonia, synonym of Paratanua. New Zealand begonias, plural of New Zealand begonia. New Zealand bellbird, Anthornis melanura, a greenish passerine bird endemic to New Zealand, with a distinctive bell-like song. New Zealand bellbirds, plural of New Zealand bellbird. New Zealand brill, Callistium guntheri, a species of edible flatfish. New Zealand brills, plural of New Zealand brill. New Zealand cotton, a fiber from the bast of Plagianthus bichilinus that resembles cotton. New Zealand cottons, plural of New Zealand cotton. New Zealand cranberries, plural of New Zealand cranberry. New Zealand cranberry, synonym of Ugneberry Ugnemalini. New Zealand Daylight Time, a time zone used in New Zealand, which is 13 hours ahead of UTC. New Zealand dollar, the official currency of New Zealand. New Zealand dollars, plural of New Zealand dollar. New Zealand English, the form of the English language used in New Zealand. New Zealand falcon, a species of falcon endemic to New Zealand, Falco Nova Zealandii. New Zealand falcons, plural of New Zealand falcon. New Zealand flax, Plants native to New Zealand with fiber in the leaves, which was formerly much used for rope and other purposes. Phormium tenax and Phormium collinsoisen, Phormium cookianum. New Zealand geese, plural of New Zealand goose. New Zealand goose, a large bird of the extinct genus Cnemones of the family Anatidae, endemic to New Zealand. New Zealand honeysuckle, Rewerwanaisha excelsa. New Zealand king shag, a rare shag, a species Leucocarbo carinquillatus, endemic to New Zealand. New Zealand mean time, the standard time used in New Zealand before the nation adopted a system based on standard time zones, based on the mean solar time at the Royal Observatory in Auckland. New Zealand mint. The plant Mentha cunninghamii, endemic to New Zealand. New Zealand pigeon, any of species Hemiphagonovacillidae of large pigeons native to New Zealand. New Zealand pigeons, plural of New Zealand pigeon. New Zealand sassafras, synonym of Bucadia. New Zealand scaup, a duck of the Adenisa familia endemic to New Zealand, Ichthyonovacillidae. New Zealand scaups, plural of New Zealand scaup. New Zealand spinach, a plant whose leaves are used as spinach-like greens, tetragonids. New Zealand spinashes, plural of New Zealand spinach. New Zealand starling, the huia. New Zealand starlings, plural of New Zealand starling. New Zealand studies, the study of New Zealand. New Zealanders and Zealandic culture. New Zealand swan, Cygnus atratus sumarensis, an extinct swan from the Chatham Islands and the South Island of New Zealand. New Zealand swans, plural of New Zealand swan. New Zealand tea tree, synonym of manuka. New Zealand tea trees, plural of New Zealand tea tree. New Zealand teal, the brown teal. New Zealand teals, plural of New Zealand teal. New Zealand tit, synonym of tomtit. New Zealand tits, plural of New Zealand tit. New Zealand wren, a passerine bird of the family Acanthisididae, including two living and several extinct species in 4 or 5 genera. New Zealand wrens, plural of New Zealand wren. New Zealand yam, the oca, Oxalis tuberosa, a root vegetable introduced from South America. New Zealand yams, plural of New Zealand yam. New Zealander, a person from New Zealand or of New Zealand descent. New Zealanders, plural of New Zealander. New Zealandese, the variety of English spoken in New Zealand. New Zealandic, of, from, or pertaining to New Zealand. New Zealandish, typical of New Zealand. New Zealandism, the status or character of belonging to New Zealand. New Zealandisms, plural of New Zealandism. New Zealand eyes, to cause to conform to New Zealandism. New Zealand dress, a female New Zealander. New Zealand dresses, plural of New Zealand dress. New Zealand's. Plural of New Zealand. New Zealand. Pronunciation spelling of New Zealand. New Zion, a community in Northfield Parish, Sunbury County, New Brunswick, Canada. Recently, New Agee, alternative form of New Agee. New Agee, alternative form of New Agee. Newborn, alternative spelling of newborn. New build. Alternative form of new build. New builds. Plural of new build. New car smell. A characteristic odor caused by the combination of chemicals and materials in a new automobile, including outgassing. New coin. To coin afresh. New coined. Simple past and past participle of new coin. New coining. Present participle and gerund of new coin. New coins. Third person singular simple present indicative of new coin. Newcomer. Dated form of newcomer. Newcomers. Plural of newcomer. New country project. Alternative form of new country project. Newfangled. Alternative spelling of newfangled. New fashion. Newly made. Newfound. Alternative spelling of newfound. New founded. Recently founded. No front. To put a new front on, or receive a new front. New fronting. Present participle and gerund of new front. New furnish. To furnish a new refurnish. New generation. Of or pertaining to the most recent version of something. Newish. Alternative form of newish. Newer. Modified so as to appear more modern. New made. Alternative form of new made. New make. Alternative form of new make. New makes. Third person singular simple present indicative of new make. New making. Present participle of new make. New model. To give a new form to remodel. New model. Simple past and past participle of new model. New modeling. Present participle and gerund of new model. New model. Simple past and past participle of new model. New modeling. Present participle and gerund of new model. New models. Third person singular simple present indicative of new model. New month that has recently been mown. New name. Alternative. The form of new name. New named. Simple past and past participle of new name. New names. Third person singular simple present indicative of new name. The form of new name. New named. Simple past and past participle of new name. Participle of new name. New names. Third person singular simple present indicative of new name. New naming. Present participle and gerund of new name. New rich. Having only recently become wealthy. Nouveau rich. New school. Alternative form of new school. New wave. Of or pertaining to the new wave. New Avish, characteristic of or similar to New Wave. Nuez Valley, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. New York, archaic form of New York. New Yorkers, alternative form of New Yorkeress. New Yorkeresses, plural of New Yorkeress. New Yorkian, rare spelling of New Yorkian. The synonym of Newark. The alternative form of Newark. Newark. A surname. Newall with Clifton, a civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Harrogate Borough. Newer. the historical inhabitants of the Kathmandu Valley and its surrounding areas in Nepal and creators of its historic heritage and civilization. Nuer, a Tibeto-Burman language spoken in Nepal, India, and Bhutan by the Nuer people, and the only Tibeto-Burman language written in Devanagari script. Nuer, any of several places. Newark and Sherwood, a local government district of Nottinghamshire, England, formed in 1974 with its headquarters in Newark-on-Trent. Newark-on-Trent, a market town in Newark Parish, Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7953. Newarker, a native or inhabitant of Newark. Newarkers, plural of Newarker. Newarkite, a native or inhabitant of Newark. Newarkites. Plural of Newarkite. Newart Hill, a village northeast of Motherwell, North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 7859. Newe, abbreviation of Anyway. Newaygo, a rural city in Newaygo County, Michigan, United States. Newaygo County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, White Cloud. No, a newbie, someone who is new to a game or has a new character. Noben, a surname. Neubauer, a surname from German. Neubauers, plural of Neubauer. Newberg, a surname. Newbergs, plural of Newberg. Newer, a surname. Newbergs, plural of Newberg. Newberry, a surname. Newberry County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Newberry. Newberry Springs, an unincorporated community and oasis in the Mojave Desert, San Bernardino County, California, United States. Newberry's Penstemon, synonym of mountain pride. Newberries, plural of Newberry. Newit, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Newbie, a newcomer, someone new to something. Newbie gains, rapid increases in muscle mass when a person begins training. Newtoness, the state of being a newbie. Newbies, plural of newbie. Newden, a hamlet in Ainstable Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 5549. New begin by the sea, a small coastal town and civil parish with a town council in Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3087.
Invincible.
Notajet, a surname. Nubo, a surname. Nubilis, plural of Nubil. Noblet, alternative spelling of Nublet. Nublets, plural of Nublet. Newbold, a surname. Newboldest Bury, a civil parish in Cheshire East, Cheshire, England, which includes the village of Eastbury. Newbold on Avon, a suburb of Rugby, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4976. Newbolt, a surname. Newboltian, of or relating to Henry Newbolt 1862-1938, English poet, novelist, and historian. Newbor, a surname. Newborns, plural of newborn. Newbridge, a number of places in England. Newbro. Newdy. Newbros. Plural of Newbro. Newbro. A surname. Newbros. Plural of Newbro. No. Plural of new. Newbro. A newly constructed building, especially one that is not yet occupied. Newbode. The construction of a new ship. Newbelts. Plural. Of new build. Nodot. Newly built. Newber. A town in Fife Council area, Scotland, situated on the Firth of Tay, OS Grid Ref No 2318. Newber. A surname. Newburns. Plural of Newburn. Notary. A town and civil parish with a town council in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4767. Newbury Park. A suburb of Ilford, Borough of Redbridge, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4488. Newburyport. A coastal city in Essex County, Massachusetts, United States. Newry. A place name. Any of several places. Newry and Scalby. A civil parish with a town council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Scarborough District, which includes the named places. Newby Bridge. A hamlet in Staleen Cartwell Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District. OS Grid Ref SD 3786. Newby West. A village and civil parish served by Monby, Newby Wisk and South Otterington Parish Council in Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 3687. Note. Alternative spelling of new. Oops. Plural of new. Oh. University of Newcastle. Used especially following post-nominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Noka. Of a cow that has newly given birth. Nogast. To recast, form, or mold anew. Newcasting. Present participle in gerund of Newcastle. Newcastle. One of several large cities. Newcastle Cloak. Synonym of drunkard's cloak. Newcastle Cloaks. Plural of Newcastle Cloak. Newcastle disease. A highly
invincible.
Contagious disease of poultry caused by the Newcastle disease virus. Newcastle-on, a town and community with a town council on the River Tavy on the border of Ceredigion and Carmarthenshire in Wales. The community is entirely within Carmarthenshire. OS Grid Ref SN 3040. Newcastle Higher, a community civil parish in Bridgeon County Borough, Wales, which includes the settlements of Aberkenfig and Penwifi. Newcastle probably refers to the area in neighboring Bridgend. Newcastle-on-Clun, a civil parish in southwest Shropshire, England, which includes the village of Newcastle. Newcastle-on-Tyne, dated form of Newcastle upon Tyne. Newcastle upon Tyne, a large city and metropolitan borough of Tyne and Wear, in northeastern England. Newcastle West, a town, the county town of County Limerick, Ireland. Newcastle-on-Tyne, dated form of Newcastle upon Tyne. Newcastle-under-Lyme, a market town and borough of Staffordshire, England. Newcastle-upon-Tyne, alternative form of Newcastle-upon-Tyne. Newcastle, a village in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, also known as Copshahome or Copshie in Scots. Newchurch, a number of places in England and Wales. Newchurch and Merthyr, a community civil parish in Carmarthenshire, Wales, which includes the named places. Newchurchman, a member of the New Church, a Swedenborgian. Newchurchman, plural of New Churchmen. Nuco, a new company, especially one spun off from or replacing an existing company as a legal fiction to maintain ownership over an entity while separating it from the old company financially. Nove, alternative form of new coin. Nova, a surname. Newcomb, a surname from Middle English. Newcomb's Paradox, a thought experiment involving a game between two players, one of whom purports to be able to predict the future. The first player has to try to maximize winnings by choosing one of two boxes of money. However, the amount won also depends on whether a prediction made about the choice by the other player proves to be true. Newcomb's Problem, synonym of Newcomb's Paradox. A surname. Newcombs, plural of Newcomb. Newcombs, plural of Newcomb. Newver, a surname. Newcomen, a surname. Newcomer, a surname. Newcomers, plural of newcomer. Newcomes, plural of newcome. Newcomer, that has recently arrived, come, or appeared. Newcoms, plural of newcom. Newcos, plural of newco. Newport, a recently developed suburb of Exeter, Devon, England, OS Grid Ref SX 9690. Newpregall, a suburban village on the eastern edge of Edinburgh Council area, Scotland, OS Grid Ref NT 3271. Newjay, to create anew. Recreate. Newdigate, a village and civil parish in Mole Valley District, Surrey, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 1942. Oh, archaic spelling of new. Oh, simple past and past participle of new. Newed up, simple past and past participle of new up. No, a central pillar around which a staircase spirals. New post, a sturdy supporting post at one end or at a turning point of a staircase banister railing, often topped with a decorative finial. Newel posts, plural of newel posts. No, having a newel stair pillar. No, a surname. Newell teapot, synonym of Utah teapot. Newell teapots, plural of Newell teapot. Noel, having a Newell stair pillar. Noels, plural of Newell. Noels, plural of Newell. Newelties, plural of Newelty. Newelty, newness, novelty. Melons. A surname. Not a small town and civil parish with a town council and Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England, OS Grid Ref So 7225. Newer. Comparative form of new, more recent. Newer fangled. Comparative form of newfangled, more newfangled. Newer fashion. Comparative form of new fashion, more new fashion. Obsolete spelling of news. Newest, superlative form of new, most new. Newest fangled, superlative form of newfangled, most newfangled. Newest fashion, superlative form of new fashion, most new fashion. Good. A surname. Oh, Newfie, Newfoundlander person. No, abbreviation of Newfoundland. Nove, AN00B, an inexperienced member of the 4chan community or any other online community. Noidus, plural of Newfan. Nofan, a town and census-designated place in Niagara County, New York, United States. Newfangled, eager for novelties, desirous of changing. Newfangled, new and often needlessly novel or gratuitously different, recently devised or fashionable, especially when not an improvement. Newfangled, in a newfangled manner. Newfangledness, the quality of being newfangled. Newfanglement, the quality of being newfangled, novelty, or innovation, especially when very complicated or faddish. Newfanglements, plural of newfanglement. Newfanglemus, obsolete form of newfangledness. Newfangles, third person, singular simple present indicative of newfangled. Newfangled, present participle and gerund of newfangle. Newfangless, one who is eager for novelties or desirous of change. Newfanglists, plural of Newfanglists. Newfangle, newfangled, no fashion, to modernize, remodel in the latest style. No fashion, alternative form of new fashion. Newfie, a native or inhabitant of the island of Newfoundland. Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Newfie Joe, a brief, humorous, often ridiculous story, the tone of which may range from playful to deeply offensive, which depicts Newfoundlanders as rustic, unsophisticated, or lacking in intelligence. Newfie jokes, plural of Newfie joke. Nouvelle, a town in New York, United States. Novies, plural of Newfie. Newfine, a new discovery. Newfines, plural of Newfine. Newfinese, synonym of Newfoundland English. Newform, to form or shape anew, reform. Newforming, present participle and gerund of newform. Newforms, plural of newform. Newfound, recently found, newly discovered. Newfounded, alternative form of newfounded. Newfoundland, a large island off the coast of eastern Canada, which, along with Labrador, has composed the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador since 1949 and the Dominion of Newfoundland before it. Newfoundland and Labrador, a province in eastern Canada, abbreviation NFLD, NFLD, NL, NL, L or NF, formerly Newfoundland 1949-2001, capital St. John's. Newfoundland and Labradorian, a native or inhabitant of Newfoundland and Labrador. Newfoundland and Labradorians, plural of Newfoundland and Labradorian. Newfoundland English, the form of English spoken in the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Newfoundland speed bump, a moose, especially one which is in a roadway. Newfoundland speed bumps, plural of Newfoundland speed bump. Newfoundlander, a native or inhabitant of the island of Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Newfoundlanders, plural of Newfoundlander. Newfoundlands, plural of Newfoundland. Newfriend, synonym of newfag-newbie, inexperienced user. New friends, plural of new friend. Nose, plural of new. Novanese, synonym of Newfoundland English. Nover, a newer member of the furry subculture. Novers, plural of new fur. New Game Plus, alternative form of New Game Plus. Nudard, a surname. Nudette, one of the historic 7 gates of the London Wall around the city of London, dating back to Roman times. Newgate collar, synonym of Newgate fringe. Newgate collars, plural of Newgate collar. Newgate frill, synonym of Newgate fringe. Newgate frills, plural of Newgate frill. Newgate fringe, a beard under the chin and jaw. Newgate fringes, plural of Newgate fringe. Newgate knocker, a lock of hair worn twisted back toward the ear. Newgate knockers, plural of Newgate knocker. Nerdin, synonym of newbie. Nerdens, plural of Nugent. Newgrange, a monument in County Meath, Ireland, a prehistoric Neolithic monument as circular ceremonial burial mound structure with astronomical alignments. Newgrass, a progressive subgenre of bluegrass music typically incorporating electric instruments, non-traditional chord progressions, and lengthy improvisation. Newgroup, to create a newsgroup on Usenet by sending a special control message. Newgrouped, simple past and past participle of newgroup. Newgrouping, present participle and gerund of newgroup. Newgroups, third person singular simple present indicative of newgroup. Nogoff, an unincorporated community in Wharton County, Texas, United States, first built as a company town. New Elves, a western suburb of Musselburgh, East Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 3272. Noda, a trans woman. No halves, plural of new half. Newa, a surname. New laws, plural of new hall. No house, plural of new half. Noah, an industrial suburb of Truro, Cornwall, England, located on the Truro River OS Grid Ref SW 8343. Neuhardt, a surname from German. Neuarts, plural of new hard. Neuhardt. A surname. No hearts, plural of New Hart. New Heaven, a hamlet in Hartington Nether Quarter Parish, Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 1660. Dewey, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Rochdale, Greater Manchester, England OS Grid Ref SD 9311. New Hall, a small village in Newholme-cum-Dunsley Parish, Scarborough District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref NZ 8610. New House, a place name. New Houses, plural of new house. A village and civil parish in Lewes District, East Sussex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 4121. Something newly released, such as a song or film. Newies, plural of newy. New, a surname. Newas, plural of newell. Newy, east, farm. Newing up, present participle and gerund of new up. Newham, a surname. Newhams, plural of Newingham. Newings, plural of Newing. Newington, a number of places in the United Kingdom. There was somewhat new. Novishoy, in a way that is somewhat new. Noishiness, the quality of being newish. No, a surname. New Jack, a newcomer, a newbie or rookie. New Jacks, plural of New Jack. Nuki Brown, Newcastle Brown Ale. Nuki Browns, plural of Nuki Brown. Noker, a place in the United States. Newkirks, plural of Newkirk. Nolan, a surname. Nolan, plural of Newland. Moulay, a suburban area near Horsforth, Metropolitan Borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2336. Noas, not containing anything new, lacking news or novelty. Newly, a surname. Newlies, form of newly, more newly. Nois, superlative form of newly, most newly. Nolan, a surname. Noline, the character or characters sequence that indicates the end of a line of text and transition to the next line, or a control code or escape sequence used in a programming language to denote this character. No lines, plural of new line. Nope. Where? One who is new to something, a newcomer, a novice, a newbie. Newlings, plural of newling. Nowens, plural of newlin. Noan, a surname. Noans, plural of newlon. Nolan, a surname from Swedish. Noans, plural of newlon. Newly, very recently / lately, in the immediate past. Newlywed, alternative form of newlywed. Newlyweds, plural of newlywed. Nulliform, of recent origin. Newlywed, alternative form of newlywed. Newlyweds, plural of newlywed. Noan, a coastal village and harbor in Penzance Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 4628. Noans, plural of newling. Newaway, a recently married person. Newlywedded, recently married. Newlyweds, plural of newlywed. Newmachar, a village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 8819. Newmade, newly made. Newmains, a village in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 8256. Newmake, to make again or anew, remake. Newmakes, third person singular simple present indicative of newmake. Newmaking, present participle and gerund of newmake. Newm. A surname transferred from the nickname. Newman Goldfarb Protocol. Any of a number of protocols to induce lactation in humans by means of birth control pills to mimic the hormone levels of pregnancy, domperidone to stimulate milk production, use of a breast pump, etc. Newman Goldfarb Protocols. Plural of Newman Goldfarb Protocol. Newman Port Rearrangement. a rearrangement reaction in which the aryl group of an O-aryl thiocarbamate migrates from the oxygen atom to the sulfur atom, forming an S-aryl thiocarbamate. Newman-Court rearrangement, plural of Newman-Court rearrangement. Newmanize, alternative form of Newmanize. Newmanize, simple past and past participle of Newmanize. Newmanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Newmanize. Newmanizing, present participle and gerund of Newmanize. Newmanine, a follower of the doctrines of John Henry Newman, hence up to his conversion to Roman Catholicism in 1845, a member of the Oxford movement. Newmanites, plural of Newmanite. Newmanize, to translate in a manner that makes use of archaisms and which tends to closely follow the original rather than modernize the language in the translation. Newmanize, simple past and past participle of Newmanize. Newmanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Newmanize. Newmanizing, present participle and gerund of Newmanize. Newmark, a surname. Newmarket, a market town in Suffolk, England, with a famous racecourse. Newmarkets, plural of Newmarket. Newmarks, plural of Newmark. Newmo, a village near Keith, Moray Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 4352. Numos, a locality west of Letterkenny, County Donegal, Ireland. New model, alternative form of new model, to give a new form to, remodel, rearrange in a new way. New model, simple past and past participle of new model. New modeling, present participle and gerund of new model. New model, simple past and past participle of new model. New modeling, present participle and gerund of new model. New models, third person singular simple present indicative of new model. New mode, to mold or form a new, remold. Pneumo, alternative spelling of pneumon. Pneumon, a surname. New name, to give a new name to, name a new, rename. New name, simple past and past participle of new name. New names, third person singular simple present indicative of new name. New naming, present participle and gerund of new name. Nunams, plural of new nom. A surname. Nuns, a surname. That's the property of being new. Novelty, recency. Nunas, plural of newness. No doubt, a number of places in England. Newnham Bridge, a small village in Knighton-on-Team Parish, Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England, otherwise known as Newnham. OS Grid Ref SO 6469. Newnhams, plural of Newnham. Newport, a place name. Newport Beach, a city in Orange County, California, United States. Newport County, one of 5 counties in Rhode Island, United States, with Newport as its largest city. Newport News, an independent city in Virginia, United States. Newport Pagnell, a town and civil parish with a town council in Milton Keynes Borough, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 8743. Newport-on-Tay, a small town in Fife Council area, Scotland, on the south side of the Firth of Tay opposite the city of Dundee. OS Grid Ref No 4127. New Porter, a native or inhabitant of Newport, Rhode Island, USA. Newporters, plural of Newporter.
Invincible.
Newports, plural of Newport. Newry, a town and civil parish with a town council on the north coast of Cornwall, southwest England. OS Grid Ref SW 8161. Newbuist, a surname. Newbuists, plural of Newquist. Neraz, alternative form of Noras. Narrative form of Noras. Newry, a city in County Down, Northern Ireland. New information of interest. News agencies. Plural of news agency. News agency, an organization that gathers and distributes news to newspapers and radio and television broadcasters. Of news broadcasts. News anchors, plural of news anchor. News butcher, a person who worked on railroads selling newspapers, candy, and cigars to the passengers. News butchers, plural of news butcher. News channel, a television channel dedicated to news, often operating continuously. News channels, plural of news channel. News conference, press conference. News conferences, plural of news conference. News correspondent, a person who supplies news to a newspaper or a magazine. Journalist. News correspondence, plural of news correspondent. News crawl, a line of text of latest news that moves across the lower part of a television screen. News crawls, plural of news crawl. News cycle, the reporting of a particular media story from the first instance to the last, often including reporting on public and reactions to the earlier reports. News cycles, plural of news cycle. News cyclone, the 24/7 publishing of often unscheduled news reports, replacing the traditional news cycle. News cyclones, plural of news cyclone. News desk, alternative spelling of news desk. News desks, plural of news desk. Newsfeed, alternative form of newsfeed. News feeds, plural of news feed. News flash, alternative spelling of news flash. News flashes, plural of news flash. News hole, the amount of space in a newspaper or broadcast news show that remains for journalism after advertising has been placed. The amount of content a news provider needs to create in every publishing cycle. News holes, plural of news hole. News item, a particular piece of news, typically a brief report about a single event or topic. Newsletter, alternative form of newsletter. News magazine, a magazine that specializes in delivering news. News magazines, plural of news magazine. News media, all the various forms of communicating news to the public collectively. News medias, plural of news media. News of the screws, synonym of screws of the world, the news of the world tabloid newspaper. News report, an individual item of news. News reports, plural of news report. News sheet, a short publication containing news, often historical, a form of early newspaper. News sheets, plural of news sheet. News stand, alternative form of newsstand. Newsstands, plural of newsstand. News stream, a stream of breaking news items generated automatically. News streams, plural of news stream. News ticker, a device used primarily in the 20th century which printed out incoming news stories on paper tape. News tickers, plural of news ticker. News up, third person singular simple present indicative of new up. News wheel, a news broadcast that is regularly repeated with the latest updates. News wheels, plural of news wheel. News wire, alternative spelling of newswire. News wires, plural of news wire. News house, a printer's office that produces newspapers only. News houses, plural of news house. Newsletter, alternative form of newsletter. News agencies, plural of news. News agency. News agency, a newsagent's shop. News agent, a retail business selling newspapers, magazines, and stationery, a stationer. News agents, plural of news agent. Newsaholic, one who is obsessed with news, a person who likes to stay up to date with news. Newsaholics. Plural of newsaholic. Newsbar, a horizontal or vertical strip on screen that displays scrolling or static text, typically used to present news headlines, alerts, or other real-time information. Newsbars, plural of newsbar. Newbie, synonym of beat, the primary focus of a reporter's stories. Newsweeks, plural of newsbeat. Newswell, a sheet of news, a handle bearing news. Newsalls, plural of newsbill. Newsboard, a signboard for the display of news. Newsboards, plural of newsboard. Newsboat, a boat used to relay news from one place to another. Newsbots, plural of newsboat. Newer, an early form of newspaper published in a folio format. Newbooks, plural of newsboat. Newsbot, any of various pieces of software designed to harvest articles from news groups or from news websites. Newsbots, plural of newsbot. Newsbox, a vending machine selling newspapers. Newsboxes, plural of newsbox. Newsboy, a boy, or by extension a man, who sells and or delivers newspapers. Newsboy cap, a round hat similar in style to a flat cap, usually made from 8 pieces of cloth and paneled with a button on top. Newsboy caps, plural of newsboy cap. Newsbuys, plural of newsboy. Newsbreak, an instance of news broadcasting. Newsbreaks, plural of newsbreak. Newscast, a broadcast of the news, a news report that is transmitted over the air for television, radio, etc. Newscasted, simple past and past participle of newscast. Newscaster, one who delivers the news for broadcast on television, radio, etc. and newsreader. Newscasters, plural of newscaster. Newscasting, the production of newscasts. Newscastress, a female newscaster. Newscastresses, plural of newscastress. Newscasts, plural of newscasts. Newsshow, alternative form of news school. Newsflash, a short extract from a news broadcast. Newsflips, plural of newsflip. Newscopter, a helicopter sent to the scene of an ongoing event to record film footage for the television news. Newscopters, plural of newscopter. Newscrawl, alternative form of newscrawl. Newscrawls, plural of newscrawl. Newsfem, Gavin Newsom, Governor of California. Newsdealer, a person who sells newspapers, etc. Newsdealers, plural of newsdealer. Newsdesk, the department of a newspaper or broadcasting organization responsible for the collecting of news from journalists and others and for distributing it to editors. Newsdesks, plural of newsdesk. Newsdesk, simple past and past participle of news. Newser, a press conference. Newsers, plural of newser. News, gossip. Newsap, to set afresh or in a new manner or fashion reset. Newsfeed, a feed, especially one providing news content. Newsreads, plural of newsfeed. Newsfilm, a news report recorded or presented on film. Newsphones, plural of newsfilm. Newsflash, a brief media report of something that has recently taken place. Newsflyers, plural of newsflash. Newslaw, the production of press releases together with a set of news stories generated by them. Newsflows, plural of newsflow. Newsroom, a newsroom. Newsgroups, plural of news. Newsroom. Newshawk, full of news, supplying news. Newsgame, a video game designed on journalistic principles and serving a documentary or explanatory purpose. Newsgames, plural of newsgame. Newsetherer, a person involved in newsgathering. Newsgatherers, plural of newsgatherer. Newsgathering, the collection of information related to current events. Newsgirl, a girl who sells and or delivers newspapers. Newsgirls, plural of newsgirl. Newsroom, a repository on a computer network where people can post messages, usually about a single subject. Newsgrouper, a user of internet newsgroups. Newsgroupers, plural of newsgrouper. Newsgroupie, a user of internet newsgroups, a newsgrouper. Newsgroupies, plural of newsgroupie. Newsgroups, plural of newsgroup. Newsham, a small village in Newsham with Breckenborough Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref SC 3884. Newsham with Breckenborough, a civil parish served by Kirby Wiske and Newsham with Breckenborough Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District. Newsend, a journalist. Newshands, plural of newshand. Newsar, a keen investigative reporter. Newsarks, plural of newshawk. Newsend, a female investigative reporter. Newsends, plural of newshand. Newshole. Alternative form of newshole. Newsholes. Plural of newshole. Newshome. A hamlet in Wrestle Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 7229. Newshound. An investigative reporter. Newshounds. Plural of newshound. Newseye. Alternative form of newswire. New ear. Comparative form of newswire. More newswire. New eyes. Plural of newswire. Newsies. Superlative form of newswire. Most newswire. Newswily. In a newswire manner. Newsiness. The quality or state of being newswire. Newting. Present participle and gerund of news. Newing. Newswire. Containing or resembling news. Newsjacker. One who engages in news. Checking. Newsjackers. Plural of newsjacker. Newsjacking. A public relations technique involving piggybacking off the attention of the news media on another item. Newshall. Alternative form of news school. Newsladies. Plural of newslady. Newslady. A newswoman. News. Without news. Newslessness. Absence of news. Newsletter. A periodically sent publication containing current events or the like, generally on a particular topic or geared toward a limited audience. Newsletter. A periodically sent publication containing current events or the like, generally on a particular topic or geared toward a limited audience. Newsletters. Plural of newsletter. Newslike. Resembling or characteristic of news or a news broadcast. News magazine. Alternative spelling of news magazine. News magazines. Plural of news magazine. Newsmaker. One whose actions make the headlines of news reports. One who affects the course of public discourse. Newsmakers. Plural of newsmaker. Newsmaking. Making news, important or newsworthy. Newsman. A reporter, a person in the profession of providing news. News media. Alternative spelling of news media. Newsman. Plural of newsman. Newsmonger. A news junkie, a gossip. Newsmongering. Sensationalistic, gossipy journalism. Newsmongers. Plural of newsmonger. Newsmongery. Gossip. Notice. The state or quality of being news. Know that. A news broadcasting network. Know that's. Plural of newsnet. Newlum. A surname. Newsum. A surname. Newsums. Plural of newsum. Newums. Plural of newsom. Newson. A surname. Newsons. Plural of newsom. Newspaper. A publication, usually published daily or weekly, containing news and other articles. Traditionally, a print publication, typically printed on cheap, low-quality paper, today usually digital and often also available in print. Newspaper cigar. A cigar wrapped in newspaper after manufacture to protect the wrapper leaf. Newspaper round. Paper round. Newspaper rounds. Plural of newspaper round. Newspaper boy, synonym of paperboy. Newspaper boys, plural of newspaper boy. Newspaperman, the realm or sphere of newspaper publishing or journalism. Newspaper, simple past and past participle of newspaper. Newspaperies, synonym of journalese. Newspapering, present participle and gerund of newspaper. Newspapers, resembling or characteristic of a newspaper. Newspaperishness, the quality of being newspaperish. Newspaperism, the attitudes and stylistic approach of newspapers being lowbrow and sensationalistic, etc. Newspaperize, to adapt to the format of a newspaper. Newspaperize, simple past and past participle of newspaperize. Newspaperizes, third person singular simple present indicative of newspaperize. Newspaperizing, present participle and gerund of newspaperize. Newspaperland, the subculture of people who write and publish newspapers. Newspaperless, without a newspaper or newspapers. Newspaperman, a man who works in the production of the text of a newspaper, a reporter, editor, etc. Newspaperman, plural of newspapermen. Newspaper people, plural of newspaperperson. Newspaperperson, a newspaperman or newspaperwoman. Newspaperpersons, plural of newspaperperson. Newspapers, plural of newspaper. Newspaperwoman, a woman who works in the production of the text of a newspaper, a reporter, editor, etc. Newspaperwomen, plural of newspaperwoman. Newspapery, synonym of newspaperish. Newscafar. Real, characteristic of or pertaining to newspapers. Newspeak, the fictional language devised to meet the needs of Ingsoc and designed to restrict the words, and thereby the thoughts, of the citizens of Oceania in the 1949 novel 1984 by George Orwell. Newspeaks, plural of newspeak. Newspeople, plural of newsperson. Newsperson, a person involved in the gathering or delivery of news, a reporter or journalist. Newspersons, plural of newsperson. Newsline, a methodology used by newspapers to determine the discounted cost of ad copy. Newslines, plural of newsplan. Newsposts, a message posted to a newsgroup. Newsposts, plural of newsposts. Newsprint, an inexpensive paper used for printing newspapers. Paper used for printing newspapers. Newsprints, plural of newsprint. NewSQL, a class of relational database management systems that seek to provide the scalability of NoSQL for online scalability of NoSQL for online transaction processing old read-write workloads while still maintaining the ACID guarantees of a traditional database. Newsreader, an anchorman in a news program, a news anchor, newscaster. Newsreaders, a female newsreader. Newsreaders, plural of newsreader. Newsreading, the reading of the news on the radio or television. Newsreel, a short film containing news or current affairs, especially one of several shown in sequence. Newsreelman, a person who films newsreels. Newsreelman, a person who films newsreels. Newsreelman, plural of newsreelman. Newsreels, plural of newsreel. The office of a news organization. especially that part of it where the journalist's work and news stories are processed. Newsrooms, plural of newsroom. Newsroom wide, throughout a newsroom. Newsround, a paper round. Newsrounds, plural of newsround. Newsheet, alternative form of news sheet. News sheets, plural of news sheet, form of news sheet. News sheets, plural of news sheet. Newsstand, an open stall, often on a street where newspapers and magazines are on sale to the public. Newsstands, plural of newsstand. News store, a newsagent's shop. News stores, plural of news store. Newsdainment, television news presented in a sensationalist manner intended more to entertain than to inform. Newstalk, a television or radio program in which host conversation with guests or audience members is mixed with news programming. News talks, plural of news talk. Newsdeed, a place in the United Kingdom. Alternative form of news ticker. News stickers, plural of news sticker. News tray, the industry that produces and sells news as in newspapers, magazines, television, broadcasts, etc. New van, a van operated by a press company, transporting reporters and photographers to the scene of an event so that they can report on it. New vans, plural of news van. News vendor, alternative form of news vendor. News vendors, plural of news vendor. News vendor, a person who runs a newsstand selling newspapers, magazines, etc. News vendors, plural of news vendor. News wenger, a surname. News wengers, plural of news wenger. News watcher, one who watches the news, a consumer of news reporting. News watchers, plural of news watcher. News weeklies, plural of news weekly. News weekly, a newspaper that is printed once per week. Newswire, a service used for the transmission of breaking news to the media or to the public. Newswires, plural of newswire. Newswoman, a female reporter or newsreader. Newswoman, plural of newswoman. Newsworthy, comparative form of newsworthy, more newsworthy. Newsworthiest, superlative form of newsworthy, most newsworthy. Newsworthy, in a manner that is newsworthy. Newsworthiness, the characteristic of being newsworthy. Newsworthy, interesting enough to be reported as a news. Newswriter, a journalist who writes the scripts for a newsreader. Newswriter, plural of newswriter. Newswriting, writing for the news media. News writings, plural of news writing. Newswire, containing lots of news, informative. Newsac, alternative form of newsac. Newsy, a fanzine that only publishes news. Newsends, plural of
Here we go.
newsine. A small lizard-like amphibian in the subfamily Pluralini that lives in the water as an adult. Newegg, a piece of formerly wild land newly cultivated. Neweggs, plural of newegg. Very drunk. Nuthouse. Newport, a hamlet in Huddleston with Newport Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District OS Grid Ref SE 4632. Newt, present participle and gerund of newt. Newtish, of, like, or pertaining to newts. Newtli, having the form or characteristics of a newt. Newtli, a young or miniature newt, aft. Newlings, plural of noodling. Movie, of, like, or pertaining to newts. Note, the name of many English-speaking places, including Newtownabba, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Cambridge District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 8671. Newton and Biggin, a civil parish in Rugby Borough, Warwickshire, England, that includes the village of Newton. It is unclear what Biggin refers to, although there are places with that name elsewhere in England. Newton and Little Oakley, a civil parish served by Geddington, Newton and Little Oakley Parish Council in Northamptonshire, England, previously in Kettering District. Newton Allash, a small village in Home East, Waver Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 2055. Newton Aycliffe, a new town founded in 1947 in Great Aycliffe Parish, County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2724. Newton County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Jasper. Newton Dale, a narrow valley in North Ryedale District, North Yorkshire, England, within North York Moors National Park OS Grid Ref SC 8191. Newton Hall, a housing estate north of Durham in County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2745. Newton Harcourt, a village in Wistow Parish, Harborough District, Leicestershire, England OS Grid Ref SB 6397. Newton Hearing, a part of a court case in which a judge, sitting alone and without a jury, hears evidence on factual points disputed between prosecution and defense. Newton Hearings, plural of Newton Hearing. Newton Heath, a suburb of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England OS Grid Ref SD 8700. Newton Kyme, a village in Newton Kyme cum Talston Parish, Selby District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 4644. Newton Longville, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, formerly in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 8431. Newton Mearns, a suburban town in East Renfrewshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5355. Newton Meter, US spelling of Newton Meter. Newton meters, plural of Newton meter. Newton meter, a standard unit of torque or rarely energy, symbol Nm or Nm. Newton meters, plural of Newton meter. Newton number, synonym of kissing number. Newton numbers, plural of Newton number. Newton of Falkland, a small village east of Falkland, Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 2607. Newton Poppleford, a village in Newton Poppleford and Hartford Parish, East Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SY 0889. Newton Purcell, a small village in Newton Purcell with Shelswell Parish, Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 6230. Newton Purcell with Shelswell, a civil parish without a council in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England, which includes the named places. Newton Regis, a village and civil parish served by Newton Regis, Seckington and No Man's Heath Parish Council in North Warwickshire District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2707. Newton St Sires, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8898. Newton Stewart, a town in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, originally in Wigtownshire. OS Grid Ref NX 4055. Newton Tony, alternative spelling of Newton Tony. Newton Tony, a village and civil parish in East Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 2140. Newton's Apple, something that acts as a source of inspiration or triggers an important realization for someone. Newton's Apples, plural of Newton's apple. Newton's Cradle, alternative form of Newton's cradle. Newton's Cradle, a device that demonstrates conservation of momentum and energy via a series of swinging spheres. When a sphere at one end is lifted and released, the resulting force travels through the line and pushes the opposite sphere upward, repeating the process as it swings back down. Newton's Cradles, plural of Newton's Cradle. Newton's Cradles, plural of Newton's Cradle. Newton's first law, the observation that objects in motion tend to stay in motion, and objects at rest tend to stay at rest unless an outside force acts upon them. Newton's flaming laser sword, a philosophical razor which states that what cannot be settled by experiment is not worth debating. Newton's laser sword, alternative form of Newton's flaming laser sword. Newton's method, a method for finding successively better approximations to the roots or zeros of a real valued function. Newton's rings, a pattern of interference of light characterized by concentric rings that is caused by light's reflection from two surfaces, one of which is usually round. Newton's second law, Newton's observation that the rate of change of the momentum of a body is directly proportional to and in the same direction as the net force acting on it, often stated as F equals ma, F equals force, M equals mass, A equals acceleration. Newton's third law, Newton's observation that to every action force applied there is an equal and opposite reaction, equal force applied in the opposite direction. Newton by the Sea, a civil parish in North Northumberland, England. Newton Cotes formula, any of a group of formulas for numerical integration, quadrature based on evaluating the integrand at equally spaced points. Newton Cotes formulae, plural of Newton Cotes formula. Newton Cotes formulas, plural of Newton Cotes formula. Newton Cotes rule, synonym of Newton Cotes formula. Newton Cotes rules, plural of Newton Cotes rule. Newton Llewellows, a town in the metropolitan borough of St Helens, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5895. Newton-on-Ayr, a suburb of Ayr, South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 3423. Newton-on-Ouse, a village and civil parish in Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5159. Newton Raphson method, synonym of Newton's method. Newton with Clifton, a civil parish in Fyle District, Lancashire, England. Newton with Scales, a village in Newton with Clifton Parish, Fyle District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4430. Newtonairns, a locality northwest of Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NX 8880. Newton Grange, a village in Midlothian Council area, Scotland, south of Dalkeith, West Grid Ref NT 3364. Newton Hill, a coastal village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, originally in Kincardineshire, West Grid Ref No 9193. Newtonia, any of the birds in the genus Newtonia found in Madagascar. Newtonian, of war relating to Isaac Newton or his laws and theories. Newtonian fluid, a fluid whose stress at each point is linearly proportional to the strain rate at that point. Newtonian fluids, plural of Newtonian fluid. Newtonian mechanics, early classical mechanics as propounded by Isaac Newton, especially that based on his laws of motion and theory of gravity. Newtonian telescope, a type of reflecting telescope using a concave primary mirror and a flat diagonal secondary mirror. Newtonian telescope, plural of Newtonian telescope. Newtonian time, synonym of absolute time. Newtonianism, the physics of Isaac Newton, Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian light, in a Newtonian manner. Newtonians, plural of Newtonian. Newtonians, plural of Newtonia. Nirvana, Newtonian. Newtonism, synonym of Newtonianism. Newtonist, synonym of Newtonian. Newtonists, plural of Newtonists. Newtomas, December 25, Isaac Newton's birthday in the Julian calendar. Newtomases, plural of Newtomas. Newtonmore, a village in Highland Council area, Scotland, historically in Inverness-shire, West Grid Ref NN 7199. Newtons, plural of Newton. Newtown, a locale in Britain. Newtown and Anleshaon, a community civil parish with a town council in Powys, Wales, which includes the named places. Newtown Linford, a village and civil parish in Charnwood Borough, Leicestershire, England. West Grid Ref SK 5209. Newtown St Boswells, a village in and the administrative centre of the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland. West Grid Ref NT 5731. Newtown on Thank, a hamlet in Desford Parish, Hinckley in Bosworth Borough, Leicestershire, England. West Grid Ref SK 4904. Newtown Abbey, a suburban town north of Belfast, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Newtown Ards, a town at the head of Strangford Lough, County Down, Northern Ireland. Newtown Butler, a village in County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. Newtown Forbes, a village in County Longford, Ireland. Newtown, plural of Newt. Newtown, a village in Angus Council area, Scotland. West Grid Ref No 2941. Nova, to vamp up something fresh, to furbish up anew, to revamp. Novapt, simple past and past participle of nuvem. Novape, present participle and gerund of nuvem. Novaps, third person singular simple present indicative of nuvem. Nouveau, a surname. Nouveaux, plural of nouveau. Newcastle, a city in New South Wales. Nuyorican, alternative form of Nuyorican. Nuyorican's, plural of Nuyorican. Nuyorican, rare spelling of New Yorkian. Nudak, news reporting that aims to entertain more than to inform. Next, abbreviation of Navy Exchange, a department store chain operated by the United States Navy exclusively for the military and their families, allies, and certain other individuals. Next, archaic form of next. Next, alternative spelling of next. Nexal, relating to a nexus. Nexuriting, an opioid analgesic that structurally resembles pethidine and tramadol. Nexalin, a particular protein that binds actin filaments. Nexa, a protein that constitutes a link between microtubules in cilia and flagella. Nexi, the annulaire of the uzang. Nexines, plural of nexine. Nexons, plural of nexon. Necha, a kind of occult gate or portal. Nexons, plural of nexion. Nexa, the proposed withdrawal of the Netherlands from the European Union. Nexapamal, a particular calcium channel blocker. Nexopathies, plural of nexopathy. Nexopathy, any disease associated with a neural nexus. Next time, in computational complexity theory, a complexity class in which the set of decision problems can be solved by a non-deterministic Turing machine using time the 2n letter 1d3c. Next, nearest in place or position having nothing similar intervening, adjoining. Next big thing, alternative letter case form of next big thing. Next big thing, the most recent fad or trend. Next big things, plural of next big thing. Next big things, plural of next big thing.
Here we go.
Next door. In an adjacent building, room, or place. Next 11. 11 countries: Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Mexico, Nigeria, Pakistan, the Philippines, South Korea, Turkey, and Vietnam, identified in 2005 as having high potential of joining the BRICS countries as some of the world's largest economies in the 21st century. Next friend. A person who represents another person who is under disability or otherwise unable to maintain a suit on their own behalf, and who does not have a legal guardian. Next friend, plural of next friend. Next generation, the succeeding generation. Next generation networking, the transmission of voice, data, video, and any other form of information in packets over the same network. Next generations, plural of next generation. Next level, a significantly more advanced or unusual state or situation. Next level, plural of next level. Next life, the afterlife. Next, relating to the following time after the subsequent time. Next of kin, closest blood relative, heir to inheritance. Next store, egg corn of next door. Next thing one knows, suddenly, out of the blue. Next time, on the following occasion as opposed to this time. Next to, beside, alongside, by, adjacent to, or near. Next to last. Penultimate one before the end of a series, placed immediately before the end in a sequence. Next to no time. Very little time. Next to nothing. Very little. Next tomorrow. On the day after tomorrow. Next up. That which is next, the next to be up. Next whirl, afterlife. Next day, relating to the following day, often regarding a provided service. Next door, that occupies an adjacent place, especially the building immediately to the left or right. Next gen, provided service. Next door, that occupies an adjacent place, especially the building immediately to the left or right. Next gen, next generation. Next generation, expected or intended to supersede present-day technology. Next generation network, alternative form of next-generation networking. Next level, significantly more advanced, better, or more extreme. Next to last, alternative form of next to last. Next born, the child born after the previous one. Nextborns, plural of next born. Next door, alternative spelling of next door. Next gen, alternative form of next gen. Next day, the continual process of predicting what is likely to happen next, based on external stimuli. Next stage, in the subsequent issue of a periodical. Nextly, in the next place. Next. Nextness, the fact or condition of immediate succession or proximity, the quality of being next. Nextnesses, plural of nextness. Nextstep, an object-oriented, multitasking operating system developed by NeXT Computer in the late 1980s and early 1990s, based on Unix. Nextstep, named for a set of projects that aim to develop technology for human spaceflight in deep space exploration. Nexo, a contract in early ancient Rome in which the debtor pledged his own person as collateral should he default on his loan, thus risking becoming a slave to the creditor. Nexus, a form or state of connection. Nexus, plural of nexus. Nexus, plural of nexus. Nexuses, plural of nexus. Nexuses, plural of nexus. A surname. Nayana, a flowering plant of species Dracæna trifasciata, mother-in-law's tongue. Nair, a surname from German. Nairs, plural of Nair. Neighbor, obsolete form of neighbor. Nagbor, obsolete form of neighbor. Nagbors, plural of nagbor. Nagers, plural of nager. Nager, archaic form of neighbor. Nager, obsolete form of neighbor. Nagers, plural of neighbor. Nagers, plural of neighbor. Nayhart, plural of neighbor. Nayhart, a surname from German. Nayarts, plural of Nayhart. Nay, a monoclinic prismatic galena white mineral containing bismuth, copper, lead, silver, and sulfur. Nayland, a surname. Naylands, plural of Nayland. Naon, a surname from Irish. Naons, plural of Nailon. Nera, a surname. Name in Pearson lemma. A lemma stating that when performing a hypothesis test Petiro and H1 theta equals theta 1, than the likelihood ratio test, which rejects H0 in favor of H1 when lambda x equals L theta x slash L theta x slash eta, where P lambda x less eta H0 equals alpha is the most powerful test of size alpha for a threshold eta. Naira, a surname. Nairas, plural of Naira, a surname. Nairas, plural of Naira. Nez, plural of Nay. Nez Perce, a Native American people who live in the Pacific Northwest region, Columbia River Plateau of the United States. Nez Perce County, one of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Lewiston. Nezahualcóyotl, a large city and municipality of the state of Mexico, Mexico. Nezaloff syndrome, a congenital immunodeficiency due to underdevelopment of the thymus. Nezarba, a town in Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China, formerly a township. Nezhigol, a small river in Belgorod Oblast, Russia, near Ukraine. The town of Shebekino sits near the mouth of the Nezhigol, where it flows into the Donets. Nezhukumatafel, a surname from Malayalam.
Here we go.
Neb, alternative form of Nuji. Nebs, plural of Nezib. Nel, a town and commune in Algeria. Nesvers, a small city, the county seat of Lewis County, Idaho, United States. Meh, a woman of great pulchritude. F, initialism of Newfoundland and Labrador, a Canadian province. NFA, initialism of no fixed abode. NFI, simple past and past participle of NFA. NFI, present participle and gerund of NFA. And that, simple past and past participle of NFA. NFE, simple past and past participle of NFA. NFA, present participle and gerund of NFA. NFA, third person singular simple present indicative of NFA. Skay, Biskay. Present indicative of NFA. NF Biskay, initialism of not for British school kids, general euphemism to replace an expletive similar to help. AC, initialism of National Football Conference. NSA, initialism of Supreme Court of Newfoundland and Labrador Court of Appeal. NSCC, initialism of National Foundation for Credit Counseling. NSC, plural of NFC. NFD, initialism of normalization form canonical decomposition. NFD, abbreviation of not further defined. NFDRS, initialism of National Fire Danger Rating System. NFD, plural of NFD. NFSC, initialism of Nottingham Forest Football Club. NFFO, initialism of non-fossil fuel obligation. NFFO, plural of NFFO. NFG, initialism of Newfound Glory, an American pop-punk band formed in 1997. NFI, initialism of non-football injury, any injuries sustained by a player outside of games or training. NFID, acronym of National Foundation for Infectious Diseases. NFI, plural of NFI. NFJS, initialism of Nigella Franceschetti-Gattason syndrome. NFGC, initialism of normalization form compatibility K composition. NFKD, initialism of normalization form compatibility KD composition. FL, initialism of National Football League. NFLD, abbreviation of Newfoundland and Labrador, a province of Canada. NFLD, abbreviation of Newfoundland and Labrador, a province of Canada. NFL, someone who plays in the NFL. AFLers, plural of NFL. SLS, initialism of Newton's flaming laser sword. SLX, abbreviation of Netflix. FB, initialism of not-for-profit. And FAA, initialism of National Fire Protection Association. And FBO, initialism of not-for-profit organization. And FBO, plural of NFBO. FB, plural of NFP. NFR, initialism of not for resale. NFRS, initialism of Nottinghamshire Fire and Rescue Service. FS, initialism of not for sale. NFSB, initialism of National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. NFT, initialism of Norfolk Island time. NFT, simple past and past participle of NFT. NFTED, simple past and past participle of NFT. NFT, present participle of NFT. FT, plural of NFT. AFU, initialism of National Farmers Union. AFRI, initialism of Network Function Virtualization. AFC, initialism of No-Fly Zone. FC, plural of NFC. NG, initialism of Natural Gas. NG, a surname from Chinese. NG Plus, initialism of New Game Plus. Initialism of National Governors Association. A surname from Eastern Min. Ngabi letter 1EA3Y. A city in H letter 1EADU Jiang Province. It's Vietnam. And the Mapi, archaic form of Ngapi. And Miniatura, alternative spelling of Nganyaja. In Maniata, and indigenous Australian cultural group of Western Australia. Ngatjara, a Pamanundan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in Central Australia, a major dialect of the Western Desert language group. An indigenous people residing within the territories of Panama and Costa Rica in Central America. Ngatjara, alternative spelling of Ngatjara. Ndaju, synonym of Ngajimea. Ngajimea, an Aboriginal Australian people of the Goldfields Esperance region of Western Australia. And that, any of three Chinese surnames of Cantonese origin used primarily in Hong Kong. Ngai camphor, the flowering plant Blumia balsamifera. Meh, alternative form of Ngen dialect of the Bang language. Ngao, an evergreen tree of species Mayaporum ledum, native to New Zealand. Ngaos, plural of Ngao. Marinbam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Andaka, a traditional Satho witch doctor. Andakas, plural of Ngaka. Inthala, a local government area of Borno State, Nigeria. Ngalema, the ancient Meitei goddess of fish and aquatic life. Ngaliwiru, a Jama and Jungan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in the Victoria River area of northern Australia. Ngalkpan, a Gunwaniguan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in Gunbalania in West Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory. Nap, one of the Sera languages spoken in Chad and the Central African Republic. And Ngamilant, one of the first-level administrative subdivisions of Botswana. Lunamo, a Chadic language of Nigeria. And a surname. Nengmi, synonym of Nganjiti Ameri. Nganjiti Kirangur, synonym of Nganjiti Ameri. Nganjiti Ameri, an Aboriginal language spoken in the Dali River region of the Northern Territory of Australia of the Southern Dali language family. Nada, obsolete spelling of Nagana. And Nganasan, a member of a people who live in the extreme northwest of Siberia. Nganasani, plural of Nganasan. Nganasans, plural of Nganasan. And Nandi, a Gunwaniguan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in the Rose River area of East Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory. And Aga, a surname from the Bantu languages. And Nangas, plural of Nganga. And Nadba, a Mede surname from Manipuri. And Ninjala, a language of Angola. And Nankari, a traditional healer in certain Aboriginal groups. And then plural of Ngankari. And Adgo, a Mede surname from Manipuri. And Mela, the Gangla people of Angola. And Anaway, alternative form of Anhui. And Genki Kirankur, a non-Pamanungan Australian Aboriginal prefixing language spoken at Dali River in the north of the Northern Territory. A Nekin, alternative form of Anking. A Nenning, dated form of Anning. A Nans, plural of Ngan. A Nanu Lema, the ancient Mede goddess of ducks and waterfowl.
Invincible.
And Thapi, alternative form of Ngapi. And Davi, a pungent Burmese condiment made from fermented and compressed fish or shrimp pastes. And Napuhi, a member of a Maori people or Iwi of the Northland region of New Zealand. And Narabana, synonym of Arabana, an Aboriginal Australian people. And Kardu, alternative form of Nardu. And Mary, a female given name from the indigenous Australian languages. And Very, a Mede traditional food item made of ingredients such as fermented fish. In Garenman, a Pamanungan Australian Aboriginal suffixing language spoken in the Wave Hill and Victoria River regions of the Northern Territory. In Darnier, a Warren Australian Aboriginal prefixing language spoken in the Derby region of Western Australia. In Arluma, a Pamanungan Australian Aboriginal suffixing language spoken at Roebourne in the Pilbara region of Western Australia, closely related to Yinjabarndi. In Barangi, a non-Pamanungan Australian Aboriginal suffixing language spoken in the Barkly Tableland region of Northern Australia. In Garangeri, a member of the Australian Aboriginal group native to the Lower Murray River and Korong area of Australia. A Nukik, of or belonging to a small language family of Central Australia consisting of Worldmanba and Warlpiri and related to the neighboring Ngumban languages. In Ngaruawahia, a town in the Waikato, New Zealand. And that plural of Nga. And Gaiskban, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. And Gay Spem, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. And Thati, local or tribal group. And Gao Kai Wan, an area of Wang Tai Sin District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. And Gao Tao Ka, an area of Kwun Tong District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. And Marangra, a suburb of Wellington, Wellington Region, New Zealand, on Wellington Harbour northeast of the city. And Goruho, a volcanic cone in New Zealand. And Dawa, a Tibetan and Kiang autonomous prefecture in Sichuan, China. Nuafa, a boiling spring. And Nahes, plural of Nvaha. And Bawi, a city in Indonesia located in the center of the island of Java and Ngawi Regency. And Malay, an extinct Australian Aboriginal language formerly spoken in Queensland that used to question the listener. In Gayarda, a group of closely related languages of the Pama-Nyungan family in the Pilbara region of Western Australia. And AB, initialism of Nambu Goldstone Basin. And Jibaka, a language family, a subfamily of Ibangian. And Jibandi, a member of an ethnic group of the Southern Central African Republic and Northern Congo, traditionally farmers. And AB, plural of NGB. And JC, initialism of National Gallery of Canada. And Izia, initialism of no gluten-containing ingredients. And JCP, initialism of National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. The initialism of Nation of Gods and Earths. And Dij, the fish Oriacromis esculentus. And Jages, plural of Njij. And that is surname from Eastern Min. Then, an East Santo language spoken on a Espiritu Santo in Vanuatu. And Jangomri, an alternative name for Ngankikirankur, a non-Pama-Nyungan Australian Aboriginal prefixing language spoken in Dali River in the north of the Northern Territory. And there, abbreviation of Mendio Station Arit. And there, plural of Njeo. And now, Stinyi Miserly. And Jeralmai, the capital city of Palau in which the government offices are located. And AF, initialism of nerve growth factor, a neurotrophic factor and neuropeptide involved in the growth of peripheral nerve cells. And Gigataki, an island in the New Georgia Islands within Western Province, Solomon Islands. And GH letter when easy. Name from Vietnamese and means plural of Nguyen. That initialism of non-governmental individual. And there, initialism of National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. The alternative form of Ngen dialect of the alternative form of Ngen dialect of the Bang language. Njena, the gorilla. Njanas, plural of Njina. Njinda, a Bantu language of Tanzania. Ozai, plural of NJI. Anjizan, a people of Yobe, Nigeria. Njika, an extinct Paman language formerly spoken on the Cape York Peninsula of Queensland, Australia. Ndal, abbreviation of natural gas liquids derived from natural gas. NDL, alternative letter case form of NGL. NJL, plural of NJL. NJMI, abbreviation of not gonna make it. NJMI, alternative, letter case form of NGMI. NGN, initialism of next generation networking. And the initialism of non-governmental organization. And a surname from Vietnamese in turn from Hokkien. And No Hang, a southern Chinese dish of various meats and vegetables, etc. seasoned with 5-spice powder. And Go Quy letter 1EC1N, an urban district of Haiphong, Vietnam. Antiozation, the process by which a society is influenced by the arrival of non-governmental organizations. Antiozation, alternative spelling of NGOzation. NGOification, synonym of NGOzation. And Alos, a barangay of Guiuan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Ngama, a large social dancing event in parts of Africa. Ngama drum, any of a set of drums used in Bantu music, traditionally made of wood covered with cow skin. Ngama drums, plural of Ngama drum. Ngamas, plural of Ngama. Ngamia, KW Adza. Ngoni, a member of a particular ethnic group of East Africa, mainly living in Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia. Nganas, plural of Ngoni. Ngor, a Bantu language of Tanzania. Anuk, plural of Ndao. Anus, plural of Ngo. NDP, initialism of natural growth promoter, feed additives for farm animals. NDP, plural of NGP. Ngikika, any member of a tribe of the Rarhid Xhosa who moved westwards over the K River away from the Xhosa heartland. Ngikikas, plural of Ngikika. Ndia, initialism of National Grid Reference. Engram, alternative form of engram. Engrams, plural of engram. Engrai, initialism of not guilty by reason of insanity. Ndiak, plural of Ndiak. Nds, initialism of National Genealogical Society. Ng, plural of Ng. Nds, plural of Ng. Ndsb, initial of no girlfriend since birth. NDSD, initialism of New Guinea singing dog. NDSD, plural of NDSD. NDSO, abbreviation of Mediostigene Yarit. NDSO, plural of NDSO. NDSD, initialism of New Generation Space Telescope. NDSD, plural of NGSD. Hello, abbreviation of non-gonococcal urethritis. Hello, abbreviation of nitroguanidine. Hello, a surname. Nguyen, of or relating to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, born 1938, Kenyan writer. And when, alternative form of Ngen dialect of the Bang language. In Neltrum, the official currency of Bhutan, equal to 100 chetrums. Engultrums, plural of Engultrum. and Nulu, a type of sword used for executions by Bantu people. In Gilambara, an Aboriginal clan in Fraser Island in eastern Queensland. And Nubbin, a small Pamunyungan language family of Central Australia, consisting of the languages Walmatjarri, Jaru, Gurindji, and Ludbura. Ngumban, alternative form of Ngumban. Ngunnawal, alternative form of Ngunnawal. Nguni, the group of Southern African peoples comprising the Zulu, Xhosa, Swazi, Mpondo, and Ndebele nations. Ngunnawal, an Aboriginal people of southern New South Wales and the Australian Capital Territory. Ngurungita, a headman or tribal leader in certain Australian Aboriginal tribes in the Woiwurrung language group. Ngurungitas, plural of Ngurungita. Ngus, plural of Ngu. Anai, a surname from Vietnamese. Nguyen, a Vietnamese surname. Nguyen, plural of Nguyen. Nais, plural of Ngai. Ngwa, a clan within the Igbo people of Nigeria. Ngwado, synonym of Bamangwado. Ngwi, a currency of Zambia 100 of Kwacha. Nguis, plural of Ngwi. Ngwe, alternative form of Y. The march which later became Liang. At H, initialism of New Hampshire, a state of the United States. At Shay, initialism of National Housing Authority. NHA Trang, as did in Vietnam. Nào, a surname from Vietnamese. Nhamatand, a town and district in Sofala province, Mozambique. Nhambikora, alternative form of Nambikora. Nams, plural of Nham. The surname. Nant, plural of Nhan. NR, initialism of Ningxia Hui Autonomous Region and Administrative Region of China. NHB, abbreviation of Northumberland. NHBC, initialism of National House Building Council. NHC, initialism of N-hetero cyclic carbene. NHEP, initialism of National Historical Commission of the Philippines. NHA, plural of NHC. NHD, initialism of Nuclear Hydrogen Detection Meter. NHT, plural of NHD. NHE, initialism of Normal Hydrogen Electrode. Nhingatu, a Tupian trade language spoken in Brazil. Nhingatu, alternative form of Nhingatu. NHE, plural of NHE. NHG, initialism of New High German. NHHC, initialism of Naval History. And Heritage Command. NHI, acronym of No Human Involved describing a crime committed against a person deemed societally undesirable. NF, initialism of National Health Insurance Fund. NHK, initialism of Nippon Hoso Kyokai, a Japanese public broadcaster. NHL, initialism of non-Hodgkin lymphoma. NHLangwini, an extinct Bantu language of South Africa. NHLBI, initialism of National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute. NHLer, someone who plays ice hockey in the NHL. NHLers, plural of NHLer. NHL, plural of NHL. NHN, initialism of nickel hydrazine nitrate and explosive. NHNF, initialism of no harm, no foul. NHB, abbreviation of Northamptonshire or Northampton. NHRI, abbreviation of National Heart Rate Association. NHS, initialism of National Health Service. NH, plural of NH. NHS Trust, a self-governing administrative body within the NHS, usually a group of hospitals. NHS Trusts, plural of NHS Trusts. NH says, plural of NHS. NHSA, acronym of National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. NHA, initialism of Nominal Hazard Zone. NHA, plural of NHC. NI, initialism of no idea. Nai, a surname from China. Nivan, alternative letter case form of Nivan. Nivanuatu, alternative letter case form of Nivanuatu. N, initialism of New Indo-Aryan. N, a female given name. Na, initialism of National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism. Naya, initialism of National Iranian American Council. Niacin, a water-soluble vitamin, a component of vitamin B complex found in meat, yeast, and dairy products. It is essential to metabolism. Niacinamide, the name of niacin. Niacinamides, plural of niacinamide, salt or ester of niacin-nicotinic acid, especially inositol niacinate, which is sometimes prescribed instead of niacin. Niacinates, plural of niacinate. Niacidin, a form of niacin that is bound up in a complex with hemicellulose and thus nutritionally unavailable. Niagara, a river, the Niagara River, which flows from Lake Erie over Niagara Falls into Lake Ontario, the geographical region of the United States and Canada in proximity to this river. Niagara County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Lockport. Niagara Falls, a waterfall in Niagara River, Niagara region, on the international border between Canada and United States, in both Ontario and New York State. Massive waterfalls located on the Niagara River. Niagara Grape, a large, juicy, sweet-smelling, green North American grape which has a pleasant, foxy flavor. A variety of Vitis labrusca which is eaten and used in the production of wines, jams, and white grape juice, but which is a poor shipping grape. Niagara grapes, plural of Niagara grape. Niagara River, a river in North America flowing to the north from Lake Erie to Lake Ontario and including the Niagara Falls. Niagara-on-the-Lake, a town in the regional municipality of Niagara, Ontario, Canada. Niagara, simple past and past participle of Niagara. Niagarang, present participle and gerund of Niagara. Niagaran, of or relating to Niagara. Niagarans, plural of Niagaran. Niagaras, plural of Niagara. Niagara, spelling of Niagara. Niai, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, manganese, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Yet, initialism of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Nialamide, a monoamine oxidase inhibitor antidepressant chemically related to iproniazide. Nialamides, plural of nialamide. Niall, a male given name from Irish or Scottish Gaelic used in Ireland and Scotland since the Middle Ages. Niamey, the capital city of Niger. Noah, initialism of National Institute of Arthritis and Musculoskeletal and Skin Diseases. Nyan, a surname from Chinese. Nyanfo, Nenbutsu. Nak, a surname. Nan is plural of Nyang. Nyante, a member of a tribe of New England Native Americans who lived in Connecticut and Rhode Island during the early colonial period. Nyantics, plural of Nyantic. Nyasong, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Nyasang, alternative form of Nyasong. Nivale, Melaleuca quinquenervia, the broad-leaved paperbark, a mutaceous tree whose essential oil is used in cosmetics and herbal medicine. Niois, plural of Nioi. Nioprasine, a particular antihistamine drug derived from piperazine. Niapru, any of a range of anionic surfactants. Nairo, a settlement along the southwest coast of the Isle of Man, bordering the Irish Sea. Na, initialism of non-intentionally added substances. Na, an island of Indonesia, located on the western coast of Sumatra. Niazi, a surname. Niazis, plural of Niazi. Niazman, a surname from Persian. Now, initialism of newly initiated brother. Now, the tip of a pen or tool that touches the surface, transferring ink to paper. Nib pen. A pen, usually a fountain pen, but formerly often a dip pen in which the ink flows through a narrow gap in a nib, usually metal by capillary action. Nib pens, plural of nib pen. Nib sugar, a product of refined white sugar that is very coarse, hard, opaque, white, and does not melt at temperatures typically used for baking. Nib sugars, plural of nib sugar. Nibco, a gentleman. Nirmana, synonym of nirvana. Nirmanas, plural of nibbana. Nirvanic, alternative form of nirvanic. Novus, plural of nibba. Note, having a nib or point. Never, an instrument for cutting the nib of a pen. Nevers, plural of never. Nevis, plural of nibby. Nevi, present participle and gerund nib. Nevelable, alternative form of nibblable. Noel, to take a small, quick bite or several of such bites of something. Nibble fish, synonym of red gara. Nibbleable, able or suitable to be nibbled. Nibble, simple past and past participle of nibble. Nibbler, someone who nibbles in various senses. Nibblers, plural of nibbler. Nibbles, small forms of finger food or snacks such as nuts or potato chips, crisps, often eaten as an accompaniment to drinks. Nibble song, characterized or marked by nibbling. Nibbleless, second person singular simple present indicative of nibble. Nibble, third person singular simple present indicative of nibble. Nibbles, plural of nibbly. Nibblin, pronunciation spelling of nibbling. Nibble, the act or sound of one who nibbles. Nibbling, in a nibbling manner with small bites. Nibblings, plural of nibbling. Nibble, prone to or suitable for nibbling. Nebby, a crook or walking stick. Nibe croaker, a marine fish found near Japan and in the East China Sea. Nibe amitagiriac. Nibe croakers, plural of Nibe croaker. Niblar, a member of a supernatural underground race that guarded treasures and gold searched for and eventually seized by Siegfried. Nibelungen, plural of Nibelung. Nibelungen, of or relating to the Nibelung, the royal family or lineage of the Burgundians who settled in the early 5th century at Worms. Nibelungs, plural of Nibelung. Nibert, a surname. Niberts, plural of Nibert. Nibiru, a supposed planet in a highly elliptic orbit around the sun. Nebli, a surname. Neblax, plural of Niblak. Neblas, without a nib. Nebla, a kernel of corn, usually from a can. Neblat, plural of niblet. Niblet, a surname. Neblets, plural of niblet. Neblet, a village in Westerly Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. West Ridref SD 693,822. Nebles, plural of nibbly. Nebwe, a metal-headed golf club with a large, highly lofted head, replaced by a sand iron or wedge in a modern set of clubs. Niblick shot, a shot traversing a short distance that requires the use of a sand wedge, typically taken from a bunker. Niblick shots, plural of niblick shot. Neblick, simple past and past participle of niblick. Neblick, present participle and gerund of niblick. Neblex, plural of niblick. Nebli, resembling or characteristic of the nib of a pen. Nebli, used especially as a gender-neutral term, the child of one's sibling or sibling-in-law, one's nephew or niece. Nibblings, plural of nibbling. Nebla.
Invincible.
A surname. Neblox, plural of niblock. Never, abbreviation of no independence before majority rule, a policy adopted by the United Kingdom requiring the implementation of majority rule in a colony rather than rule by the white colonial minority before the colony could be granted independence. Nebmeister, a technician who customizes, fine-tunes, or repairs fountain pen nibs. Nebar, the Aeon pound tree Angispermatic Gilarium. Nebis, plural of Nebon. Neboshi, Japanese dried infant sardines, used in snacks and as seasoning for soup, stocks, and other foods. Nidial. Alternative form of Nibril. Nibril, a metal alloy made of nickel, bronze, and aluminium, often used for underwater parts of ships and boats, such as propellers, stabilizers, and foils. Nidials, plural of Nibiral. Nibrils, plural of Nibril. Nibrix saying, a topical and infective drug. Nebus, initialism of National Incident-Based Reporting System. Neb, plural of NIP. Neb, plural of Nib. Nebizal, gentlemanly. Nebutcher, synonym of Nurchinsk, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Neba, alternative form of Nibon. Nevis, plural of Nebun. Net, acronym of Nursing Interventions Classification. Net, a diminutive of the female given name Nicola, Nishola, and Nicole. Nig.dam, abbreviation of Nicolaus Damascenus. Neda, Nicaraguan. NICAD, alternative letter case form of NICAD. NEDAD, rechargeable nickel-cadmium battery. NICADs, plural of NICAD. NECAD, plural of NACAD. Nene, former name of Iznik, a town in Bursa province, Turkey, famed for the 325 CE church council that composed the Nicene Creed. Nahim, of or relating to Nicaea. Nagans, plural of Nicaean. Nikifnine, an analgesic drug. Nicanopral. A beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Neta, initialism of mere instantaneous companded audio multiplex, an early form of lossy compression for digital audio. Nekantilaka, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, including full-bloods and mixed bloods, regarded as one people or one nation. Nekanartine, an antilipidemic drug. Nicander, a male given name from Latin Nicander in turn from ancient Greek Nu Iota Kappa Alpha Nu Deltaro Omicron Sigma Nicandros. Nicandrenon, a steroidal lactone found in Nicandra species. Nicandrenons, plural of Nicandrenon. Nicandrian, of or relating to Nicander of Colophon, an ancient Greek poet, physician, and grammarian. Necani, a kind of oriental cloth. Necaneas, plural of Nicani. Necaner, a surname from Spanish. Necaners, plural of Nicaner. Necar, abbreviation of Nicaragua. Nicaragua, a country in Central America. Official name, Republic of Nicaragua. Sea Pit al Legame. Nicaragua wood. Brazil wood. Nicaraguan, of, from, or pertaining to Nicaragua or the people of Nicaragua. Nicaraguan Revolution, a period of armed conflict in Nicaragua from 1978 to 1990 between the Socialist Sandinista National Liberation Front FSLN and the ruling Somoza dictatorship. After 1979, it also involved the Contras. Nicaraguanness, quality of being Nicaraguan. Nicaraguans, plural of Nicaraguan. Nicarao, an indigenous Nahua people inhabiting western Nicaragua and northwestern Costa Rica. Niguran, a calcium channel blocker. Nicarbazin, a particular calciostat. Nicardipine, a calcium channel blocker used to treat high blood pressure and angina. Neda, plural of Nika. Negasio, a surname. Negasios, plural of Nicasio. Negastrin, a protease that is a regulator of neprilysin. Nicastro, a surname from Italian. Nicastros, plural of Nicastro. Nicator, any of several passerine birds in the genus Nicator. Nicators, plural of Nicator. Nita, alternative spelling of Nika. Neta, plural of Nika. Neta, plural of Nika. Net, initialism of neonatal intrahepatic cholestasis caused by citrin deficiency. Nicolai, synonym of Nicoline. Nicolites, plural of Nicolite. Nico, a surname. Nicams, plural of Nicum. NICE, acronym of National Institute for Health and Care Excellence. NICE, a coastal city, the capital of Alpes Maritimes Department in the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region in southeast France. Nice and, pleasingly, adequately. Nice as ninepence. Perfectly all right. Fine. Nice as pie. Very nice. Nice cream. Any of various manner ice cream substitutes. Nice creams. Plural of nice cream. Nice guy. An inoffensive adult male who desires romantic companionship but who is too bland and uninspiring to be attractive. Nice guy syndrome. A phenomenon in which a man thinks that he deserves romantic or sexual attention from women by virtue of being nice. Nice guys. Plural of nice guy. Nice guys finish last. People who are decent, friendly, and agreeable tend to be unsuccessful because they are outmaneuvered or overwhelmed by others who are not so decent, friendly, or agreeable. Nice knowing you. A farewell for when the speaker thinks or knows that they will never see the recipient again. Goodbye forever. Nice model. A scenario for the dynamical evolution of the solar system, proposing the migration of the giant planets from an initial compact configuration into their present positions, long after the dissipation of the initial protoplanetary gas disk. Nice Snellies. Plural of nice Nelly. Nice Nelly. A prudish or excessively modest person. Nice one. An exclamation of praise or encouragement. Nice to meet you. A polite expression used when the speaker is first introduced to someone. Nice try. Used to express that somebody made a worthy attempt. Nice try, Diddy. Alternative form of nice try, Diddy. Nice try, Diddy. Commented on opposed to imply that Sean Combs' Diddy is behind the material in question. Nice weather for ducks. Rainy weather. Nice work if you can get it. Used to describe a job that is unusually desirable, but not easy to get. Nice but dim. Good-natured, while also being rather unintelligent. Nice looking. Pleasing to the eye. Attractive. Nice Nelliness. The state or quality of being a nice Nelly. Prudishness or excessive modesty. Nice Nelly. Prudish or excessively modest. Nice Nelly. Alternative form of nice Nelly. Nice Nellyism. prudishness or excessive modesty. Nice-Nellyism. Alternative form of Nice-Nellyism. Nice-Nellyisms. Plural of Nice-Nellyism. Nice-Nellyisms. Plural of Nice-Nellyism.
Here we go.
Nice-nice. Overly nice interaction, often as a way to make up for past slights or curry favor for the future. Nice to have, a feature that a product or service being designed would ideally have, though it may be impractical at present. Nice to haves, plural of nice to have. Nicer, alternative form of Nikia isning. Nice, simple past and past participle of nice. Nice fuck, a radical feminist who is cordial and patient in their approach. Nicefums, plural of nicefum. Nice-ish, somewhat or rather nice. Nicewear, comparative form of nicely, more nicely. Niceoist, superlative form of nicely, most nicely. Niceling, an effeminate, tender, or delicate individual. Nicelings, plural of niceling. Niceling, the surname. Nicelies, plural of nicely. Nicen, to become nicer. Nicen up. The Nicene, Nicene, of or pertaining to Nicaea. Nicene Creed, the first official creed of the early Christian church, stating the basic tenets of the Christian faith, including the homoousian nature of the Holy Trinity. Nicene Faith, synonym of Nicene Creed. Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed, the first official creed of the early Christian church, defined by the councils in Nicaea 325 CE and Constantinople 381 CE. Nicene, simple past and past participle of Nicene. Nicened up, simple past and past participle of Nicene up. Nicenes, plural of Nicene. Niceness, silliness, folly. Nicenesses, plural of niceness. Nicening, present participle and gerund of nicen. Nicening up. Present participle and gerund of nicen up. Niceno Constantinopolitan, of or relating to the Nicene Creed, one believed to have been adopted at the Second Ecumenical Council held in Constantinople in 381 as a modification of the original Nicene Creed of 325. Nicens, third person singular simple present indicative of Nicen. Nicens up, third person singular simple present indicative of Nicen up. Nicephorus, a male given name from ancient Greek of mostly historical use. Nicer, initialism of neutron star interior composition explorer, a future NASA Explorers program mission of opportunity. Nicer, comparative form of nice, more nice. Nicer darling, an ergot derivative used to treat senile dementia and other disorders with vascular origins. Niceries, plural of nicery. Nicerotroph, a niacin derivative used as a hypolipidemic agent. Nicery, nicety. Nisos, third person singular simple present indicative of nice. Nisus, superlative form of nice, most nice. Niceties, plural of nicety. Nicety, a small detail or distinction. Nicerine, a nicotinic agonist. Niceville, a city in Florida. Nicey, a female given name, diminutive of Eunice. Nicey, alternative form of Nicey. Nice, alternative form of Nicey. Nice, especially in an impotent or insincere fashion. Niche, a cavity, hollow, or recess, generally within the thickness of a wall, for a statue, bust, or other erect ornament. Niche market, a relatively small and specialist, yet profitable, market. Niche marketing, the finding and exploitation of niche markets. Niche markets, plural of niche market. Niche, it a niche. Nicheless, without a niche. Nichelessness, absence of a niche. Nichelle, a female given name. Nichelson, a surname. Nichelsons, plural of Nichelson. Niches, the quality of be highly specialized or targeting a very small audience or market. Nayer, alternative form of nigger to name. Nesher, simple past and past participle of nesher. Mishering, present participle and gerund of mesher. Nisher, third person singular simple present indicative of nesher. Netches, plural of niche. Niches,
Invincible.
superlative form of niche, most niche. Hey, niche, not mainstream but serving a narrow market or audience. Nichification, specialization in order to target particular niches. Nishal, Nile. Niche, present participle and gerund of niche. Nethair, a Buddhist sect of Japan based on the teachings of the Buddhist priest Nichiren 1222-1282, who claimed that the Lotus Sutra contained the only way to salvation. Nichiren Buddhism, a branch of Buddhism based on the teachings of the 13th century Japanese monk Nichiren, noted for its focus on the Lotus Sutra and an attendant belief that all people have an innate Buddha nature and are therefore inherently capable of attaining enlightenment in their current form and present lifetime. Neva, a Scottish and Irish surname transferred from the given name derived from the given name Nicholas. Nishola, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Nicola. Nishalaism, the supposed sin of clergy marrying or living with women. Nishaladen, alternative form of Nicolaitan. Nishalatans, plural of Nishalatan. Nekas, a male given name from ancient Greek, notably born by St. Nicholas of Myre, on whom Father Christmas is based. Nicholas County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Carlisle, named after George Nicholas. Neckausas, plural of Nicholas. Nisholasville, a city, the county seat of Jessamine County, Kentucky, United States. Nisholtz, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nishol, a female given name from ancient Greek, a less common spelling of Nicole. Nishol Forest, a civil parish in Cumberland District, Cumbria, England, previously in city of Carlisle District. Nishaling, created by, in the style of, or pertaining to any of several people named Nicholas. Neshalite, a member of a Quaker-influenced religious movement formed in the 1700s. Nishalites, plural of Nishalite. Nishal, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nishals, a surname transferred from the given name. Nishal algorithm, a fast algorithm for line clipping that reduces the chances of clipping a single line segment multiple times. Nekals, a surname transferred from the given name. Nekawson, a surname transferred from the given name. Neshalsanite, a zynsiferous variety of aragonite. Nishaltown, a predominantly African-American community in Greenville, South Carolina, United States. Neshanich, a chimerite in which the attacker places a leg in front of his opponent's leg at the knee, then sweeps back with his leg and pulls the opponent forward over the leg. Nishra, an alloy of nickel and chromium, typically 80% nickel and 20% chromium, used to make heating elements. Nishromite, an isometric hexacohedral black mineral containing aluminum, chromium, cobalt, iron, nickel, and oxygen. Nesher, a surname. Neshers, plural of Nesher. Nesai, initialism of negative and chemical ionization. Nicing, present participle and gerund of nice. Nekish, dated form of Nicish. A diminutive of the male given name Nicholas. Nick and Nora, a glass with a long stem and a high-sided bowl with a narrow mouth and a moderate capacity, being taller than a coupe but smaller than a flute, used to serve cocktails. Nick and Noras, plural of Nick and Nora. Nick and Nora, alternative form of Nick and Nora. Nick of time, alternative form of nick of time, in time. Nick off, to leave, especially in a hurry. Nick point, a point at which a river suffers a break of slope in its long profile. The current point of rejuvenation working upstream. Nick points. Plural of Nick point. Nick translation, a tagging technique in molecular biology in which DNA polymerase I is used to replace some of the nucleotides of a DNA sequence with the labeled analogs, creating a tagged sequence which can be used as a probe in hybridization or blotting techniques. Nick up, to nick or notch someone or something many times. Neck bent, engaging in homosexual relationships only while in prison and segregated from the opposite sex. Nedknack, alternative spelling of knick-knack. Knickknacks, plural of knick-knack. Nickname, uncommon form of nickname. Nicknames, plural of nickname. Nick of time, just in time. Nick time, in the nick of time. Neckarball, capable of being nicked given a small cut or clip. Nickals, a surname originating as a patronymic. Niconan Night, a traditional Cornish feast held on the Monday before Lent, during which local youths would undertake acts of minor vandalism and play practical jokes. Nickar, synonym of nigger nut. Nickar nut, alternative form of nigger nut. Nickar nuts, plural of nickar nut. Neckars, plural of nickar. Neckase, any enzyme that causes Nix breaks in one strand of nucleic acid, allowing it to unwind. Neccases, plural of nickase. Simple past and past participle of nick. Nick daw. Simple past and past participle of nick off. Nick jaw. Covered in nicks. Nickel and dime. Small time, operating on a small scale, involving small amounts of money. Petty or cheap. Nickel and dime. Simple past and past participle of nickel and dime. Nickel and dimes. Third person singular simple present indicative of nickel and dime. Nickel and diming. Present participle and gerund of nickel and dime.
Invincible.
Nickelback. Alternative form of nickelback. Nickelbacks. Plural of nickelback. Nickelbag. A $5 baggie of narcotics, especially marijuana. Nickelbags. Plural of nickelback. Nickel Center. A large community and former town in Greater Sudbury, Ontario, Canada. Nickel chloride. A chemical compound, NiCl2, the most important source of nickel for chemical synthesis. Nickel nitrate, a nitrate compound of nickel with the chemical formula NiNO. Nickel note, a $5 bill. Nickel notes, plural of nickel note. Nickel nurser. A miser. Nickel Plate Road, or more simply, Nickel Plate, a name given to, and actually used by, the New York, Chicago, and St. Louis Railroad. Nickel Rich, alternative spelling of nickel rich. Nickel Ride, synonym of rough ride. Nickel Rides, plural of nickel ride. Nickel Silver, a hard, corrosion-resistant alloy of copper, zinc, and nickel used to make domestic silverware. Nickel Steel, steel that contains approximately 6% of nickel, increasing its strength. Nickel Tor, synonym of 50-cent Tor. Nickel Tors, plural of nickel Tor. Nickel and dime, alternative spelling of nickel and dime. Nickel and dimed, simple past and past participle of nickel and dime. Nickel and dimes, third person singular simple present indicative of nickel and dime. Nickel and diming, present participle and gerund of nickel and dime. Nickel in this lot, operated by a nickel, especially of an early jukebox or slot machine. Nickel plate, to plate an object with a thin coat of nickel. Nickel plated, coated with a layer of nickel. Nickel plates, third person singular nickel plate. Nickel plating. Present participle and gerund of nickel plate. Nickel rich, rich in nickel, having a high proportion of nickel content. Nickel elamite, a monoclinic sphenoidal sky blue mineral containing aluminum, copper, hydrogen, nickel, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Nickelate, any of several anions containing a central nickel atom bonded to oxygen or oxygen containing groups, any salt containing these anions. Nickelates, plural of nickelate. Nickelaustenite, an orthorhombic sphenoidal mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, nickel, oxygen, and zinc. Nickelback, a peptide with a nitrogen backbone containing 2 nickel atoms and having 13 amino acids. Nickelbacks, plural of nickelback. Nickel biscophyte, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing chlorine, hydrogen, nickel, and oxygen. Nickel blurdite, a rare nickel sulfate mineral with the formula Na2Niso. Nickel blurdite, alternative form of nickel blurdite. Nickelt, simple past and past participle of nickel. Nickeled and dimed, simple past and past participle of nickel and dime. Nickeled and dimed, simple past and past participle of nickel and dime. Nickel hexahydride, a monoclinic prismatic bluish-green mineral containing hydrogen, iron, magnesium, nickel, oxygen, and sulfur. Nickeli, containing nickel. Nickeli, any binary compound of nickel and a more electropositive metal. Nickelides, plural of nickeli. Nickeliferous, yielding or containing nickel. Nickeline, a mineral, a form of nickel arsenide, nigh as having a metallic luster and copper red color that is a minor ore of nickel. Nickelines, plural of nickeline. Nickele, present participle and gerund of nickel. Nickeling and diming, present participle and gerund of nickel and dime. Nickeling and diming, present participle and gerund of nickel and dime. Nickelize, alternative form of nickelize. Nickelize, simple past and past participle of nickelize. Nickelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nickelize. Nickelizing, present participle and gerund of nickelize. Nickelization, the process of nickelizing. Nickelize, to cover with nickel. Nickelize, simple past and past participle of nickelize. Nickelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nickelize. Nickelizing, present participle and gerund of nickelize. Nettle, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nickelled, simple past and past participle of nickel. Nickeled and dimed, simple past and past participle of nickel and dime. Nickeled and dimed, simple past and past participle of nickel and dime. Nickelus, without the metal nickel. Nickelite, resembling or characteristic of nickel the metal. Nickelate, present participle and gerund of nickel. Nickeling and diming, present participle and gerund of nickel and dime. Nickeling and diming, present participle and gerund of nickel and dime. Nickoloth armierite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, calcium, cobalt, hydrogen, iron, nickel, and oxygen. Nettles, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nickelocene, the nickel metallocene bicyclopentadienyl nickel. Nickelocenes, plural of Nickelocene. Nickelodeon, a small, rudimentary movie theater that charged 5 cents for admission, popular in North America from about 1905 to 1915. Nickelodeons, plural of Nickelodeon. Nickos, containing nickel. Nickel phosphide, a tetragonal dysphenoidal mineral containing iron, nickel, and phosphorus. Nickels, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nickels and dimes, third person singular simple present indicative of nickel and dime. Nickels and dimes. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of nickel and dime. Nickel schneebergite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, calcium, cobalt, hydrogen, iron, nickel, and oxygen. Nicholson, a surname. Nicholsons, plural of Nicholson. Nickenishai, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, calcium, copper, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and sodium. Neckens, a surname transferred from the given name. Neckensos, plural of Nickens. Niver, hound sterling. Migger being. Entata gigas, a flowering liana in the pea family Fabaceae with large seed pods. Migger beans, plural of nicker bean. Nicker nut, the rounded seed of the nicker tree. Nicker nuts, plural of nicker nut. Nicker tree, the plant genus Caesalpinia producing nicker nuts. Nicker trees, plural of nicker tree. Nipper, simple past and past participle of nicker. Nickering, present participle and gerund of nicker. Neckerings, plural of nickering. Neckera, alternative form of nicker nut. Neckerats, plural of nicker nut. Netter, third person.
Here we go.
Singular simple present indicative of nigger. Mepperson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Negetina, a tapping or knocking sound. Nivi, a surname from German. Negies, plural of Neki. Nivi, a diminutive of the female given name Nicola and Nicole. Nekben, the devil, Satan. Neke, pronunciation spelled of nicking. Nicking, present participle and gerund of nick. Nicking off, present participle and gerund of nick off. Nicking up, present participle and gerund of nick up. Nicking. Plural of nicking. Neckesum, a surname originating as a patronymic. Netta, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nickelberry, an American surname primarily used by African Americans. Necklavi, a surname. Neckals, a surname. Necklace, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nethosses, plural of Nicholas. Nekla, a surname transferred from the given name. Neklens, plural of Nicklin. Neklo, a surname. Neklos, plural of Niklo. Neknak, alternative spelling of knickknack. Knickknackeries, plural of knickknackery. Knickknackery, alternative form of knickknackery. Necknacket and necknack. Necknackets, plural of knickknacket. Neckax, plural of knickknack. Neckham, a familiar, invented name for a person or thing used instead of the actual name of the person or thing, often based on some noteworthy characteristic. Nicknameable, able to be called by a nickname. Nickname, simple past and past participle of nickname. Nickname, the person on whom a nickname is bestowed. Nickname is plural of nickname. Nicknameless, without a nickname. Nicknamer, one who bestows a nickname. Nicknamers, plural of nicknamer. Nicknames, plural of nickname. Nickname, pertaining to or resembling a nickname. Nickname, present participle and gerund of nickname. Nengnaven, a hag or evil spirit in Scottish folklore. Neval, a surname. Nicholas, a male given name. Nichols, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nichols, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nichols, a surname originating as a patronymic. Neckpoint, alternative form of nickpoint. Neckpoint, plural of nickpoint. Nevit, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nicks off, third person singular simple present indicative of nick off. Nicks up, third person singular simple present indicative of nick up. Netza, a surname originating as a patronymic. Metase, a tally stick. Metasticks, plural of nickstick. Netta, a mischievous person, a scallywag. Nincompoop, obsolete spelling of nincompoop. Nincompoops, plural of nincompoop. Necums, plural of nicum. Nibby, a diminutive of the female given names Nicola. Nishola or Nicole. Nikki, Naki, New, a nonsense placeholder phrase for a non-specific thing or action, especially something small or insignificant. Nikki, Naki, News, plural of Nikki, Naki, New. Nicky Nicky Nine Doors, synonym of knockdown ginger prank of knocking on a front door and running away. Nicky Tam, a pair of straps or pieces of string tied around the leg below the knee to raise trousers above the level of farmyard dirt. Nicky Tams, plural of Nicky Tam. Netflix, a male given name from Dutch. Niclofalan, an anthelmintic drug. Niclosamide, a teniacide that is especially effective against cystids that infect humans, also used as a pesticide. NICO, acronym of National Insurance Contributions Office. Nico, a male given name, nickname for Nicholas. Nicobar, of or relating to the Nicobar Islands. Nicobar dove, synonym of Nicobar pigeon. Nicobar doves, plural of Nicobar dove. Nicobar Islands, an archipelago of the Indian Ocean. Nicobar pigeon, a bird of species Calonus nicobarica found on small islands and in coastal regions from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, India, east through the Indonesian archipelago to the Solomons and Palau. Nicobar pigeons, plural of Nicobar pigeon. Nicobars, belonging or relating to an isolated group of Austroasiatic languages spoken in the Nicobar Islands of India. Nicobaric, Nicobars, Nicobars, the Nicobar Islands. Nicoboxyl, an analgesic drug. Nicoclonic, an antilipidemic drug. Nicocodine, an opiate derivative closely related to dihydrocodone, developed as a cough suppressant and analgesic. Nicocodine, an antitussive drug. Nicodamid, any spider in the family Nicodamidae. Nicodamids, plural of nicodamid. Nicodemian, relating to Nicodemus. Nicodemism, the beliefs and practices of Nicodemites. Nicodemite, someone who hides their faith or belief in something, a secret adherent. Nicodemites, plural of Nicodemite. Nicodemus, a Pharisee, a secret follower of Jesus in the New Testament. Nicodian, of or relating to Jean Nicod 1893-1924, French philosopher and logician. Nicodicodine, an opiate derivative developed as a cough suppressant and analgesic. Nicodicodine, an antitussive drug. Necofibrate, an antilipidemic drug, a derivative of clofebrate and nicotinic acid. Nicofuranouse, a niacin derivative used as a hypolipidemic agent. Neowan, of, from, or relating to the city of Nice, the prefecture of the Alpes Maritimes department, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Nethias, ellipsis of Niçoise salad. Niçoise olive, a dark olive of a cultivar grown primarily in the Alpes Maritimes region near Nice and the Riviera di Ponente, Italy. Niçoise olives, plural of Niçoise olive. Niçoise salad, a salad originating from the French town of Nice with various ingredients including tuna, anchovies, hard-boiled eggs, tomatoes, black olives, and lettuce. Niçoise salads, plural of Niçoise salad. Netzises, plural of Niçoise. Nedal, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nicol prism, an optical device used to generate polarized light. Nicol prisms, plural of Nicol prism. Nicola, a female given name from ancient Greek. Nicolae Balsescu.
Invincible.
The name of a number of places in Romania named after Nicolae Balsescu. Nicolaides-Baraitser syndrome, a rare genetic condition characterized by mild to severe developmental delays with absent or limited speech, seizures, short stature, sparse hair, typical facial characteristics, brachydactyly, and prominent finger joints and broad distal phalanges. Nicolaism, a particular Christian heresy in the early church. Nicolaitan, a member of an early Christian sect, Nicolaism, said to participate in certain pagan ceremonies. Nicolaitanism, the beliefs of the Nicolaitans, an early Christian group or sect. Nicolaitans, plural of Nicolaitan. Nicolate, a Nicolaitan. Nicolates, plural of Nicolate. Nicolaitism, the practices of the Nicolaitan sect. Libertinism, especially among the clergy, clerical marriage. Nikos, a male given name from ancient Greek of less common usage, variant of Nicholas. Nicolau-Ballas syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by syringiomas and milia. Nicolaus, a census-designated place in Sutter County, California, United States. Nicolai, a surname. Nicolaises, plural of Nicolai. Nicole, a female given name from ancient Greek. Nicolescu, a surname from Romanian. Nicolte, any of the primitive wingless insects in the family Nicolte. Nicoltes, plural of Nicolte. Nicolette, a female given name from French. Nicolti, a surname from Italian. Nicoltes, plural of Nicolti. Nepolani, a surname from Italian. Nicolaines, plural of Nicolini. Nekal, a surname originating as a patronymic. Neval, a female given name. Necolet, a surname from French. Nicollet County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, St. Peter. Necals, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nicolò, a surname from Italian. Nicolos, plural of Nicolo. Nicolosi, a surname from Italian. Nicolosis, plural of Nicolosi. Necals, a surname. Necalson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nicholsons, plural of Nicholson. Nicometian, of or pertaining to Nicomachus, son of Aristotle. Nicomedia, former name of Izmit, a city in Turkey, the ancient capital of Bithynia. Nicomedian, of or pertaining to Nicomedia. Nicomedians, plural of Nicomedian. Nicome, any tree hopper in the family Nicomeidae, a synonym of the Mempricidae. Nicomeids, plural of Nicomeid. Nicomorphine, the 3,6-nicotinate ester of morphine, is strong opioid agonist analgesic 2 to 3 times as potent as morphine. Nincompoop, obsolete spelling of nincompoop. Nicompoop's, plural of nincompoop. Nicopolis, former name of Preveza, a city in northwestern Greece, the former capital of Epirus Vetus in the Roman Empire. Nicopolitan, an inhabitant or a resident of Nicopolis. Nicopolitans, plural of Nicopolitan. Nicopyrite, synonym of pentlandite. Nicoracetam, a nootropic racetam drug differing from anuracetam in having a pyridine ring in place of anuracetam's benzene ring. Nicorandil, a vasodilatory drug used to treat angina. Necorsti, a village in Sohodol, Alba County, Romania. Nikos, a transliteration of a male given name Nu Iota Kappa Omicron Sigma used in Greece. Megase, the capital city of Cyprus and northern Cyprus. Megase, of, from, or pertaining to Nicosia, the capital of Cyprus and northern Cyprus. Metaseans, plural of Nicosean. Nicosulfurin, a particular N-sulfonylurea used as a herbicide. Neva, a surname from French. Nicotiline, a tricyclic heterocycle composed of 3 linked pyridine rings, 2,4-dipyridine, 3-opyridine. Netovinamine, misspelling of nicotianamine. Nicoloi, any copod in the family nicothoidy.
Here we go.
Nicothoids, plural of nicothoid. Nicotian, relating to or derived from tobacco. Nicotiana, any ornamental plant of the genus Nicotiana. Nicotinamine, an enzyme inhibitor NN3-amino, 3-carboxypropyl 3-amino, 3-carboxypropyl azitidine, 2-carboxylic acid or its derivatives. Nicotinamines, plural of nicotinamine. Nicotianus, plural of nicotiana. Nicotianin, alternative form of nicotinine. Nicotinine, a white waxy substance with a hot, bitter taste, extracted from tobacco leaves. Nicotinamide, a particular steroid glycoside. Nicotine. Nicotidine, a complex, oily, nitrogenous base isomeric with nicotine, obtained by the reduction of certain derivatives of the pyridine group. Nicotifuran, a rutinoside of chemoferol present in the rhizomes of some ferns. Nicotin, dated form of nicotine. Nicotinol, synonym of nicotinic, of or relating to nicotine. Nicotinaldehyde, the aldehyde 3-pyridine carboxyaldehyde related to nicotinic acid. Nicotinamidase, a hydrolase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction nicotinamide plus H2O nicotinate plus NH3. Nicotinamidases, plural of nicotinamidase. Nicotinamide, the amide of nicotinic acid or niacin. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, an organic coenzyme involved in biological oxidation and reduction reactions. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate, the phosphate of nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, a coenzyme important in fatty acid synthesis. Nicotinamide adenine trinucleotide, an organic coenzyme involved in biological oxidation and reduction reactions. Nicotinamides, plural of nicotinamide. Nicotinate, any salt or ester of nicotinic acid. Nicotinates, plural of nicotinate. Nicotin, an alkaloid CHN, commonly occurring in the tobacco plant. Nicotine alkaloid, any of a range of related alkaloids found in various species of the genus Nicotiana, especially Nicotiana tabacum, which is cultivated for the manufacture of cigarettes. Nicotine alkaloids, plural of nicotine alkaloid. Nicotine gum, a form of chewing gum that slowly releases nicotine into the body, used by people who are trying to quit smoking. Nicotine gums, plural of nicotine gum. Nicotine patch, an adhesive patch affixed to the skin that slowly diffuses nicotine into the bloodstream, used by people who are trying to quit smoking. Nicotine patches, plural of nicotine patch. Nicotine polyacrylates, nicotine bound to polymethacrylic acid, used in gums and lozenges to help people give up smoking. Nicotine stomatitis, a benign lesion on the hard palate caused by smoking tobacco or long-term drinking of very hot beverages. Nicotinian, synonym of nicotinic, of or relating to nicotine. Nicotin, stained by nicotine. Nicotiamus, without nicotine. Nicotine-like, resembling or characteristic of nicotine. Nicotinergic, activated by nicotine. Nicotins, plural of nicotine. Nicotini, a martini cocktail made by mixing vodka with a tea made from tobacco leaves. Nicotini. Synonym of nicotinic, of or relating to nicotine. Nicotinic, of or pertaining to nicotine or nicotinic acid or its derivatives. Nicotinic acetylcholine receptor, an acetylcholine receptor which is also an ion channel. Nicotinic acetylcholine receptors, plural of nicotinic acetylcholine receptor. Nicotinic acid, pyridine 3-carboxylic acid, together with nicotinamide is a part of the vitamin B complex. Nicotinase, plural of nicotine. Nicotinism. Nicotine poisoning, especially as a result of tobacco use. Nicotinase, one who is addicted to nicotine, the alkaloid found in tobacco. Nicotinase, plural of nicotinase. Nicotinize, to treat or to drug with nicotine. Nicotinized, simple past and past participle of nicotinize. Nicotinohydroxamic acid, synonym of nicoxamic. Nicotinoid, any of a large group of compounds related to nicotine. Nicotinoids, plural of nicotinoid. Nicotinol, the radical derived from nicotinic acid. Nicotinylation, the action with a nicotinoyl radical. Nicotinylations, plural of nicotinoylation. Nicotinols, plural of nicotinoyl. Nicotins, plural of nicotine. Nicotinurate, any salt or ester of nicotinuric acid. Nicotinurates. Plural of nicotinurate. Nicotinuric acid, the N-nicotinoyl derivative of glycine. Nicotinyl, a univalent radical derived from nicotine. Nicotism, alternative form of nicotinism. Nicotized, treated or impregnated with nicotine. Nicotria, a surname from Italian. Nicotrias, plural of Nicotra. Nicolan, Rodnan. Nicoxana, a uricogenic drug. Necker, initialism of Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association. NECRA, acronym of Net Income Charitable Remainder Unit Trust. NICRA, plural of NICRA. Ne, plural of NIC. Nictate, to wink or blink of certain animals to close the nictating membrane. Nictated, simple past and past participle of nictate. Nictates, third person singular simple present indicative of nictate. Nictating, present participle and gerund of nictate. Nictating membrane, alternative form of nictitating membrane. Nictating membranes, plural of nictating membrane. Nictation, an act or instance of winking or blinking. A wink, a blink. Nictations, plural of nictation. Nectameral, varying regularly with a day/night cycle. Diurnal, circadian. Necchasm, a calcium channel blocker. Nectindole, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Nicotins, the nictitating membrane. Nictitant, synonym of nictitating. Nictitate, to wink or blink. Nictitated, simple past and past participle of nictitate. Nictitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of nictitate. Nictitating, winking, blinking. Nictitating membrane, a transparent protective fold of skin acting as an inner eyelid in birds, reptiles, and some mammals. Nictitating membranes. Plural of nictitating membrane. Nictitation, winking, blinking. Nictitations, plural of nictitation. NECUR, initialism of neonatal intensive care unit. Niculescu, a surname from Romanian. Plural of Nicu. Nicenici, alternative spelling of Nicenici. Nidea, obsolete spelling of Nicaea. Ned, alternative form of nide, nest of pheasants. Ned not, to nod back and forth. Ned nodded. Past participle of nid nod. Ned nodding. Present participle and gerund of ned nod. Ned nods. Third person singular simple present indicative of nid nod. No, initialism of National Identification Authority. No, a surname. Nida, alternative form of nida. Nedal, of or pertaining to nests. Nidality, the idea that mesoscale disease foci are determined by the entire ecosystem. Nidamenta, plural of nidamentum. Nidamental, used to describe an internal organ in some elasmobranchs and mollusks that secretes egg cases or the gelatinous covering of egg mass. Nidamentum, egg case. Neteries, plural of nidary. Nettery, a collection of nests. Neta, plural of nida. Nedate, to become implanted in, especially, a uterus. Nidide, simple past and past participle of nidate. Nedates, third person singular simple present indicative of nidate. Nidide, present participle and gerund of nidate. Nidation, nidiblen he in the early embryo in the uterus. Nidations, plural of nidation. Nedatory, relating to nidation. Nedevalier, the realm of the dwarves, one of the 9 realms. Nede, a surname. Nedes, plural of Nede. Nedker, initialism of National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research. Nep, a river in North Yorkshire, England, which joins the Yorkshire Ouse. Nida, alternative spelling of Nida. Nida, someone whom Halacha considers menstruant. Neda, plural of Neda. Neda, plural of Nida. Netter, to keep down or under. Nidderdale, the upper valley of the River Nid in Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. Knitter, simple past and past participle of knitter. Nettering, synonym of knitting, a coward, a dastard, a wretch. Nitterings, plural of knittering. Nitterling, someone who is weak and cowardly. Nitterlings, plural of nitterling. Netter, Third person singular simple present indicative of knitter. Nidde, the nape of the neck. Niddes, plural of niddick. Niddikai, a foolish person. Niddikax, plural of niddikai. Niddle noddle, to wag the head. Niddle noddle, simple past and past participle of niddle noddle. Niddle noddles, third person singular simple present indicative of niddle noddle. Niddle noddling. Present participle and gerund of niddle noddle. Niddo, initialism of non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Nevery, a suburb in eastern Edinburgh, Scotland. OS grid ref NT 3071. Italy, brief excommunication lasting either 7 or 30 days. Nidinades, plural of nidin. Naughty. Niddy naughty, a tool used to make skeins from yarn consisting of a central bar with crossbars at each end, offset from each other by 90 degrees. Nai, a Polynesian language spoken in Vanuatu. Nidering, alternative form of knittering, synonym of knitting. Niterings, plural of nitering. Niterling, alternative form of nitterling. Niterlings, plural of niterling. Nides, plural of nide. Ned, to dress the face of a stone with a sharp pointed hammer. Nedis, simple past and past participle of nidge. Nedyas, third person singular simple present indicative of nidge. Niddig, a fool or idiot. Nidditing, the visiting of neighbors' houses to summon the midwife and other women to a birth. Niddits, plural of nidget. Nedger, present participle and gerund of nidge. Nidai, a dragon who lives in Niflheim, world of ice and the dead, feeding upon the roots of
Here we go.
Dressel and bodies of the damned. Niddick, plural of niddis. Niddigawas, tending to stay at the nest or birthplace for a long time after birth, due to dependence on the parents for feeding and protection. Nidiculus, misspelling of Nidiculus. Nidiver, a surname from German. Nidivers, plural of nidifer. Nidificant, a bird that builds nest. Nidificant, plural of nidificant. Nidificate, to make or build a nest. Nidificated, simple past and past participle of nidificate. Nidificates. Third person singular simple present indicative of nidificate. Nidificating, present participle and gerund of nidificate. Nidification, the building of a nest. Nidificational, relating to the building of a nest. Nidifications, plural of nidification. Nidify, simple past and past participle of nidify. Nidiform, shaped like a nest. Nidifugal, synonym of nidifugus. Nidifugus, that leaves the nest shortly after hatching. Nidify, to make a nest. Nidifying, present participle and gerund of nidify. Nidimental, misspelling of nidimental. Nide, alternative spelling of knitting. Nides, plural of knitting. Nidologist, alternative form of nidologist. Nidologists, plural of nidologists. Nidology, alternative form of nidology. Ne, obsolete form of idiot. Nidias, plural of nidia. Nido soup, bird's nest soup, Chinese soup made from edible birds' nests. Nido soups, plural of nido soup. Nido, a nest-like structure. Netherden, and tactin. Netherden's. Plural of nitigen. Nidologist, one who studies nests. Nidologists, plural of nidologists. Nidology, the study of nests. Nidopalia, plural of nidopalium. Nidopalio, relating to the nidopalium. Nidopalium, a region of the avian brain used mostly for some types of executive functions, but also for other higher cognitive tasks. Nidopalium cauda, the avian equivalent of the primate prefrontal cortex, a region of a bird's brain located at the rear that coordinates cognition and tasks. Nidopalium cauda, the avian equivalent of the primate prefrontal cortex, a region of a bird's brain located at the rear that coordinates cognition in the pallium layer of the brain. Nidopaliums, plural of nidopalium. Nedor, any smell. Nedoros, alternative form of nidorous. Nidoroskies, plural of nidorosity. Nidorosity, belching with the taste of undigested meat. Nidorous, emitting a strong, unpleasant odor, especially one like that of cooking fat or similar greasy substances. Nidors, plural of nidor. Nidiviro, relating to nidoviruses. Nidovirus, any of a group of viruses of the order Nidiviriales that cause respiratory disease in snakes. Nidoviruses, plural of nidovirus. Nibri, alternative spelling of nidri. Nidroxazone, a topical anti-infective drug. Ned, initialism of network intrusion detection system. Ned, plural of ned. Nedolite. Nestling as a bird in its nest. Nidulariaceous, of pertaining to or resembling fungi of the family Nidulariaceae, the bird's nest fungi. Nidulate, to make or build a nest. Nidulated, simple past and past participle of nidulate. Nidulates, third person singular simple present indicative of nidulate. Nidulating, present participle and gerund of nidulate. Nidulation, the time of remaining in the nest or the nest building. Nedas, an aggregate of neurons. Nediasis, plural of nidus. Newalden, a canton of Switzerland. Nai, initialism of National Intelligence Estimate. Nye, a surname. Ne, initialism of Northern Ireland Environment Agency. Neubauer, a surname from German. Neubauers, plural of Niebauer. Nieber, a surname from German. Neighbors, plural of Nieber. Neoa, a surname. Mewas, plural of Nibla. Neblai, an entity that can be called as a function but which is not visible to argument-dependent name lookup. Nebloids, plural of Neboid. Niebuhr, a surname from German. Neburian, of or relating to Reinhold Niebuhr 1892-1971, American theologian, ethicist, and political commentator. Niebuhrs, plural of Niebuhr. Nye, a surname. Miss, a surname. Mies fucker, motherfucker generic term of abuse. Mies fuckers, plural of mies fucker. Nizamo, someone's nephew's wife. Neos, without a niece. Nesle, of pertaining to or characteristic of a niece. As, plural of niece. Nizizimo, plural of nizimo. Nishep, the state, condition, or relationship of a niece. As, plural of niece. Nizizimo, plural of nizimo. Nishep, the state, condition, or relationship of a niece. Nai, a surname from German. Nitter, a surname from German. Nitterer, a surname from German. Naderers, plural of Niederer. Niederhauser, a surname from German. Niederhausers, plural of Niederhauser. Niederkorn, a town in Luxembourg in the commune of Differdange in the canton of Esch-sur-Alzette. Niederlandstein, a part of Landstein, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Niedermeerite, a rare monoclinic hydrated copper cadmium sulfate hydroxide mineral. Niedermeerites, plural of Niedermeerite. Niedermeyer, alternative form of Niedermeyer. Niedermeyer, a surname from German. Niedermeyers, plural of Niedermeyer. Naders, plural of Nieder. Niederskopfheim, a district of Hoburg, western Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Niederwall, a village in Gams municipality, Valais Canton, Switzerland. Nide, plural of Nye. Niedzwiki, a surname from Polish. Niedzwikis, plural of Niedzwiki. That, a serf or bondsman born into servitude. Nefl, a nebling. Neflings, plural of Niefling. Nes, plural of Nief. Nei, a town in Höxter district, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Niehoff, a surname. Nios, plural of Niehoff. That, initialism of National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, a U.S. research institute. Negap, a surname. Negaps, plural of Niecamp. Nil, a town on the river Rupel in the southwest of the Belgian province of Antwerp. Nauam, a surname. Nauams, plural of Neeland. Now, a surname. Nails, plural of Neeld. Neolitid, decorated with yellow. Now, extremely dark black. Now, decorated with the yellow technique. Eli, plural of Nial. Nialist, one who makes yellow ornaments. Nialists, plural of Nialists. Nialo. Any of various black metal alloys made of sulfur with copper, silver, or lead used to create decorative designs on other metals. Nielo. Simple past and past participle of Nielo. Nieloi. Present participle and gerund of Nielo. Nielos. Plural of Nielo. Nieloac. Articles made from Nielo. Nieloas. Plural of Nieloac. Nielo. The Nielo passes. Neosporium. A rejected name for Dubnium 105. Nalson, a surname from Danish in turn originating as a patronymic, also used in Norway. Nelsons, plural of Nielsen. Nalsa, a surname. Nelsons, plural of Nielsen.
Here we go.
Na, a surname. Na, a surname. Niemann-Pick disease. Any of a group of fatal inherited metabolic disorders associated with sphingomyelin accumulation in the central nervous system. Nemans, plural of Niemann. Nemans, plural of Niemann. Niemczek, a surname from Polish. Niemczek, plural of Niemczig. Niemeyer, a surname. Niemeyer lattice. Any of the 24 positive, definite, even unimodular lattices of rank 24. Niemeyer lattices, plural of Niemeyer lattice. Niemeyers, plural of Niemeyer. Niemella, a surname. Niemellos, plural of Niemella. Ne, alternative form of Nemene River in Eastern Europe. Niemeyer. A surname. Niemeyers, plural of Niemeyer. Nin, a surname from Finnish. Mamus, plural of Nimi. Nainhao, the Ridnal year, reign period, or Ridnal title used when traditionally numbering years in a Chinese emperor's reign and in naming certain Chinese rulers. Main Haos, plural of Nin Hao. Nanember, a surname. Neighbors, plural of Neighbor. Nimber, a town and rural district of Lower Saxony, Germany. Official name, Nienberg, West. Nienhuis, a surname from Dutch. Nienhuises, plural of Nienhuides.
Invincible.
Totally silent as a musical direction abbreviated to N or in sheet music. Niepce's process, a photographic process based on the action of light in rendering a thin layer of bitumen with which the plate is coated, insoluble. Nevling, alternative form of Niefling. Nevlings, plural of Niefling. Nuremberger, any plant of the genus Nuremberger. Nuremberges, plural of Nuremberger. Nirai, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing 4 nitrogen and 3 silicon. Nira, surname. Niermans, plural of Nierman. Niersteiner, a variety of Rhine wine from Nierstein, near Mainz. Niersteiners, plural of Niersteiner. Nye, plural of NIE. Nyes, plural of Nye. Nis, a surname. Nees, plural of Nies. Niswan, a surname. Neswans, plural of Neswan. Neshaf, synonym of sneezewood. Nezer, initialism of National Institute of Economic and Social Research. Nayat, alternative spelling of night. Nido, a surname from Spanish. Nidos, plural of Nido. A rural locality in Central Coast Council area, Northern Tasmania, Australia.
Here we go.
Mid, a surname from German, most famously borne by Friedrich Nietzsche 1844-1900, German philosopher. Magen, of pertaining to or characteristic of Friedrich Nietzsche 1844-1900, German philosopher, or his writings. Machianism, the philosophy of Friedrich Nietzsche 1844-1900, or support for its views. Nietzschean, in a Nietzschean way. Nietzscheans, plural of Nietzschean. Nietzscheism, Nietzschean beliefs generally. Nietzscheite, synonym of Nietzschean. Maten, the spelling of Nietzschean. Nietzschesk, Maten. Nietzscheism, alternative form of Nietzscheism. Neo-Amsterdam, a village in Emmen Municipality, Drenthe Province, Netherlands. Nieuwegein, a town and municipality of Utrecht, Netherlands. Neuve, a village and municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Net, a surname from Spanish. Net, plural of Nieva. Ne, variant form of Neve. Nevel, handful, pistol. Neefels, plural of Neefel. Mes, a surname from Spanish. Mevasees, plural of Neves. Nevu Nevu Knick-Knack, a game of Scottish origin in which one person would try to guess the hand in which another person was holding an object. Muedas, a white-flowered plant of genus Cretantha or related genera such as Greeniocorus or Johnstonella. Niort, a department of Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Capital, Nevers in C. Code 58. Miezgoda, a surname from Polish. Miezgodas, plural of Miezgoda. Hep, initialism of National Interagency Fire Center. Nifi, rechargeable battery with nickel and iron electrodes. Nive, the innermost layers or core of the earth composed chiefly of nickel and iron. Nive the pine. Misspelling of nifedipine. Nifedipine, a synthetic compound which acts as a calcium antagonist and is used as a coronary vasodilator in the treatment of cardiac and circulatory disorders. Nifedipines, plural of nifedipine. Nifecallant, an antiarrhythmic agent. Nifenolol, a nitrophenol derivative of an amino alcohol that is an adrenergic blocker. Nifazone, a drug that has been used as an analgesic for a number of rheumatic conditions. A bad smell. Netnap, something or someone insignificant. Nifazone, a drug that has been used as an analgesic for a number of rheumatic conditions. A bad smell. Netnap, something or someone insignificant, a trifle. Netnaps, plural of nifnap. Nevnag, fastidious, fussy about small details. Nept, simple past and past participle of nip. Neller, to barter. Never, simple past and past participle of nefer. Nevering, present participle and gerund of nefer. Nevers, third person singular simple present indicative of nefer.
Here we go.
Vivid, comparative form of nefi, more nefi. Vivid, superlative form of nefi, most nefi. Nep, present participle and gerund of nev. Nevel, to pilfer. Nevels, simple past and past participle of neffel. Neller, a rattle instrument used by weavers. Nevlers, plural of niffler. Nevels, third person singular simple present indicative of niffle. Nevle, present participle and gerund of niffle. Nefs, plural of nef. Nevic, having a bad smell. Nef-H, a gene that codes for the denitrogenase reductase iron-containing protein Nef-H, which forms part of molybdenum nitrogenases that fix nitrogen. Nef-HS, plural of Nef-H. Nephide pine. Misspelling of nithapine. Nefkin, Laconia. Nefkins, plural of Nifkin. Neville, a trifle, something small and insignificant. Nevils, plural of Nifl. Netlime, in Germanic and Norse cosmology, the Norse underworld, location of the domain Hel and of the realm of Hel, the goddess of the dead. Neflumic, related to neflumic acid and its derivatives. Neflumic acid, a drug used for joint and muscular pain. Nephi, initialism of naked in front of computer. Nephi, a rare surname from German. Nephi, simple past and past participle of Nephon.
Invincible.
Nephoning, present participle and gerund of Nephon. Nephos, third person singular simple present indicative of Nephon. Nephontavai, a monoclinic mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, and oxygen. Nephus, initialism of Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. Out, Miss. Neftit, acronym of Naval Infrared Thermal Imager. Vivid, comparative form of nifty, more nifty. Nefties, plural of nifty. Nifties, superlative form of nifty, most nifty. Neftui, in a nifty manner, cleverly. Neftiness, quality of being nifty. Nefts, plural of neft. Neftit, good, smart, useful, or beneficial. Neftiness, misspelling of niftiness. Never, used to form names of 5-nitrofuran derivatives. Nefurani, a topical and infective drug. Nefuraldazone, a topical and infective drug. Nefuradol, a local antiprotozoal and antifungal agent used in gynecology. Nefurmarone, an antifungal drug. Nefuroxide, a topical and infective drug. Nefuroxazide, an oral nitrofuran antibiotic. Nefuroxime, a topical and infective drug.
Here we go.
Nifurguanazole, an antibacterial agent of the nitrofuran class. Nefursemazone, an antiprotozoal drug. Nefertimox, a nitrofuran antitrypanosomal drug administered orally in the treatment of Chagas disease, CHN305S. Nefertoinol, a nitrofuran-derived antibiotic used in the treatment of urinary tract infections. Neviricide, a particular kind of anti-infection agent. Nedder, Negnod, a foolish person, hence a raw and unskilled recruit. Negnogs, plural of Nignog. Negabu, a black person. Negabus, plural of Negabu. Nida, a surname from Hindi. Nagaz, plural of Negan. Negari, Bijern, the liquor remaining after halite common salt has been harvested from saline water brine, used as a coagulating agent in the manufacture of tofu. Negsal, a black person who is an incel. Negsals, plural of Nigsal. Ned, a province in the central Anatolia region, Turkey. Nedi, abbreviation of Nigeria English. Nige, a diminutive of the male given name Nigel. Nigel, a male given name from Latin, of mostly British usage. Nigel no friends, alternative form of Nigel no friends. Nigel no friends, a person who has few or no friends. Nigel no mates, synonym of Billy no mates, a person with few or no friends. Nigel no friends, alternative form of Nigel no friends. Nigella, a female given name from English. Nigellas, plural of Nigella. Nigeli, an alkaloid found in Nigella seeds. Nigelone, a polymer of thiaminone that occurs in the oil of Nigella sativa. Nigels, plural of Nigel. Niger, a country in West Africa, situated to the north of Nigeria. Official name, Republic of the Niger. Niger seed, the seed of the rantal plant. Niger seeds, plural of Niger seed. Niger Congo, a major language family of sub-Saharan Africa noted for the use of a noun class system. Niger Kordofanian, Niger Congo. Nigerin, a polysaccharide found in black mold, Aspergillus Niger. Nigeria, a country in West Africa, south of the country of Niger. Official name, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Capital, Abuja. Largest city, Lagos. Nigerian, a person from Nigeria or of Nigerian descent. Nigerian English, a dialect of English spoken in Nigeria based on British English. Nigerian Pidgin, an English-based Creole of Nigeria combining vocabulary and grammar from the English language as well as various indigenous Nigerian languages. Nigerian Prince, alternative lettercase form of Nigerian Prince. Nigerian Prince, a cheat who seeks to obtain money through advance fee scams. Nigerian Prince Scam, a scam in which the solicitor offers large sums of money in return for a smaller upfront investment. Nigerian Prince Scams, plural of Nigerian Prince Scam. Nigerian Princes, plural of Nigerian Prince. Nigerian princes, plural of Nigerian prince. Nigerian scam, an attempt to defraud by sending out large numbers of emails, each stating that the recipient is entitled to receive a large amount of money, but will need to supply banking account details or to send payment for fees before the payment can be passed on. Nigerian scams, plural of Nigerian scam. Nigerian time, a notional system of time which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to Nigerians and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be leisurely, not rigorous about scheduling, and often tardy. Nigerianization, the process in which someone or something becomes Nigerian. Nigerianized, to become Nigerian. Nigerianized, simple past and past participle of Nigerianize. Nigerianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Nigerianize. Nigerianizing, present participle and gerund of Nigerianize. Nigerianness, the quality of the Nigerian. Nigerians, plural of Nigerian. Nitrosin, an antibiotic similar to monensin, obtained from Streptomyces hygroscopicus. Nitrosins, plural of nitrosin. Nigerian, a person from Niger or of Nigerian descent. Nigerians, plural of Nigerian. Nigeria, Nigeria. Nitrite, a synonym of ferronigerite. Nitrooligosacchari, alternative form of nitrooligosacchari. Nijoa, a Nigerian, a person from Niger. Nigro, any of a class of nathapirons obtained from Aspergillus niger or its close relatives. Nidrones, plural of nidrone. Nitroligosacchari, an oligomer of nidrose. Nidrose, an unfermentable sugar obtained by partial hydrolysis of nidrin. Niges, plural of nige. Nebfent, a black infant. Negvents, plural of nigfent. Negus, plural of nigger. Nega, a male as opposed to a female. Nega moment, alternative form of N-word moment. Nega moments. Plural of nega moment. Nega nod, an affectionate nod of respect shared between two black people, which goes down up down instead of up down up. Nega nods, plural of nigga nod. Negas nod, alternative form of nigga nod. Negas nods, plural of niggas nod. Nega nod, alternative form of nigga nod.
Here we go.
Nega nods, plural of nigga nod. Nangasai, a supposed substance said to have been developed for eradicating black people. Negasides, plural of nigasai. Nedia, alternative spelling of nigga. Nedihida, the nasal consonant letter 1E4 3 in the Pali language. Nega, plural of nega. Nadas, plural of nega. Netter. Sparing, stinting, parsimonious. Nedre, simple past and past participle of niggard. Nedre, present participle and gerund of niggard. Neggardize, niggardliness. Niggardlish, somewhat niggardly. Niggardliest, superlative form of niggardly, most niggardly. Niggardly, in a niggardly manner. Niggardliness, the state of being niggardly, parsimony. Niggardlinesses, plural of niggardliness. Netterly, withholding for the sake of meanness, stingy, miserly. Niggardness, niggardliness. Niggardus, netterly. Niggardry. Niggardliness. Neddards, plural of niggard. Niggership, niggardliness, stinginess. Nedry.
Invincible.
Niggardliness. Nega, plural of nega. Negatown, an area mainly populated by black people. Negatowns, plural of negatown. Mandatory, the actions or behaviors stereotypically typifying African Americans. Nedas, plural of nega. Roughly shaped with a stonecutter's hammered rest. Netter, a given name for a black pet. Netted, a small insect, especially one used by a witch as her familiar. Negatory, alternative spelling of niggatory. Negyets, plural of nigget. Niddy, alternative form of niggy. Negas, plural of niggy. Neddy, present participle and gerund of nig. Nedish, niggerly, stingy. Nedo, a minor complaint or problem. Ned. Simple past and past participle of niggle. Nedur, one who niggles, a constant critic. Nedwars, plural of niggler. Neos, plural of niggle. Nagelsum, characterized or marked by niggling. Nebut, alternative spelling of niglet. Nebut, plural of niglet. Negliest, superlative form of niggly. Most niggly. Niggly, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal silver, white mineral containing platinum and tin.
Here we go.
Nebinus, the quality of being niggly. Nebly, present participle and gerund of niggle. Nigglingly, in a way that is niggling. Nigglings, plural of niggling. Niggling, bad-tempered, especially about trivial details. Negressus, plural of nigress. Negro, archaic form of negro. Negros, plural of negro. Nadas, plural of nega. Negros, plural of nega. Nada, alternative form of nigun. Migunim, plural of nigun. Nagans, plural of nigun. Nadas, plural of nega. Nai, a surname. Naon, almost, nearly. Approaching, not quite. Nigh-hand, nearby, near-hand. Nigh about, almost, nearly. Nigh about. Almost, nearly. Nigh into, a particular type of Sanskrit glossary containing brief annotations of obscure and difficult words grouped into thematic categories. Nyantas, plural of nyantu. Nigh, simple past and past participle of nigh. Nyan, to come near, approach. Nyans, third person singular simple present indicative of nine. Nigher, comparative form of nigh, more nigh.
Invincible.
Nigher, simple past and past participle of nigh. Nigher, present participle and gerund of nigher. Nighers, third person singular simple present indicative of nigher. Nias, superlative form of nigh, most nigh. Naya, third person singular simple present indicative of nigh. Nine, present participle and gerund of nigh. Nile, newe. Nines, the quality or state of be nigh or near. Nigh, plural of nigh. Nigh-sung, favorable, gracious. Nigh, the time when the sun is below the horizon when the sky is dark. Night adder, an African viper of the genus Causus. Night adders, plural of night adder. Night after night, every night or evening for a long period of time. Night air, a miasma or noxious atmosphere. Night airs, plural of night air. Night and day, alternative form of day and night. Night auditor, an employee who works the night shift at a hotel reception, performing accounting checks in addition to the usual work of a receptionist. Night auditors, plural of night auditor. Night bird, a bird that is active in the night, a nocturnal bird. Night birds, plural of night bird. Night biter, alternative form of night biter.
Here we go.
Night biters, plural of night biter, alternative form of night biters. Night blind, alternative spelling of night blind. Night blindness, the optic condition talobia, the inability to see clearly in faint light as at night. Night blindnesses, plural of night blindness. Night blue, a dark blue color like the sky at night. Night blue, plural of night blue. Nightcap, alternative form of nightcap. Nightcaps, plural of nightcap. Night cart, a cart used to remove the content of privies by night. Night carts, plural of night cart. Night chair, a night stool. Night chairs, plural of night chair. Night class, a lesson taught in the evening, an evening class. Night classes, plural of night class. Nightclub, alternative form of nightclub. Night clubs, plural of nightclub. Night court, a criminal court which operates at night for certain routine functions such as granting bail.
Invincible.
issuing charges. Night courts, plural of night court. Night crawler, alternative form of night crawler. Night crawlers, plural of night crawler. Night crawling, synonym of yabai. Night cream, a moisturizing cream to be applied before going to bed and left on the skin overnight. Night creams, plural of night cream. Night's diaper, synonym of nighttime diaper. Night diapers, plural of night diaper. Night eating syndrome, an eating disorder characterized by persistent late-night binge eating. Night emission, an ejaculation or orgasm while asleep, often accompanied by an erotic dream. Night emissions, plural of night emission. Night eye, synonym of chestnut irregular growth on a horse's leg. Night eyes, plural of night eye. Night fear, the fear of the night, nighttime, or darkness. Night fears, plural of night fear. Night fighter, a fighter plane designed for use at night. Night fighters, plural of night fighter. Night flies, plural of night fly. Night fly, a moth that flies at night. Night fowl, alternative form of night fowl. Night fowls, plural of night fowl. Night frog, any frog of the genus Nyctobatrachus. Night frogs, plural of night frog. Night game, the practice of going out in nighttime hours to cold approach strangers in attempt to seduce them. Night glass, a spyglass or binoculars with large diameter lenses used to see objects better in the dark. Night glasses, plural of night glass. Night green, the dice of iodine dream. Night hag, a demon that gives rise to sleep paralysis. Night hags, plural of night hag. Night hawk, alternative spelling of night hawk. Night hawks, plural of night hawk. Night heron, any of the nocturnal species of herons of the genera Nycticorax, Myctenaca, and Gosachius. Night herons, plural of night heron. Night house, a tavern, music hall, or other public house which is open during the night. Night houses, plural of night house. Night hunter, synonym of poacher, one who trespasses to take game illegally. Night hunters, plural of night hunter. Night hunting, a traditional Bhutanese courtship custom in which a young man creeps through a girl's window at night to engage in sexual activity. Night in, night out, during every night, continuously. Night jasmine, any plant of species Nyctans arbor tristis. Night jasmines, plural of night jasmine. Night job, a side job worked at night. Night jobs, plural of night job. Night letter, a telegram sent overnight at a reduced rate for delivery on the morning of the following day, typically with a minimum charge for 25 words or less. Night letters, plural of night letter. Night light, alternative spelling of night light. Night lights, plural of night light. Night lizard, any of the family Zentuzi, very small viviparous lizards. Night lizards, plural of night lizard. Nightman, alternative form of nightman. Night market, a market that only operates at night. Night markets, plural of night market. Night meal, a meal eaten at night, a late supper. Night meals, plural of night meal. Nightman, plural of nightman. Night mode, a color scheme with light text and other elements on a dark background. Night monkey, Dauralcoli Aeotis spp. Night monkeys, plural of night monkey. Night moth, any noctuid moth, noctuidae. Night moths, plural of night moth. Night nappies, plural of night nappy. Night nappy, synonym of nighttime diaper. Night night, good night. Night of broken glass, synonym of crystal net. Night of long knives, alternative letter case form of Night of long knives purge used especially in reference to a specific one, particularly the 1934 one in Germany, but also, for example, the British one of 1962. Night of long knives, synonym of Night of the long knives. Night of power, Lailatul Qadr. Night of sevens, synonym of Kiksi. Night of the long knives, alternative letter case form of Night of the long knives purge. Night of the long knives, a purge in which opponents of a regime or political party are killed or removed. Night out, going away from one's usual residence for an entire night and returning the next day. Night owl, an owl order strigiforms that is nocturnal. Night owls, plural of night owl. Night palsy, sleep paralysis. Night parrot, Pesiporus occidentalis, a small parrot endemic to Australia. Night parrots, plural of night parrot. Night people, plural of night person. Night person, a person whose preference or custom is to remain awake and active during the evening and early morning night hours, and who usually sleeps during part of the daytime. Night rider, alternative form of night rider. Night riders, plural of night rider. Night safe, a safe with access, typically in the outside wall of a bank, through which people may deposit money when the bank is closed. Night safes, plural of night. Safe. Night school, a school typically used for the purpose of continuing education, with classes held predominantly in the evening to accommodate students with typical day shift work schedules. Night schools, plural of night school. Night shelter, shelter designed to accommodate homeless people at night. Night shelters, plural of night shelter. Night shift, a regularly scheduled period of work during evening or night hours. Night shifts, plural of night shifts. Night skies, plural of night sky. Night sky, the sky as it is seen at night. Night snake, the North American snake Hypsigona torquata. Night snakes, plural of night snake. Night soil, human species. Night soil man, snake, the North American snake Hypsigona torquata. Night snakes, plural of night snake. Night soil, human feces. Night soil man, a person whose occupation it was to collect the contents of chamber pots feces in the morning from domestic households, principally in the 18th and 19th centuries. Night soil man, plural of night soil man. Night spot, alternative spelling of night spot. Night spots, plural of night spot. Night start, a hypnic jerk. Night starts, plural of night start. Nightstick, alternative form of nightstick. Nightsticks, plural of nightstick. Night sweats, the repeated occurrence of excessive sweating during sleep. Night table, synonym of nightstand. Night tables, plural of night table. Night terror, a sleeping disorder where sleep is interrupted by anxiety, panic, or screaming. Night terrors, plural of night terror. Nighttime, alternative form of nighttime. Night times, plural of nighttime. Night tremor, a night terror. Night tremors, plural of night tremor. Night vision, the ability, either naturally, by technology, or by superpowers to see in a low light or even dark environment. Night watch. A watch kept on some premises or on a town by guards during the night.
Here we go.
Night watches, plural of night watch. Night watchman. Prior to police forces, a person appointed by a town or city to walk the streets at night and guard the burghers from felons and robbers. Night watchman state. Government that is limited to a bare minimum of functions, usually just military, police, and courts. Night watchman states. Plural of night watchman state. Night watchman. Plural of night watchman. Night wind. A wind that blows at night. Night winds. Plural of night wind. Night word. Alternative form of night work. Night writing. A system of code using symbols of 12 dots arranged as 2 columns of 6 dots embossed on a square of paperboard, designed to allow military communication without light or noise. It is the forerunner of Braille. Night and day. A type of couch which has a back that can be lowered down to form a bed. Night and days. Plural of night and day. Night tape. Synonym of night monkey. Night tapes. Plural of night tape. Night bat. A night flying bat. Night bats. Plural of night bat. Night biter. An animal, especially an insect such as a mosquito that bites during the night. Night biters. Plural of night biter. Night blind. Unable to see clearly in low light, suffering from night blindness. Night blooming Sayas. Any of various cacti with night blooming flowers. Night blooming jasmine. A shrub or small tree whose intensely fragrant blossoms open at dusk and fade by morning. Nictans arbor tristes. Night blooming jasmines. Plural of night blooming jasmine. Night bright. Bright at night. Nightcap. Alternative form of nightcap. Nightcaps. Plural of nightcap. Night cart. Alternative form of night. Cart. Night carts. Plural of night cart. Night cellar. A cellar open to the public at night for the purchase of food, drink, and entertainment, primarily in London, England in the 18th century. Night cellars. Plural of night cellar. Night dress. Archaic form of night dress. Night dresses. Plural of night dress. Nightfall. Archaic form of nightfall. Night falls. Plural of nightfall. Night fear. Alternative form of night fear. Night flowering jasmine. Synonym of night jasmine. Nictans arbor tristes. Night flowering jasmines. Plural of night flowering jasmine. Night fowl. Alternative form of night fowl. Night fowls. Plural of night fowl. Night glass. Alternative spelling of night glass. Night glasses. Plural of night glass. Nightgown. Archaic form of nightgown. Nightgowns. Plural of nightgown. Night hag. Alternative spelling of night hag. Night tags. Plural.
Here we go.
Of night hag. Night heron. Alternative form of night heron. Night house. Alternative form of night house. Night houses, plural of night house. Nightjar. Alternative spelling of nightjar. Nightjars, plural of nightjar. Nightlifer. Someone who goes out at night to enjoy the nightlife. Nightlifers, plural of nightlifer. Nightman, alternative form of nightman. Nightman, plural of nightman. Night-night, alternative form of night-night. Night owl, alternative form of night owl. Night owlism, the habit of staying awake late into the night, the quality of being a night owl. Night owls, plural of night owl. Nightshroud, a loose robe worn as a nightgown. Nightrails, plural of night trail. Nightraven, a bird active at night, sometimes identified with a specific species such as a night owl or nightjar, and sometimes seen as a separate animal in its own right. Night ravens, plural of night raven. Night riding, that rides out at night, especially to carry out acts of violence. Night skies, plural of night sky. Night sky, alternative form of night sky. Night soil, alternative spelling of night soil. Night soils, plural of night soil. Nighttime, alternative form of nighttime. Nightttimes, plural of nighttime. Night tripping, that trips or moves lightly about at night. Night watch, alternative form of night watch. Night watches, plural of night watch. Night watchman, alternative spelling of night. Night watchman. Night watchman state, alternative form of night watchman state. Night watchman states, plural of night watchman state. Night watchman, plural of night watchman, alternative spelling of night watchman. Night owl, a surname. Night owls, plural of night owl. Nightbird, alternative spelling of nightbird. Nightbirds, plural of nightbird. Night blind, alternative form of night blind. Night blindness, alternative form of night blindness. Night break, nightfall, the point at which night begins. Night breeze, breeze during the night. Night breezes, plural of night breeze. Nightcap, a warm cloth cap worn while sleeping, often with pajamas, being common attire in Northern Europe before effective home heating became widespread. Nightcap oak, a proteaceous tree not related to the true oaks, endemic to the Nightcap Range in New South Wales. Nightcapped, wearing a nightcap. Nightcapping, present participle and gerund of nightcap. Nightcaps, a coal mining settlement in western Southland, New Zealand. Night cart, alternative form of night cart. Night carts, plural of night cart. Nightshire, alternative form of nightjar. Nightshires, plural of nightshire. Night class, alternative form of night class. Night glasses, plural of night glass. Nightcliff gardeners, disease. Melioidosis. Night cloth. A cloth placed over a bird cage, used to simulate the darkness of night and settle the bird's into sleep. Night cloak. Dressed in night clothes. Night clothes. Clothing worn while sleeping in bed, such as pajamas or a nightgown, and, when worn over night clothes, a robe. Nightcloths. Plural of nightcloth. Nightclub. A public or private establishment that is open late at night to provide entertainment, food, drink, music, or dancing. Nightclub goer. One who patronizes a nightclub. Nightclub goers. Plural of nightclub goer. Nightclub. Simple past and past participle of nightclub. Nightclubber. One who visits a nightclub. Nightclubbers. Plural of nightclubber. Nightglowing. Present participle and gerund of nightclub. Nightclub. Resembling or suggesting a nightclub. Nightclub-like. Resembling or characteristic of a nightclub. Nightclubs. Plural of nightclub. Nightcore. A plunderphonic style of music based on taking an original track and speeding it up, increasing its pitch, usually associated with visuals of anime-style artwork. Nightcrawler. An earthworm of the species Lumbricus terrestris, known for its large size and nocturnal surfacings. Nightcrawlers. Plural of nightcrawler. Night dream. A dream that is experienced while sleeping at night is distinguished from a daydream. Night dreaming. Dreaming that takes place at night during sleep, as opposed to daydreaming. Night dreams. Plural of night dream. Nightdress. A nightgown, usually female attire designed to be worn to bed. Nightdressed. Wearing a nightdress. Nightdresses. Plural of nightdress. Nighted. Dark, clouded. Nighted. To become night or grow dark as night. Nighted. Simple past and past participle of nighten. Nightening. Present participle and gerund of nighten. Nidens. Third person singular simple present indicative of nighten. Nighter. Someone or something who does something for a certain number of nights. Nighters. Plural of nightery. Nighters. Plural of nighter. Nightertale. The period of night time. Nighter. A nightclub, disco, or similar establishment open at night. Nightfall. The close of the day. The coming of night. Nightfalls. Plural of nightfall. Nightfaring. Making one's way during the night. Traveling at night. Nightfare. Alternative form of night fear. Night fears. Plural of night fear. Night fire. A fire that is lit outdoors at night. Night fires. Plural of night fire. Nightish. The fish Bastachia porosa. Nightishes. Plural of nightfish. Night owl. Any of various birds active during the nighttime or associated with night. A nocturnal bird. Nightshright. Fear of the night. Nyctophobia. Noctophobia. Nightshrights. Plural of nightshright. Nightfall. All that occurs or is done during a single night. Nightfulness. The state of being nightful. Nightfuls. Plural of nightful. Night game. Alternative form of night game. Nightgear, night clothes, nightgears. Plural of night gear. Night glass, alternative form of night glass. Night glasses, plural of night glass. Night gloom, darkness of the night, night gloom. Night glow, an air glow at night. Night glows, plural of night glow. Nightgown, a long loose robe worn mainly by women for sleeping in. Nightgown, dressed in a nightgown.
Invincible.
Nightgowns, plural of nightgown. Night guard, a guard worn on the teeth to prevent damage from bruxism during sleep. Night guards, plural of night guard. Night auk, a nightjar, especially Caprimulbus europaeus Eurasian nightjar. Night auger, a metal detectorist who works illegally at night to remove artifacts from archaeological sites. Night hawkers, plural of night hawker. Night hawking, the practice of being out late at night for work or pleasure. Night hawks, plural of night hawk. Nighty, a woman's nightgown or nightdress for wearing to bed. Nighties, plural of nighty. Nighting, present participle and gerund of night. Nightingale. A surname. Nightingale Court, a temporary court in England and Wales established to deal with the backlog of legal cases brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic that began in 2020. Nightingale Courts, plural of Nightingale Court. Nightingale Floor, synonym of Yugosubari. Nightingale Floor, plural of Nightingale Floor. Nightingale Ward, a hospital ward housing numerous patients in a single room. Nightingale Ward, plural of Nightingale Ward. Nightingale thrush, any of various birds in Catharus. Nightingale thrush, plural of Nightingale thrush. Nightingale wren, either of two wrens, Microcirculus philomela and Microcirculus marginatus of Central America and Northern South America, correspondingly. Nightingales, plural of nightingale. Nightish, of or pertaining to night, nocturnal. Nightjar, any of various medium-sized nocturnal birds of the family Caprimulgidae from the order Caprimulgiformes that feed predominantly on moths and other large flying insects. Nightjars, plural of nightjar. Night lamp, a lamp providing illumination at night. Night lamps, plural of night lamp. Nihilus, without night. Nihilousness, absence of night. Nihilus, plural of night. Nightlife, nocturnal activities, especially visiting night clubs. Nightloafer, a person who engages in social activities at night. Night lovers, plural of night loafer. Nightlife, plural of nightlife. Nightlight, a small, dim light or lamp left on overnight. Nightlighting, lighting by means of night lights. Nightlights, plural of nightlight. Nightlight, resembling night or some aspect of it, dark, tenebrous. Nightline, an overnight telephone counseling service, typically for students. Nightlines, plural of nightline. Nightloves, plural of nightlife. Nylon, lasting a night, i.e. the duration of one night, lasting all night. Nightly, happening or appearing in the night, nighttime.
Invincible.
And nocturnal. Nightmare, a person whose job is cleaning cesspools or sewers, or emptying privies by night. Nightmaresher, in Hawaiian folklore, a ghost of an ancient Hawaiian warrior who marches together with other such ghosts on certain sacred nights from their burial sites or the ocean to the sites of ancient battles or sacred places. Nightmarechers, plural of nightmarecher. Nightmare, a very unpleasant or frightening dream. Nightmare fuel, something that is capable of inducing nightmares, often by being highly disturbing. Nightmare, simple past and past participle of nightmare. Nightmare-like, resembling or characteristic of a nightmare, nightmarish. Nightmare, plural of nightmare. Nightmare, alternative spelling of nightmare. Nightmaring, present participle and gerund of nightmare. Nightmarious, having qualities of a nightmare. Nightmarish, resembling a nightmare. Nightmarishly, in a nightmarish manner. Nightmarishness, the state or condition of being nightmarish. Nightmare, characterized by, beset by, or resembling nightmares. Nightman, plural of nightman. Night piece, a picture or literary description of a nighttime scene. Night pieces, plural of night piece. Night Rider, a member of the Ku Klux Klan, especially during the Reconstruction era. Night Riders, plural of night rider. Nitro, a robe to be worn at night, a nightgown. Nitrobes, plural
Here we go.
of nitro. Nights, at night during nighttime, especially on a regular basis. Nights of long knives, plural of night of long knives. Night of long knives, plural of night of long knives. Night of the long knives, plural of Night of the long knives. Nights of the long knives, plural of night of the long knives. Nights out, plural of night out. Nightscape, the nighttime landscape, or a depiction thereof. Nightscapes, plural of nightscape. Nightshow, alternative form of night school. Nightshow, plural of nightshow. Nightscope, an optical instrument that provides night vision. Nightscopes, plural of nightscope. Nightsful, plural of nightful. Nightshade, any of the poisonous plants belonging to the genus Solana, especially black nightshade or woody nightshade. Nightshades, plural of nightshade. Night shifts, alternative spelling of night shift. Night shifter, somebody who regularly works night shifts. Night shifters, plural of night shifter. Night shifts, plural of night shift. Night shining, shining or glowing at night, noctilucent. Nightshirt, a shirt-like garment often oversized that is worn to bed. Nightshirt. Dressed in a nightshirt. Nightshirt. Plural of nightshirt. Night side. The side of a planet or other body that faces away from the sun or star around which it orbits. Night sides. Plural of night side. Night sky. Plural of night sky. Night sky. Alternative form of night sky. Night snake. Alternative form of night snake. Night snakes. Plural of night snake. Night soil. Alternative spelling of night soil. Night spot. An establishment that is open late at night, especially one that provides entertainment, such as a nightclub. Night spots. Plural of night spot. Nightstand. A small table or cabinet, usually with two drawers one above the other or one drawer and a lower shelf placed beside the head of a bed. Nightstands. Plural of nightstand. Nightstick. A long, narrow, pole-like club carried by police and security personnel for use in self-defense. Nightstick fracture. An isolated fracture of the ulna due to direct trauma to the forearm. The name refers to a situation in which a person raises an arm and exposes the medial aspect of the forearm in anticipation of an overhead blow. Nightstick fractures. Plural of nightstick fracture. Nightsticks. Plural of nightstick. Nightstool. A chamber pot built into a chair. Nightstools. Plural of nightstool. Nightshirt. Western style nightclothes. Nightshirts. Plural of nightshirt. Night swimming. Swimming at night. Night dive. Night time. Night time. The hours of darkness between sunset and sunrise. The night. Nighttime diaper. An extra bulky and absorbent diaper which is intended to be worn during sleep for prolonged wetting, usually by an infant who is a heavy wetter or by someone with urinary incontinence. Nighttime diapers. Plural of nighttime diaper. Nighttime nappies. Plural of nighttime nappy. Nighttime nappy. Synonym of nighttime diaper. Night times. Plural of night time. Night walker. A prostitute who looks for clients on the streets. Night walkers. Plural of night walker. Night walking. The activity of a prostitute who looks for clients on the street. Night wandering. Wandering at night. Nachtevagend. Nightward. Toward night. Nightwards. Toward night. Night watch. Alternative form of night watch. Night watches. Plural of night watch. Night watchman. Someone who guards a premises at night. Night bushman. Plural of night watchman. Night witchwoman. A female night watchman. Night witchwomen. Plural of night witchwoman. Nightwear. Clothes worn at nighttime or in bed, such as pajamas. Nightwears. Plural of nightwear. Nightwork. Work which is carried out at night. Nightworker. One who works at night. Night workers. Plural of night worker. Nighty. Alternative spelling of nighty. Nighty-night. Good night. Nighty-night. Alternative spelling of nighty-night. Niwa. Almost. Nearly. Nai. A surname. Nais. Plural of nai. Manjiri. Regular sushi, a piece of raw fish or other topping on top of a small oblong brick of sticky white rice. Mijirizashi. Nigiri sushi. Nevat. A black child. Nedvat. Plural of niglet. Neot. A black female child. Nedots. Plural of negot. Nimes. Initialism of National Institute of General Medical Sciences. Nega. Something trivial or worthless. Negas. Plural of mignag. Nennog. Alternative spelling of mignog. Negnogs. Plural of negnog. Negagosian. A surname from Armenian. Negagosians. Plural of Negakosian. Nadan. Niggard. Miser. Nagons. Plural of Nigon.
Here we go.
Nandori. A cloudy variety of sake rice wine. Megarabuna, a freshwater rayfin fish Carassius boratus grandaculis, a wild subspecies of goldfish endemic to Japan, its habitat limited to Lake Biwa and environs. Negastriato, misspelling of Megastriato. Negapi, abbreviation of Nigeria in Pidgin. Mebra, alternative form of Negro. Negro, of or pertaining to the substantia nigra. Negranilling, a complex, nitrogenous, organic base and black distuff. Negras, plural of negra. Netter, in soap making, the lower layer of liquid produced by pitching, which contains most of the impurities. Megrido, a process of putrefaction or decomposition, one of the four major stages of the alchemical magnum opus. Netters, plural of neger. Negrepus. Netters, plural of neger. Negrescence, the process of becoming black or dark, blackening. Negrescences, plural of negrescence. Negrescent, approaching blackness, blackish, dark color. Negrosygnon, a cardinalide found in Cryptolepis nigrescens. A cardinalide found in Cryptolepis nigrescens. Negressus, plural of nigres. Negre, the black text of a liturgical book indicating the text which is to be read out loud by the celebrant. Niggerkit, of a blackish color. Nigrification, the act or process of making black. Negrify, simple past and past participle of negrify. Negrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of negrify. Negrify, to make black in color, to blacken. Negrify, present participle and gerund of negrify. Negrin, any of a class of lectin isolated from the bark of elderberries. Any of a class of lectin isolated from the bark of elderberry Sambucus nigra. Nebrin, a ferruginous variety of rudile. Negrans, plural of nigrin. Nigrita, any member of genus Nigrita, certain astralidae finches. Negritas, plural of negrita. Negri, an insulating material consisting of the impure residuum obtained in the distillation of paraffin. Negrisha, synonym of Negroland, a vague region inland from the Guinea coast, sub-Saharan Africa, or Black Africa generally. Migration, an inhabitant of Nigrisha present-day Niger. Negritions, plural of Nigrishan. Negritic, alternative form of nigritic. Negritude, blackness, the state of being black. Negritudes, plural of negritude. Negritudinous, black in color. Negro, obsolete spelling of Negro. Negro, obsolete form of Negro. Negros, plural of Negro. Negromancer, alternative form of necromancer. Negromancers, plural of negromancer. Negromancies. Plural of negromancy. Negromancy. Necromancy. Magic involving death. Negroman. Alternative form of necromancer. Negromantic. Obsolete form of necromantic. Negromance. Plural of negroman. Negrometer. An instrument used to measure the blackness of a color. Negrometers, plural of negrometer. Negropallid, relating to the substantia nigra and the globus pallidus. Negrosci, a particular steroid glycoside. Negrocin, a mixture of synthetic black dyes made by heating a mixture of nitrobenzene, aniline, and aniline hydrochloride in the presence of a copper or iron catalyst, used for staining of bacteria and as a colorant. Negrosine, a dark blue synthetic dyestuff of the indolent group. Negrosines, plural of negrosine. Negrosins, plural of negrosin. Negrosome, relating to negrosomes. Negrosome, a small cluster of dopaminergic cells within the substantia nigra. Negrosomes, plural of negrosome. Negostriatum, plural of negostriatum. Negostriatum, pertaining to a neural connection between the substantia nigra and the striata. Negostriatal, in a negostriatal way. Negostriatum, the boundary between the substantia nigra and the striatum. Nigrothalamic, relating to the substantia nigra and the thalamus. Negris, what? Negroviridixin, a toxin in the venom of the snake both righteous nigrovirides. Negermin, a particular steroid glycoside. Plural of neg. Negtard, a stupid black person. Negtards, plural of negtard. Negure, a tropical flea, the chigo. Negures, plural of negure. Negotiptine, a calcium channel blocker and a 1-adrenergic receptor antagonist. Nada, a type of Ashkenazi Jewish worship song. Megunim, plural. Of Megan. Nidans, plural of Negan. Initialism of National Institutes of Health. Nell, Beta Leporis, the second brightest star in the constellation of Lepus. Nehali, a language isolate spoken in West Central India. Neh, a member of an armed Sikh order who dominated early Sikh military history. Nehangs, plural of Nehang. Nahari, a South Asian stew of slow-cooked beef or lamb with bone marrow. Nehart, a surname from German. Neharts, plural of Nehart. Nile, a Nile disc. Nile album, synonym of zinc oxide, particularly white forms. Nile debit, the general issue in certain actions of debt. Nile disc, a declinature by the defendant to plead or answer. Nile disc.
Here we go.
Plural of Nile disc. Nile of stat, a declaration of no objection, specifically a declaration used by the Catholic Church to indicate a book, initiative, or appointment to an office has been found to not breach religious or moral norms. Nile of stats, plural of Nile of stat. Nile article, a deliberately fictitious entry in an encyclopedia or academic work, generally identifiable as false, usually included to defend the intellectual property so copies can be identified. Nile articles, plural of Nile article. Nihilate, to encase in a shell of non-being. Nihilated, simple past and past participle of nihilate. Nihilates, third person singular simple present indicative of nihilate. Nihilated, present participle and gerund of nihilate. Nihilation, the act of annihilating. Nihilation, plural of annihilation. Annihilator, that which annihilates. Annihilators, plural of annihilator. Nihilud, nullness or negation. Nihilianism, a doctrine stating that Christ's essence being divine, his human nature was nothing. Nihilianist, a proponent of nihilianism. Nihilianistic, or relating to nihilianism. Nihilianists, plural of nihilianists. Nihilism, a movement of the 1860s that rejected all authority and promoted the use of violence for political change. Nihilism, plural of nihilism. Nihilist, a person who accepts or champions nihilism. Nihilist cipher, a symmetric cipher in which a polybius square using a mixed alphabet is used to convert both the plain text and a keyword to a series of two-digit numbers, which are then summed in the normal way to get the ciphertext, with the key numbers repeated as required. By extension, any of several improved algorithms based on this. Nihilistic, of or relating to nihilism. Nihilistically, in a nihilistic manner. Nihilists, plural of nihilists. Nihilities, plural of nihility. Nihility, the state or fact of being nothing, nothingness, nullity, non-existence. Niles, plural of nile. Nil, initialism of noise-induced hearing loss. Nil, the tallest of 10 islands and atolls in the uninhabited northwestern Hawaiian Islands. Nihon, Japan. Nihonbashi, a business district of Chuo, Tokyo Prefecture, Japan, surrounding a famous bridge of the same name. Nehanga, paintings made in a traditional Japanese style typically executed with brushes on washi paper or silk. Nehonglish, synonym of English. Nihongo, synonym of Japanese, the Japanese language. Nihonium, the synthetic transactinide chemical element with atomic number 113. Nihonjinrin, a genre of texts that focus on issues of Japanese national and cultural identity and how Japan and the Japanese should be understood. Nihonmatsu, a city in Fukushima Prefecture, Japan. A Soviet scientific research institute. Niragi, a surname from Japanese. Meda, a prefecture of Japan. Meadate, a particular apidote mineral. Nehama, a city in Ehime Prefecture, Japan. Neha, the westernmost and smallest of the inhabited islands of Hawaii. The elongated form of nice. Nerima, a surname from Japanese. Kawakiroki syndrome, synonym of Kabuki syndrome. Miya, a folk dance from southern Somalia similar to twerking, generally performed by women. Miyama, a surname from Japanese. Nijemci, a municipality of Croatia. Najenspian, of or pertaining to Vaslav Nijinsky 1890-1950, Russian ballet dancer and choreographer. Mejar, a surname from Punjabi. Majars, plural of Majar. Neger, a city in Gelderland, Netherlands. Nijmegen, a city in Gelderland, Netherlands. Nijmegen breakage syndrome, a rare congenital disorder causing chromosomal instability. Mijubashi, the iron bridge to the Kakao. Ne, a male given name. Neva, alternative form of Nika. Nevas,
Invincible.
plural of Nikha. Neta, alternative spelling of Nikab. Nekab, plural of Nikab. Neta. The Islamic marriage ceremony. Nikah-nama, an Islamic matrimonial deed, setting out the partner's rights to divorce, polygamy, etc. Nikah-namas, plural of Nikah-nama. Neta, plural of Nikah. Negao, a New Zealand palm, Rhopalostales sapida, with edible pith and leaves used for building and thatching. Negaos, plural of Nikau. Nai, the goddess of victory and triumph, Athena's companion. Nice, sports shoes of the brand Nike. Nitamai, a stimulant which mainly affects the respiratory cycle. Nibi, a unisex given name. Nikki Lauda, cocaine. Meki, chewing tobacco. Nicophora, a surname. Nagis, plural of Niki. Mikishura, a trigonal rhombohedral green mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, sodium, and sulfur. Nagida, a female given name from ancient Greek. Nida, alternative spelling of Nika. Neta, plural of Nika. Neta, plural of Nika. Nega. Plural of Nika.
Here we go.
Neta. Overseas ethnic Japanese person usually has no Japanese citizenship, living as citizens of other countries as immigrant immigrants or descendants of Japanese immigrants. Nikkei Index. A Japanese stock market index normally refers to the Nikkei 225, which is calculated by aggregating the share prices of 225 large Japanese companies quoted on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and thus reflects the performance of major Japanese businesses. Nikkei Indexes. Plural of Nikkei Index. Nikkeigen. A Nikkei, a Japanese immigrant or descendant not resident in Japan. Nikkeigen. Plural of Nikkeigen. Nikkei's. Plural of Nikkei. Neta. A surname. Nickels. Plural of nickel. Never. Alternative form of knicker. A sea devil. Never. Plural of nigger. Nibby. A diminutive of the female given name Nicole, variant of Nikki. Nevo. A felt tip pen of the Nikko brand or of any other brand or the marks left by such a pen. Nikko. A city in Tochigi Prefecture, Japan. Nikko fur. A Bai's Hamobis, a fur native to the mountains of central and southern Honshu and Shikoku, Japan. Nikko furs. Plural of Nikko fur. Nicomycin. Any of a group of compounds that inhibit chitin synthase. Nicomycins. Plural of nicomycin. Nickos. Plural of Nico. Nika. Alternative spelling of Nikka. Nibby. A female given name. Alternative spelling of Nikki. Neke Hossein. A surname from Armenian, equivalent to English Nicholson. Neke Hosseins. Plural of Neke Hossein. Nikola. A transliteration of the Bulgarian, Macedonian, or Serbo-Croatian male given name and Ikaol Nikola, equivalent to Nicholas. Nekoliv. Alternative spelling of Nikolaev. Nikolai. A city in Alaska. Nikolaev. Alternative spelling of Nikolaev. Nikolaidism. Alternative form of Nikolaev. Nikhalaos. A transliteration of the Greek male given name Nu Iota Kappa Omicron Land Alpha Omicron Sigma Nikhalaos used in Greece. The equivalent female name is Nikolta. Nicholas. A transliteration of the Greek male given name Nu Iota Kappa Omicron Lambda Alpha Sigma Nicholas. Used in Greece. Nikolaev. A transliteration of the Russian surname N-I-K-O-L-A, acute Yelvin Nikolaev. Nikolaevsk. Former name of Nikolaevsk on Amur, a town in Khabarovsk Krai, Russia, on the Amur River. Nikolaevsk Nyamur. Alternative form of Nikolaevsk on Amur. Nikolaevsk on Amur. A town in Khabarovsk Krai, Russia. On the Amur River. Nikol. A female given name. Nikolta. A transliteration of the Greek female given name Nu Iota Kappa Omicron Land Epsilon Tau Alpha Nikoleta. Nekawa. A surname from Serbo-Croatian. Nekalex. Plural of Nikolic. Nekolina. A transliteration of the Macedonian female given name N-I-K-O-L-I-N-A Nikolina. Nekales. A transliteration of the Greek male given name Nu Iota Kappa Omicron Lambda Beta Sigma Nikales used in Greece. Nikola. A surname from Bulgarian, variant of Nikola. Nikola. A surname from Bulgarian. Nikolos. Plural of Nikolo. Nekalski. a transliteration of the Russian surname Nika Oakut Lyeske Ikaki and Ik Oakut L letter to B9 Skij. Nikolsky's sign, a clinical dermatological sign where slight rubbing of the skin results in exfoliation of the outermost layer. Nikolsky's viper, a venomous viper, Vipera nikolskyi, endemic to Ukraine, eastern Romania, and southwestern Russia. Nikolsky's vipers, plural of Nikolsky's viper. Necomycin, the antifungal agent and antibiotic 2,2-amino-4-hydroxy, 4,5-hydroxypyridine, 2-il-3-methylbutanol-amino 2,5,2,4-dioxypyrimidine, 1-il-3-4-dihydroxyoxyl and 2-il-acetic acid. Nikon Choir, a large group of photographers simultaneously capturing images of a celebrity, producing numerous photographic flashes along with an accompanying din of clicking camera shutters. Nikon choirs, plural of Nikon choir. Nikon chorus, alternative form of Nikon choir. Nikon choruses, plural of Nikon chorus. Nikonian, a follower of the main current of the Russian Orthodox Church, which accepted the reforms undertaken during the reign of Patriarch Nikon. Nikonians, plural of Nikonian. Nekonite, a supporter of Patriarch Nikon of Moscow in the Raskol. Nekonites, plural of Nikonite. Negina, a surname from Russian. Nekinovs, plural of Nikonov. Nekopol, a city and reign of Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Mikos, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Nu Iota Kappa Omicron Sigma Nikos used in Greece. It is the most common form of the name Nikolaos, the Greek cognate of Nicholas. Nekoslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Neksar, a town in Turkey. Nekshak, a city and municipality of Montenegro. Nekujuki, a method of preserving both the shell and the body intact by using hot water on a live specimen to separate the two. Nega, the system of optional diacritics attached to Hebrew letters that indicate vowels and consonant variations. Mikyujaga, a Japanese dish of meat, potatoes, and onions stewed in sweetened soy sauce. Nekumen, a Japanese baiazi with meat filling, a Chinese steamed stuffed bun with meat. Nikimaroro, uninhabited atoll in the Phoenix Islands, Kiribati. Nil, initialism of nanoimprint lithography. Nil, nothing, zero.
Here we go.
Nil by mouth, synonym of nil per os, nothing may be eaten or drunk. Nil desperandum, do not despair. Nil disease, minimal change to disease. Nil per os, nothing by mouth, nothing may be eaten or drunk. Nil, zero. Nil, a unisex given name born by people in or from India. Nihilable, able to be set to nil or no value. Niladi, a Hindu goddess primarily worshipped in South India. Niladic, of an operator or function in a program having no arguments. Noun, a surname. Nilent Geyser, a cold spring in Salton Trough, Imperial County, California, United States, a carbon dioxide bubbling mud pot that is the only known moving mud pool in the world. Nellens, plural of Nelland. Nas, plural of Nila. Nile, a large river in Africa flowing through Khartoum and Cairo into the Mediterranean Sea, usually considered to be the longest river in the world. Nile blue, a pale greenish blue color. Nile blues, plural of Nile blue. Nile cabbage, any of various aquatic plants of the genus Piscia. Nile crocodile, a large, fierce, carnivorous, semi-aquatic African crocodile of species Crocodylus niloticus.
Invincible.
Nile crocodiles, plural of Nile crocodile. Nile fox, a subspecies of red fox found in Egypt, Volpes niloticus. Nile foxes, plural of Nile fox. Nile green, a yellowish green color. Nile greens, plural of Nile green. Nile perch, Lates niloticus, a species of freshwater fish in family Latidae of order Perciformes. Nile perches, plural of Nile perch. Nile red, a lipophilic stain with applications in cell biology, prepared through acid hydrolysis by boiling a solution of Nile blue with sulfuric acid. Nile tilapia, a fish of species Oreochromis niloticus. Nile tilapias, plural of Nile tilapia. Nelian, nilotic, from residing or located by or pertaining to the river Nile. Nylon tap, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Nile pros, a prostaglandin analog. Niles, a surname. Niles Center, former name of Skokie, Illinois. Nastal, a synthetic steroidal estrogen, the 3-cyclopentyl ether of 17-alpha-ethanol estriol. NEL, acronym of not in labor force. NELV, plural of NILV. Nelvac, a large antelope of species Boselaphus tragicamelus of India, blue bull. Nelvas, plural of nil.
Here we go.
I. Nilgau, alternative form of nilgai. Nildas, plural of nilgau. Nilgai, alternative form of nilgai. Nilvax, plural of nilgai. Nilgau, alternative form of nilgai. Nildaus, plural of nilgau. Nilver, archaic form of Nilgiri Indian mountain range. Nilgiri, a mountain range forming part of the Western Ghats in western Tamil Nadu, India. Nili, the capital of Nili district, Daikundi, Afghanistan, and also capital of Daikundi. Niliao, synonym for neutronium. Nil, a surname. Nilla, clipping of vanilla. Nillable, alternative form of nihilable. Nelly, a kind of blue cotton cloth from India. Nellius, plural of nilly. Nellas, plural of nella. Now, past participle of nil. Nille, present participle and gerund of nil. Millionaire, somebody without money. Millionaires, plural of millionaire. Nels, plural of nil. Nilly-willy, synonym of willy-nilly. Nilmanifold, a quotient space of a nilpotent Lie group modulo a closed subgroup, or equivalently a homogeneous space with a nilpotent Lie group acting transitively on it. Nilmanifolds, plural of nilmanifold. Nilo, of or pertaining to the Nile. Nilo-Saharan, a theoretical major language family spoken mostly along the Nile River and in large parts of the Sahara. Nilo-Saharanese, a linguist who specializes in studying Nilo-Saharan languages. Nilo-Saharanests, plural of Nilo-Saharanes. Nilofer, a female given name of Indian usage, Niloran languages. Nilo-Saharanests, plural of Nilo-Saharanes. Nilofer, a female given name of Indian usage. Nilometer, a device used to measure the rise of water in the Nile at the flood. Nilometers, plural of nilometer. Nilometric, relating to the nilometer. Niloscope, synonym of nilometer. Niloscopes, plural of niloscope. Nilot, a nilotic person. Nilotic, of or pertaining to the Nile or the people who live on its banks. Nilotica, synonym of Nile tilapia. Niloticus, plural of nilotica. Niloticist, a linguist who specializes in studying Nilotic languages. Niloticists, plural of niloticists. Nilotinib, a drug used to treat cancer. Nilodo, alternative form of Nilo. Nilots, plural of Nilot. Nilphamari District, one of the 8 districts in the Rangpur division of Bangladesh. Nilpotence,
Here we go.
the quality of being nilpotent. Nilpotency, the quality of being nilpotent. Nilpotent, such that for some positive integer n, xn equals 0. Nilpotently, in a nilpotent fashion. Nilpotence, plural of nilpotent. Nilprogression, a function of the products of the elements of a nilpotent group and their inverses. Nilprogressions, plural of nilprogression. No radical, the set of nilpotent elements of an algebraic structure such as an ideal. No radicals, plural of no radical. Nils, plural of nil. Nil sequence, a sequence of 0 elements. Nil sequences, plural of nil sequence. Nilsolitin, a certain type of left invariant metric on a nilpotent-like group. Nilsolitins, plural of nilsolitin. Nelsa, a certain name. Nelsens, plural of Nelson. Nel space, the maximum subspace of a representation space R on which a representation of a group G applied to a subgroup of G is unipotent. Nel spaces, plural of nil space. Nil system, a topological system Hx such that a nilpotent Lie group G equals acts transitively on X. Nil systems, plural of nil system. Niltada, any of the birds in the genus Niltava found in the China, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. Niltadas, plural of Niltava. Nodipine, a calcium channel blocker. Nalas, obsolete form of Nile. Notamide, an androgen medication used in the treatment of advanced stage prostate cancer. Novotamine, misspelling of nilutamide. Novodipine, a calcium channel blocker. No, to take or seize. Nimwitted, alternative form of Nimwitted. NEVA, initialism of National Imagery and Mapping Agency, former name of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Namad, an Indo-Aryan language spoken in the Nimar region of India. Nemadri, a Chimerite in which the attacker kicks away the opponent's ankle while throwing or twisting him. And Katina, a Hopi ceremony celebrating the departing of the Kachinas for the San Francisco peaks at the summer solstice. No, a nimbus or halo. Nimbari, a language spoken in northern Cameroon and Nigeria. Nobet, nimb, halo. Nimbated, alternative form of nimbate. Nimbicile, an imbecile. Nimbiciles, plural of nimbicile. Note, having a nim or halo. Knower, any of a set of number-like objects used in combinatorial game theory, equivalent to the values of heaves in the game of Nim. Nimbers, plural of nimber. Nimthi, plural of nimbus. Nebiden, a mixture of tetranortriterpenes that is the bitter principle of neem. Nimbidol, an antifungal constituent of neem. Nimbis, plural of nimbi. Nimbiferous, foreboding clouds or stormy weather. Nimbility, nimol. Nimol, adept at taking or grasping. Nimble will, alternative form of nimble will. Nimble chops, a talkative person, used mainly as a form of address. Nimble-fingered, thieving, thievish. Nimble-witted, quick-witted. Nimble-wittedness, the characteristic of being nimble-witted, mental sharpness. Nimble, simple past and past participle of nimble. Nimbleness, they call it of being nimble. Nimblenesses, plural of nimbleness. Nimbler, comparative form of nimble, more nimble. Nimbles, third person singular simple present indicative of nimble. Nimblesome, characterized or marked by nimbleness. Nimbless, nimbleness. Nimblesis, plural of nimbless. Nimbless, superlative form of nimble, most nimble. Nimblewhale, a slender North American grass Muhlenbergia sylvatica, or Muhlenbergia shrubbery. It is often used for grazing. Nimble, present participle and gerund of nimble. Nimble, in a nimble manner. Nimbo, the neem tree. Nimbocumulus, a cumulonimbus cloud. Nimbolide, a triterpene liminoid obtained from Azadirachta indica that is used in traditional medicine and has some anti-cancer properties. Nimboran, a Papuan language of Nimboran district, Jayapura Regency, Indonesia. Nimbos, cloudy. Nimbus strati, plural of nimbus stratus. Nimbus stratus, a mid-level cloud, generally formless and dark gray in color, associated with precipitation. Abbreviated NS. Noah, plural of nim. Nimbus, a circle of light, a halo. Nimbus, furnished with a nimbus or halo. Nimbuses, plural of nimbus. Nimbus-like, resembling or characteristic of a nimbus or halo. Nimby, alternative letter case form of NIMBY. NIMBY, not in my backyard in objection to an undesirable structure built locally. NIMBY-ish, alternative letter case form of NIMBY-ish. NIBIsh, in the manner of a NIMBY. NIMBYism, alternative letter case form of NIMBYism. NIMBYism, the eulogy of NIMBY. NIMBYisms, plural of NIMBYism. NIBEST, synonym of NIMBY. NIBEST, plural of NIMBYest. NIMBY, plural of NIMBY. NIMBYs, plural of NIMBY. No, initialism of National Identity Management. Commission. NEBRA, acronym of Net Income / Make-up Charitable Remainder Unit Trust. NEBRA, plural of NIM. Neuss, a city in Occitania, southern France, the capital of the Department of Gard, formerly in the region of Languedoc-Roussillon. Nimesulai, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug with analgesic and antipyretic properties. Ninetazepam, a benzodiazepine drug with hypnotic, anxiolytic, sedative, and skeletal muscle relaxant properties generally used to treat insomnia. No, acronym of National Institute of Mental Health. NIMH, nickel metal hydride. Note, initialism of National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities. Nimidin, a pesticide. Nimides, plural of nimiety. Nimiety, state of being in excess more than is needed. Namigia, a commune of Bistritana Sod County, Romania. Neminipimini, alternative form of Nimini Pimini. Nimini Pimini, overtly or excessively prim. Nimini Crimini, alternative form of Nimini Pimini. Nemias, excessive, extravagant, inordinate, vexatious. Nemiously, excessively, extravagantly, inordinate. Nimisin, a neologism in Toki Pona. Newite, a monoclinic prismatic yellow-green mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, nickel, oxygen, and silicon. Nemetz, a surname from German. Note, past participle of nim. Nemagen, obsolete spelling of Nemagen. Neller, a surname from German. Nimmers, plural of nimmer. Nibbe, present participle and gerund of mem. Nivo, a surname. Nimos, plural of nimo. Nimad, alternative alternative form of Nimrod. Nemods, plural of Nimrod. Nemodipine, a dihydropyridine calcium channel blocker originally developed for the treatment of high blood pressure and now mostly used to prevent vasospasm. Mnemonic, any of a family of nickel-based high-temperature low-creep superalloys typically consisting of more than 50% nickel and 20% chromium with additives such as titanium and aluminium. Mnemonics, plural of mnemonic. Mnemono, any of various stewed dishes in Japanese cuisine. Nimorazole, a particular nitroimidazole anti-infective. Nimotuzumab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat squamous cell carcinoma, head and neck cancer, nasopharyngeal cancer, and glioma. Nimoy, a surname. Nimoy, plural of Nimoy. No, no, obsolete spelling of Nim. Neves, a surname. Nemes, plural of Nim. Nenpingang, a willow. Nenpingangs, plural of Nimpingang. Nimpgeish, dated form of Nampes. Nemes, it. Nymphopsical, drug. Nimraved, any of the large extinct feliforms of the family Nimravidae of the Middle to Late Miocene 47 million years ago. Nimraveds, plural of Nimravid. Nimrod, a grandson of Ham, a mighty hunter and king of Shinar. Nimrodian, relating to the legendary hunter Nimrod. Nimrodic, relating to the legendary hunter Nimrod. Nimrodical, alternative form of Nimrodic. Nemods, plural of Nimrod. Nimrud, an ancient Assyrian city located in modern Iraq. Memras, a province of Afghanistan. NOAA, acronym of National Incident Management System. NOAA, third-person singular simple present indicative of Nim. Nili, alternative form of Ninshi of Fool. Nemi is plural of Nimshi. Nemi is plural of Nimshi. Nili, a fool. Nemes, a surname from German. Nemesis, plural of Nems. Nema, a female given name, sometimes treated as the feminine of Merlin. Nimu, a town in South Sudan. Nemestine, a particular drug designed for use in chemotherapy. Nimwet, a dimwet. Nimwets, plural of nimwet. Nimwedad, nimwedad. Dimwitted. Nimzo-Indian, the Nimzo-Indian defense. Nimzo-Indian defense, a chess opening, a form of Indian defense, characterized by the moves 1.d4 nf6 2.c4 e6 3.nc3 bb4. Nimzoich, a chess opening characterized by the moves 1.e4 nc6, in which the white king's pawn advances 2 squares and the black queen's knight advances to the bishop file. Nimzowichian, of or relating to Aaron Nimzowich 1886-1935, Russian-born Danish chess master and chess writer. Initialism of National Institute of Nutrition and Institute in India. A town in Zadar, Croatia. Nana, Nina Long. Nana, a female given name in continuous use since the 19th century. Nana from Carolina, synonym of Nina from Pasadena. Nina from Pasadena, a roll of 9 in the game of craps. Nina Loan, a mortgage loan to a borrower with no verified or stated income or assets. Nina Loans, plural of Nina Loan. Nina Ross, a playing card with the rank of 9. Nina Rosses, plural of Nina Ross. Naman, a surname from Malayalam. Neda, a godmother. Nenas, plural of Nin. Nanams, plural of Nenan. Nana. Plural of Nina. Nanas, plural of Nina. Nanawa, alternative form of Nineveh. Nimka, a fool, a nincompoop. Nincompoop, a foolish or silly person. Nincompooperies, plural of nincompooperi. Nincompooperi, the beliefs and behaviors of a nincompoop, folly, idiocy. Nincompoopish, like a nincompoop, foolish, silly. Nincompoopism, the beliefs and behaviors of a nincompoop, folly, idiocy. Nincompoops, plural of nincompoop. Nencoms, plural of Nincom. Nego, alternative form of nincom. Nincompoop, obsolete spelling of nincompoop. Nincompoops, plural of nincompoop. Nincoms, plural of nincom. Nem, a surname. Nemden, an ancient Babylonian unit of measure equal to 12 cubits, approximately 6 meters. Nindens, plural of Ninden. Nend, acronym of National Institute of Neurological Diseases and Stroke. Knife, a numerical value equal to 9, the number following 8 and preceding 10. 9 ball, alternative spelling of 9 ball. 9 bows, the traditional enemies of ancient Egypt. 9 bows, alternative form of 9 bows. 9-day wonder, alternative form of 9-day wonder. 9-day wonders, plural of 9-day wonder. 9 days wonder, alternative form of 9-day wonder. 9 days wonders, plural of 9 days wonder. 9 days wonder, alternative form of 9-day wonder. 9 days wonders, plural of 9 days wonder. Nine elevens, plural of 9/11. 9 Elms, an inner city area in Borough of Wandsworth, London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2977. 9 figures, an unspecified amount of money ranging from 100 million to $999,999,999 or other unit of currency. 900, the cardinal number occurring after 899 and before 901, represented in Arabic numerals as 900. Ordinal, 900. 9 lives, durability, near immunity to damage, remarkable ability to survive. 9 mens moris, an ancient strategic board game for 2 players, each having 9 pieces, and in which forming a row of 3 of one's own pieces earns the removal of one of the other player's pieces. 9 Mile, a town in the parish of St. Anne, Jamaica. 9-9, synonym of dead yard Caribbean funerary tradition. 9 Nights, plural of 9 night. 999, alternative form of 999 telephone number for emergency services in many jurisdictions. 9 o'clock, the start of the 10th hour of the day. 9 9:00 a.m. 9:00. 9 Old Men, a group of 9 men who worked as core animators at Disney. Les Clark, Mark Davis, Ollie Johnston, Milt Kahl, Ward Kimball, Eric Larson, John Lounsbury, Wolfgang Reitherman, and Frank Thomas. 911, alternative spelling of 9-1-1. 911, plural of 911. 9-point circle, alternative spelling of 9-point circle. 9-point circles, plural of 9 points circle. 9,000, cardinal number between 8,999 and 9,001. 9 times out of 10. Very often, mostly, most of the time. 9 to 5, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 9 to 5s, plural of 9 to 5. 9 ways to Sunday, synonym of 6 ways to Sunday. 9 while 5, 9 to 5. 9 you're fine, 10 you're mine. A police officer is likely to pull over a motorist who exceeds the speed limit by 10 or more miles per hour, but may overlook lesser amounts. 9 ball, a form of pool in which players must hit with the cue ball the object ball with the lowest numerical value, but may legally pot any ball apart from the white. Whichever player pots the 9 ball wins the game. 9-banded armadillo, a species but may legally pot any ball apart from the white. Whichever player pots the 9 ball wins the game. 9-banded armadillo, a species of armadillo, Dasypus novicinctus, ranging from much of the southern U.S. to warmer South America. 9-banded armadillos, plural of 9-banded armadillo. 9 darter, the scoring of 501 points with only 9 darts, regarded as a perfect game. 9 darters, plural of 9 darter. 9-line, a set of line segments on various maps that have accompanied the claims of the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China to various contested areas in the South China Sea. 9-day wonder, something that generates interest for a limited time and is then abandoned. 9-day wonders, plural of 9-day wonder. 9 eyes, the lamprey. 900, the ordinal form of the number 900. 9 killer, the northern shrike Lanius borealis. 9 killers, Lanius borealis. 9 killers, plural of 9 killer. 999, alternative form of 999 telephone 999 telephone number for emergency services in many jurisdictions. 911, alternative form of 9-1- alternative form of 9-1-1. 911, plural of 911. 9-point circle, that circle which passes through the feet of the altitudes of a given triangle. 9-point circles, plural of 9-point circle. 9-pounder, A cannon of a certain bore-size caliber that was named for an iron cannonball that weighed 9 pounds in a certain outdated cannonball that weighed 9 pounds in a certain outdated system of weights and measures. System of weights and measures. 9-pounders, plural of 9-pounder. 9/10. 9 parts out of 10, 90%, 9/10. 9,000er. Any mountain that extends more than 9,000 meters, 29,528 ft from the surface. 9,000ers, plural of 9,000er. 9,000. The ordinal form of the number 9,000. The ordinal form of the number 9,000. 9-timer. A word that covers 2 triple word squares so that the overall value of the letters is multiplied by 9. 9-timers, plural of 9-timer. 9 to 5, of a job beginning at 9 a.m. and ending at 5 p.m. the usual office hours in many countries. 9 to 5, simple past and past participle of 9 to 5. Past participle of 9 to 5. 9 to 5er, someone who works a 9 to 5 job. 9 to 5ers, plural of 9 to 5er. 9 to 5s, third person singular simple present indicative of 9 to 5. 9 to 5ing, present participle and gerund of 9 to 5. 9danks, a small village in West Allen Parish, southwest Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NY 7853. 9bark, any flowering plant of the genus Physocarpus. 9barks, plural of 9bark. 9fold, having 9 times as much or as many. 9foldness, the property mainfold. 9 holes, a game in which each player bowls a ball towards 9 holes, in which each player bowls a ball towards 9 holes in a board or the ground, scoring points according to which hole the ball enters. 90, a protein that has a centrosomal function. 9ish, any time close to 9 o'clock. 9ling, a twin crystal formed from 9 individuals. 9lings, plural of 9ling. 9man, alternative form of 9-man. 9ness, the property remaining number. 9pence, a former British silver coin worth 9 old pennies. Says plural of 9pennies, plural of 9-penny. 9penny, having a value or cost of 9pence. 9pin, the wooden pin used in the game of 9 pins, a skittle. 9 pins, the game of skittles. 9plex, a building divided into 9 separate residences or commercial premises. 9plexes, plural of 9plex. 9er, something 9 inches long or holding 9 gallons, etc. 9ers, plural of 9er. 9s, plural of 9. 9 score, 180. 9 Cs, a call in any children's game, such as jacks, where 9 actions must be performed. 9 sum, a group of 9 persons or things. 9 sums, plural of 9 sum. 19. The cardinal number occurring after 18 and before 20, represented in Roman numerals as Roman 19 and in Arabic numerals as 19. It is the last/largest of the teens. 1984. A society characterized by rigid government control enforced through propaganda and intensive surveillance. 19 hand. A hand of cards that scores no points. 19 hands, plural of 19 hand. 1900, the start of the 20th hour of the day on the 24-hour clock I 1900. 1900s. The decade consisting of the years 1900 through 1909. 19 to the dozen. Very quickly, rapidly. 19-fold. 19 times as many. 19-ish. Of about 19 years of age. 19ness. The property of being 19 in age or number. 19 pence. The monetary amount of 19 pence. 19s. Plural of 19. 19th. The ordinal form of the number 19. 19th hole. A pub/bar where golfers go for drinks after a game of golf, usually in the clubhouse at the course, equivalent to après-ski. 19th holes. Plural of 19th hole. 19thlies. Plural of 19thly. 19thly. In 19th place, 19th in a row. 19ths. Plural of 19. Naya. Misspelling of 9.
Invincible.
Nyahu. Misspelling of ninthly. 90s. Alternative letter case form of 90s in the context of a specific decade, almost always the 1890s or 1990s. 90th. The ordinal form of the number 90. 90th. In the 90th place, 90th in a row. 90th. Yes. Plural of 90th. 90. The cardinal number occurring after 89 and before 91, represented in Roman numerals as XC and in Arabic numerals as 90. 90 days. 9. In the game of craps. 90-day wonder. Alternative form of 90-day wonder. 90-day wonders. Plural of 90-day wonder. 98. The cardinal number immediately following 90. 7. 90 plus 8, and preceding 99. 98. The ordinal form of the number 98, describing a person or thing in position number 98 of a sequence. 98ths. Plural of 98. 95th. The ordinal form of the number 95, describing a person or thing in position number 95 of a sequence. 95th. Plural of 95th. 91st. The ordinal form of the number 91, describing a person or thing in position number 91 of a sequence. 91st. Plural of 91st. 95. The cardinal number immediately following 94 and preceding 96. 94. The cardinal number immediately following 93 and preceding 95. 94. The ordinal form of the number 94, describing a person or thing in position number 94 of a sequence. 94th. Plural of 94. 99. The cardinal number immediately following 98 and preceding 100. 99. Plural of 99. 90-90 rule. A humorous aphorism stating that the first 90% of the code accounts for the first 90% of the code accounts for the other 90% of the development time. 99. The ordinal form of the number 99, describing a person or thing in position number 99 of the sequence. 99s. Plural of 99. 91. The cardinal number immediately following 90 and preceding 92. 91. 91st, 92nd, the ordinal form of the number 92, describing a person or thing in position number 92 of a sequence. 92nd, plural of 92nd. 92nd, non-standard form of 92nd. 97, the cardinal number immediately following 96 and preceding 98. 97, the ordinal form of the number 97, describing a person or thing in position number 97 of a sequence. 97s, plural of 97. 96, the cardinal number immediately following 95 and preceding 97. 96, the ordinal form of the number 96, describing a person or thing in position number 96 of a sequence. 96, plural of 96. 90-something, alternative form of 90-something. 90-somethings, plural of 90-something. 93rd, the ordinal form of the number 93, describing a person or thing in position number 93 of a sequence. 93rds, plural of 93rd. 93, the cardinal number immediately following 92 and preceding 94. 92, the cardinal number immediately following 91 and preceding 93. 90-fold, by a factor of 90. 90, approximately 90. 90, slightly more than 90. 9 to something, an indeterminate value between 90 inclusive and 100 exclusive. 9 to somethings, plural of 9 to something. Nineveh, alternative spelling of Nineveh, an ancient city in Iraq. Nineveh, the capital of ancient Assyria, now Mosul, Iraq. Nineveh, a native or inhabitant of Nineveh. Ninevites, plural of Ninevite. Ninevedic, of or relating to the Ninevites. Ninevitical, of or relating to the Ninevites. Nidotish, of or relating to the Ninevites. Nimals, a western suburb of Dundee, city of Dundee Council area, Scotland OS grid ref no 3630. The surname, Nang Nong, alternative form of Nang Nong. Nang Nongs, plural of Nang Nong. Nene, a count-level city of Mudanjiang, Heilongjiang, China, located on Mudanhaha River, not far from Mudanjiang City. Mingachin, alternative form of Mingxia. Neng Nong, a stupid person, an idiot. Neng Nongs, plural of Ning Nong. Nenpo, alternative form of Ningbo. Nengbo, alternative form of Ningbo. Ninghi, alternative form of Ning. Ningwu, alternative form of Ningwu. No, alternative spelling of Ningen. Nengai, any of various endemic Australian dasuid marsupials of the genus Ningai. Nengais, plural of Ningai. Ningbo, a port city, prefecture-level city, and subprovincial city in eastern Zhejiang, China. Nenggonese, of, from, or pertaining to Ningbo. Nit, a prefecture-level city of Fujian, China. Ningyuda, synonym of Ningen. It, a district of Tianjin, China. Ningxia, alternative spelling of Ningxia. Nanglai, and Yeodamus Kenya Lijim Yan in China. Ningalang, a Kenya Shagu Hen in China. Nidobeng.
Invincible.
A county of Jiangsu, Guangxi, China. Ningnan Mycin, the antimicrobial and antiviral pesticide 2, 3, 4, 5, R6, R6, 4 amino, 2 oxypyrimidine, 1-il-4,5 dihydroxy, 3, 2, 3 hydroxy, 2, 2 methylamino acetyl amino probanoyl amino oxane, 2 carboxamide. Ningdal Chakuba, a traditional May Day festival celebrated and held on the second day of Hane October-November. Nangyumban, a May Day surname from Manipuri. Nindo, alternative form of Ningbo, a port city, prefecture-level city, and sub-provincial city in Zhejiang, China. Ningger, a county of Hanjiang, Shaanxi, China. Nens, plural of Ning. Ninshan, alternative form of Ningxin. Ninshan, a county of Anqing, Shaanxi, China. Nensa, obsolete spelling of Ningxia. Ningthan Bisak, alternative form of Ningthan Bishak. Ningthan Bishak, a mating male given name. Ningthai, synonym of Jinduing. Nedu, a Nade ruler. Ningpaucha, alternative form of Mangnang. Ningthao Chang, a Mayday ethnic male given name. Ningthauja, alternative form of Mang. Ningthao Jam, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Ningthao Kamba, a Mayday male given name. Ningthao Kongjam, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Nehuat, a village in Shafleet Parish, Isle of Wight, England OS Grid Ref SC 4089. Nehur, a mountain pass and important gate in the Great Wall in Shaanxi, China. Ningxia, a Hui Autonomous Region of China. Official name, Ningxia Hui Autonomous Region. Capital, Yinchuan. Ningxiang, a county-level city of Changsha, Hunan, China. Ningyar, a county of Tain, Shantung, China. Neui, an orthorhombic phenoidal mineral containing calcium, cerium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Nenyun, a county of Yanju, Hunan, China. Na, a surname from Vietnamese. Nam Ben, a province of Vietnam. Nan Thu, letter 180N, a province of Vietnam. Mammoth, plural of Nin. Nin or Sai, the Sumerian earth and mother goddess, one of the 7 great deities of Sumer. Nen Idrin, the aromatic compound 2,2-dihydroxyamine 1,3-dione, which is used as a reagent to detect amines. Nenhydrins, plural of nenhydrin. Neni, alternative form of night-night. Nenian, a male given name, probably from Saint Ninian. Nenian Park, a former football stadium in the city of Cardiff, Wales, which was replaced by Cardiff City Stadium. The name is still used by Ninian Park Railway Station and a local thoroughfare, Ninian Park Road, OS Grid Ref SD 1675. Nunian, a priestess in Arthurian legend who succeeded Vivienne as Lady of the Lake. Nettleshake, a town in Alaska, United States. Nenningerite, a magnesium iron manganese sulfide mineral. Nenningerites, plural of Nenningerite. Nenza, initialism of no income, no job or assets, describing credit characteristics of a borrower, usually of a residential mortgage. Nunza, a person trained in ninjutsu, especially historical one used for espionage, assassination, and other tasks requiring stealth during Japan's Shogunate period. Ninja cop, a police officer involved in the illicit resale of confiscated illegal drugs. Ninja cops, plural of ninja cop. Ninja feet, plural of ninja foot. Ninja foot, synonym of camel toe. Ninja gym, a gym for obstacle course racing training filled with Ninja Warrior / Sasuke style obstacles as its exercise equipment. Ninja loan, a subprime loan issued to borrowers filled with Ninja Warrior / Sasuke style obstacles as its exercise equipment. Ninja loan, a subprime loan issued to borrowers with no job, income, or assets. Ninja loan, alternative letter case form of ninja loan. Ninja loans, plural of ninja loan. Ninja loans, plural of ninja loan. Ninja loot, to unfairly loot the corpse of a fallen enemy before other members of the party can divvy the spoils. Ninja looter, simple past and past participle of ninja loot. Ninja looter, one who ninja loots. Ninja looters, plural of ninja looter. Ninja looting, present participle and gerund of ninja loot. Ninja loots, third person singular simple present indicative of ninja loot. Ninja miner, a person who unofficially digs or pans for gold in Mongolia. Ninja miners, plural of ninja miner. Ninja rock, a broken shard of ceramic spark plug used by criminals to silently fracture the glass windows of vehicles. Ninja rocks, plural of ninja rock. Ninja star, a shuriken. Ninja stars, plural of ninja star. Ninja sword, synonym of ninjato. Ninja swords, plural of ninja sword. Ninja van, a pop-up food van that appears during field training to sell food and drinks to soldiers. Ninja vans, plural of ninja van. Ninja. Simple past and past participle of ninja. Ninja. Simple past and past participle of ninja. Ninja flax, a thermoplastic polyurethane filament used in 3D printing. Ninja, present participle and gerund of ninja. Ninja-like, resembling or characteristic of a ninja. Ninjas, plural of ninja. Ninjas cutting onions, a light-hearted excuse for why one is crying. Ninjato, a straight-bladed short sword, commonly appearing in works of fiction as a weapon of the shinobi in feudal Japan. Ninjato, alternative form
Invincible.
of ninjato. Ninjatos, plural of ninjato. Ninjet, a female ninja-like warrior or martial artist, a kanoichi. Ninjets, plural of ninjet. Ninjutsu, alternative form of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, a Japanese martial art that is a collection of techniques originally practiced for Japanese espionage purposes and includes methods of gathering information, non-detection, avoidance, and misdirection techniques used by ninja. The Chinese letter. Nin Kar Sag, alternative form of Ninra Sag. Nemel, in Sumerian mythology, the consort goddess of Enlil. Nerem, a surname from German. Nenemans, plural of Nenemen. Neneru. Ninyish behavior, foolery, foolishness. Nenas, plural of Nini. Nannies, a surname. Nemi, a silly or foolish person. Nenny penny, silly, ridiculous, ninnyish. Ninny hammer, a foolish person, a simpleton. Ninny hammers, plural of ninny hammer. Hit it, silly, foolish. It has the predisposition to act like a ninny. It has plural of ninnyism. Minyo Jesus, a barangay of Libin, Albay, Philippines. Niño Jesus, a neighborhood barrio in Retiro District, Madrid, Spain. Nenomiya, a merged town in Tochigi Prefecture, Japan, now part of Mocha. No, a sheer fabric of silk, rayon, or nylon made in a variety of tight smooth weaves or open lacy patterns. Nenar, a godfather. Nenars, plural of Nenon. Nenons, plural of Nenon. Nanaska, a female given name of Eastern European origin from a diminutive of Nina, a variant of Ninachka. Nenashka, a female given name from Russian. Nenesala, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Nenaksha, a female given name from Russian. Nenetsamenda, an Armenian populated town in Samtskhe Hedy region of Georgia, known as Bogdanovka before 1991. Ninoy Aquino Day, a national non-working holiday in the Philippines observed annually on August 21 commemorating the assassination of former Senator Benigno Ninoy Aquino, Jr. Nendo, Ninjutsu. Nendo, alternative form of Ninpo. Net, plural of Nin. Net, plural of Nin. Nendas, Aligausis. Nentidenum, a particular drug used as part of the treatment regimen for some types of non-small cell lung cancer and for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Nentine, misspelling of 19th. Nintendinitis, a form of repetitive strain injury affecting frequent video gamers, often from the excessive use of the D-pad on a game controller. Nintendium, a fictional material credited for the durability of several Nintendo products. Nintendo, a Japanese multinational company that develops, publishes, and releases both video games and video game consoles. Nintendo Generation, the generation that came of age playing Nintendo video games in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Nintendo Hard, having an extremely high level of difficulty, even at easier difficulties. Nintendo Fum, Nintendonitis. Nintendawkward, an aggressive genre of modern rock music influenced by chiptunes music that samples or emulates the audio capabilities of older sound chips and video game music. Nintendonitis. Alternative form of Nintendonitis. Nintendos. Plural of Nintendo. Nintendrone. A slavish supporter of Nintendo's video games or consoles. A Nintendo fanboy. Nintendrones. Plural of Nintendrone. 9. The ordinal form of the number 9. Ninth chord. A chord with 5 notes that are thirds apart. Ninth chords. Plural of ninth chord. Ninth cranial nerve. Synonym of glossopharyngeal nerve. Ninth grade. The period in school that comes after 8th grade and before 10th grade. Ninth grader. A pupil who is in 9th grade. Ninth graders. Plural of ninth grader. Ninth grades. Plural of ninth grade. Ninth inning. Happening in the ninth inning of a baseball game. Ninth. Simple past and past participle of ninth. Ninthing. Present participle and gerund of ninth. Ninthly. In the ninth place, ninth in a row. Nines. Plural of 9. The video game company, Nintendo. Ninurta, a Mesopotamian god associated with farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes, and war. Nanas, the eponymous founder of the Babylonian city Nineveh. Initialism of no I slash o new or non-locking input slash output. Noted. Any salt X and B of 3 of the weak neobic acid. Neabates. Plural of neabate. Milvation. Containing neabate anions. 71 Niobe, a main belt asteroid. Of war relating to the mythical Niobe. Neos, plural of Niobe. Niobe, containing Niobium. Niobe, relating to Niobium. Niobic acid. The hypothetical acid H and BO3 derived from niobic oxide NB2O5, only known as its salts, the niobates. Now beverus, containing or producing niobium. Now the mineral columbite. Now that's plural of niabite. Now a chemical element symbol Nb with an atomic number of 41, a light gray, crystalline, ductile transition metal used in superconducting materials. Novax, plural of niobium. An isometric hexacohedral mineral containing carbon, niobium, and tantalum. Meozine, a metallocene containing a niobium atom. Neocenes, plural of neabocene. Neabokuplitske, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing fluorine, hydrogen, iron, manganese, niobium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, titanium, zinc, and zirconium. Neahole, a triclinic brown mineral containing fluorine, hydrogen, iron, manganese, niobium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Naus, of or pertaining to niobium. Niobrara, the Niobrara River in Wyoming and Nebraska, United States, which is a tributary of the Missouri River. Niobrara, one of 23 counties in Wyoming, United States. County seat, Lusk. Meathali, a monoclinic emetic light yellow mineral containing calcium, fluorine, niobium, oxygen, and silicon. Meramticin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Yovo, the tree Anadenanthera peregrina. Nui, a commune, the capital of Deux-Sèvres Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, in western France. Initialism of National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, a U.S. federal agency. Neosoma, relating to neosomes. Neoso, a vesicle composed of a non-ionic surfactant and cholesterol. Neosomes, plural of neosome. NEP, abbreviation of National Immunization Program. NEP, a Japanese person. NEP and TAC, so evenly matched that the advantage shifts from one to the other, and the outcome is uncertain. NEP and TACs, plural of NIP and TAC. Neteth, to bite or pinch with small actions. Nip in the bud, to remove a bud from a plant to prevent flower and fruit from forming. Nip in the bud, acorn of nip in the bud. Nepna, nipple projection of a mammary gland. Nep. Pnops, plural of nepna. Nep point, a point of convergence between two rolling parts, or a rolling part and a stationary part, where all or part of the human body could become trapped and injured. Nep points, plural of nip point. Nepslet, the brief accidental exposure of a woman's breast, usually partially and on the side. Nepsleps, plural of nipslip. Nippacker, alternative form of nipbacker. Nep out, the situation where the roof and till approach each other, diminishing the usual thickness of the coal seam or extinguishing it completely. Nepouts, plural of niphout. Nepslet, alternative form of nipslip. Nepsleps, plural of nipslip. Nepa, an acrobatic spring from a supine position to a standing position. Nepups, plural of nepup. Nea, initialism of national income and product accounts. Nea, a barangay of Kalubian, late Philippines. Mipa grass, the Stichlis palmary, is saltgrass native to the San or desert of Mexico and the United States, also known as Palmer's grass. Nipa hut, a kind of stilt house indigenous to the cultures of the Philippines. Nipa huts, plural of Nipa hut. Nipa palm, Nipa, mangrove palm Nipa fruticans. Nipa palms, plural of Nipa palm. Nevon, a barangay of Sinengan, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Nethogen, synonym of methylparaben. Neva, alternative form of Nipah. Nipah virus, Nipah virus, a bat-borne virus that can infect humans and other animals. Nipah viruses, plural of Nipah virus. Netas, plural of Nepa. Netas, plural of Nipa. Nepasol, the antifungal agent propyl hydroxybenzo. Nipawin, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada. Nipbacker, a delivery that pitches outside the line of off stump then deviates off the seam, moving towards the batter. Nipbackers, plural of nipbacker. Nepkeys, synonym of miser. Nepcheeses, plural of nipshees. Nipcotic, of or pertaining to nicotic acid or its derivatives. Nicotic acid, the agent 3-piperidine carboxylic acid that acts on GABA transporters. Nipretidine, a histamine antagonist, proposed as a treatment for excessive gastric acidity but withdrawn after human trials showed liver damage. Nepfarthane, a miser. Nepfarthanes, plural of nepfarthane. Nephavolpsia, photokeratitis. Nephargid, any amphipod in the family Nephargidae. Nephargets, Nephadnon, any of a group of glycerol ethers present in the sponge Nephates digitalis. Nephadnons, plural of Nephadnon. Nevon, Honshu, the largest island of Japan. Nephidophlosis, snow blindness. Nepinawasi, a census-designated place in Madara County, California, United States. Nipissing, a member of the Nipissing First Nation, a people of Ojibwa and Algonquin descent whose ancestors lived in the area of Lake Nipissing in Ontario, Canada. Nipissing District, a district of Ontario, Canada. Nipissings, plural of Nipissing. Nepcow, alternative form of Nipcow. Nepkov disc, alternative form of Nipcow disc. Nepkov discs, plural of Nipkov disc. Nepkov disc, alternative form of Nipkow disc. Nepkov discs, plural of Nipkov disc. Nepkow, a surname from German. Nepkow disc, alternative form of Nipkow disc. Nipkow disc, plural of Nipkow disc. Nipkow disc, a mechanical, geometrically operating image scanning device, a fundamental component of early mechanical television. Nipkow discs, plural of Nipkow disc. Nepless, with a nip or nips in various senses. Nebrach, any of a people descended from the indigenous Algonquian peoples of Nipponet, corresponding to Central Massachusetts and immediately adjacent portions of Connecticut and Rhode Island. Nebrach, alternative form of Nipmuc. Nebrachs, plural of Nipmuc. Nebrachs, plural of Nipmuc. Nepacalimab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat generalized myasthenia gravis. Nepaglycoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Nipomo, a census-designated place in San Luis Obispo County, California, United States. Nep, a surname. Nepid, an exposed nipple or nipples. Nep, simple past and past participle of nip. Neptat, simple past and past participle of nip.
Here we go.
At. Nipped in the butt, simple past and past participle of nip in the bud. Never, a surname. Nippers Harbor, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Never, simple past and past participle of nipper. Nippering, present participle and gerund of nipper. Nipperchen, a small cup or other vessel of perhaps 1/8 pint in volume. Nipperchens, plural of nipperkin. Neppers, plural of nipper. Nipper, third person singular simple present indicative of nip. Netter, comparative form of nippy, more nippy. Navis, plural of nippy. Mevis, superlative form of nippy, most nippy. Neppily, in a nippy way quickly. Neppinas, the condition of being nippy. Nepping, present participle and gerund of nip. Nipping at, present participle and gerund of nip at. Nipping in the bud, present participle and gerund of nip in the bud. Nippingly, in a nipping manner. Nipping. Plural of nipping. Nippet, tight-fitting. Nippetate, peculiarly strong and pleasant. Nippet. Tato, strong liquor or ale. Nepetatum, strong beer or ale or occasionally some other alcoholic drink. Nepetatums, plural of nepetatum. Nepetati, peculiarly strong and pleasant alcoholic drink. Nettle, the projection of the mammary gland from which, on female thurian mammals, milk is secreted. Nepple butt, a volcanic butt in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Nipple cacti, plural of nipple cactus. Nipple cactus, any of a number of mammiform cacti of the genus Mammillaria. Nipple clamp, either of a pair of metal clamps, usually joined by a chain, meant to be worn on the nipple. To cause pain. Nipple clamps, plural of nipple clamp. Nipple confusion, the situation in which an infant has difficulty in switching between feeding on maternal nipples and artificial nipples such as feeding bottles or pacifiers, often resulting in ineffective sucking or refusal to breastfeed. Nipple cripple, a school prank, the act of taking a person's nipple between the thumb and forefinger and then twisting it around roughly. Nipple cripples, plural of nipple cripple. Nipple gong, a gong with a central raised boss or nipple, often made of a different metal to the rest of the gong. Nipple gongs, plural of nipple gong. Nipple guard, a protective covering for the nipple that can be used when breastfeeding with mastitis, etc. Nipple guards, plural of nipple guard. Nipple mice, plural of nipple mouse. Nipple mouse, synonym of pointing stick. Nipple pasty, synonym of pasty, item of clothing that conceals the nipple of a woman's breast. Nipple pasties, plural of nipple pasty. Nipple pasty, synonym of pasty, item of clothing that conceals the nipple of a woman's breast. Nipple shield, a defense for the nipple worn by a breastfeeding woman. Nipple shields, plural of nipple shield. Nipple wrench, synonym of spoke wrench. Nipple wrenches, plural of nipple wrench. Nipple confused, affected by nipple confusion, having difficulty in switching between feeding on maternal nipples and artificial nipples. Nettle, having a specific type or number of nipples. Nipple fruit, Solana mamosum, an inedible tropical fruit native to South America. Nipple fruits, plural of nipple fruit. Nipplegasm, an orgasm or orgasmic-like sensation derived from the stimulation of the nipples. Nipplegasms, plural of nipplegasm. Nepplevate, the Super Ballroom 38 halftime show controversy of 2004, in which Justin Timberlake briefly exposed Janet Jackson's breast on live television. Nippleless, without nipples. Nipple-like, resembling or characteristic of a nipple. Nevels, plural of nipple. Nipplewort, a flowering plant, Lapsona communis, that yields a milky juice. Nippleworts, plural of nipplewort. Nepply, alternative spelling of nipply. Nepplier, comparative form of nipply, more nipply. Nepwist, superlative form of nipply,
Invincible.
most nipply. Nepway, present participle and gerund of nipple. Neply, very cold. Niddle, Japanese. Netta, Japan. Neppin' daisies. Plural of nippin' daisy. Nippin' daisy, a flowering plant of species Nipponanthemum nipponicum, native to coastal Japan and cultivated as an ornamental in other regions. Nipponbashi, a shopping district in Naniwaku, Osaka, Japan. Nipponese, Japanese. Nipponic, of or relating to Nippon ai, Japan, Japanese. Nepponism, anything of Japanese origin. Nepponisms, plural of Nepponism. Nepponium, a chemical element supposed to be the then medium, but later identified as rhenium. Nipponization, the process of nipponizing or making Japanese. Nepponize, to make or become Japanese as to customs, culture, or style. Nepponize, simple past and past participle of nipponize. Nepponize as third-person singular simple present indicative of nipponize. Nipponizing, present participle and gerund of nipponize. Nippono, synonym of nippo. Nepponahile, one who loves Japan or Japanese culture. Nepponophiles, plural of nepponophile. Neppinophilia, the love of Japan or Japanese culture. Nepponophilic, expressing or relating to Nippinophilia. Neppinopho, one who hates or fears Japan or the Japanese. Neppinophobes, plural of Neppinophobe. Neppinophobia, fear or hatred of Japan. Neppinophobia, expressing or relating to Nippinophobia. Nappari, a district of Arakawa, Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Neps, plural of Nep. Nepur, an ancient city in Sumer, modern Nafar in Afak al-Qadisiyya Governorate, Iraq. Nebu, initialism of non-invasive positive pressure ventilation. NIPPV, synonym of non-invasive positive pressure ventilation. Nebu, plural of NIP. NIPPV, plural of NIPPV. Nebi, a waitress in a Lion's Corner house. Nebis, plural of Nibby. Neprodilol, the beta blocker 8,2-hydroxy-3-isopropylamino-propoxy-3-chromanol 3 nitrate that has a nitric oxide donative action. Niprofezone, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Nep, plural of NIP. Neps, plural of NEP. Neps and Tux, plural of NEP and TUC. Netsat, third person singular simple present indicative of nipet. Nips in the butt. Third person singular simple present indicative of nip in the bud. NEPSA, acronym of Northern Ireland Public Service Alliance. NEPSI, synonym of trap ball. NEP, initialism of non-invasive prenatal testing. NEP, simple past and past participle of NIP. NEPTHER, the ecclesiastical semini washing defeat, Mondi. NEPA, alternative. Spelling of niqab. Niqabs, plural of niqab. Neta, a veil which covers the face worn by some Muslim women as a part of sartorial hijab. Neta, alternative spelling of niqab. Niqab, wearing a niqab. Niqabi, a Muslim woman wearing a niqab. Niqabas, plural of niqabi. Niqabas, plural of niqab. Niqabs, plural of niqab. Meta, alternative form of nigga. Negad, plural of nika. Nekwe, alternative spelling of nika. Abbreviation of Northern Ireland. Initialism of National Industrial Recovery Act. Narrowly, alternative form of Nerali. Nerali, a female given name from India. Narania, the stare down between sumo wrestlers before a match. Nuring Kari, a reformist movement in Sikhism. Nurapero, a drug being developed as a cancer treatment. Nur, initialism of near-infrared fluorescence. Nergo, alternative form of Nergal. Nurgrev, a Jain ascetic monk. Nurgrantha, alternative form of Nurgranth. Nurgranthas, plural of Nurgrantha. Nurgranths, plural of Nurgranth. Nargantes, plural of Narganti. Nardanti, a low-ranking official responsible for the regulation of irrigation and the distribution of water. Niridazole, alternative form of niridazole. Niridazole, a particular schistosomicide drug. Ner, a tariff, rate, or current price, especially one established by authority. Nerks, plural of nerk. Narrows, alternative form of Neural's herpes. Narrows, herpes. Is Nirmanakaya, the third aspect of the Trikaya, the physical manifestation of a Buddha in time and space. Nirmanakayas, plural of Nirmanakaya. Nirmatrelvir, an antiviral drug developed to treat COVID-19, the second to obtain regulatory approval in the Western world from the FDA in the United States of America. Miro, a surname. Miragestat, an anti-cancer medication for the treatment of desmoid tumors. Meros, plural of Miro. Mirasta, a form of stainless steel typically used to make blades. NARPS, acronym of Northern Ireland Radiation Protection Service. NARS, abbreviation of Near Infrared Spectroscopy/spectrography. Narsovimab, a human recombinant monoclonal antibody used to prevent respiratory syncytial virus RSV infections in infants. Nehru, a company within the military of the Qing dynasty. Naras, plural of Nehru. Nirvana, complete cessation of suffering, a blissful state attained through realization of sunyata, enlightened experience. Nirvana fallacies, plural of nirvana fallacy. Nirvana fallacy, the informal fallacy of comparing actual things with unrealistic, idealist alternatives. Nirvanas, plural of nirvana. Nirvanic, pertaining to nirvana, heavenly. Nirvana, a derivative of Hydantoin which is a metabolite of and contributes most of the pharmacological effects of methanotoin. Hydantoin which is a metabolite of and contributes most of the pharmacological effects of methanotoin. Thus, initialism of new in shrink. Thus, initialism of new in shrink. A city, the administrative center of Nišava district, southern Serbia. Thus, a nix, a hobgoblin, especially one that resides in a farmhouse. Netha, a minimum amount of wealth beyond which one must pay zakat alms. Nazara, the Sumerian goddess of writing, learning, and the harvest. Netha, several regions and the harvest. Netha, several regions and towns in ancient Iran. Netha, the 7th month of the civil year and the 1st month of the ecclesiastical year in the Jewish calendar, after Adar and before Iyar. Nijava, a river in Bulgaria and Serbia. Nyasb, breeze uptight. Nevada, and with the suffix Arabic letter 640, Arabiki, Arabic Arabic shat, AME / Arabic letter 640, Arabiki, Arabic Arabicat, Arabic shat, Arabic Tedmabute Afia, or the equivalent construction in another Semitic or other Afro-Asiatic language. Nedaba, alternative form of Nisba. Nedabas, plural of Nisba. Nedabas, plural of Nisba. Alternative form of Nisba. Nesberries, plural of Nisberry. Nesberry, alternative spelling of Naseberry. Nedabit, plural of Nes. Nazbek, a surname. Nesbek, a surname. Nezabets, plural of Nisbet. Nisbai, an orthorhombic dipyramidal tin white mineral containing antimony and nickel. Nisai, a person born outside of Japan. And of parents who were born in Japan. Nisais, plural of Nisai. Nyanan, a member of the Southern or Valley Maidu, various Native American groups of Central California. Nyanans, plural of Naisnan. Nisi, a simpleton. Nices, plural of Nisi. Nesna, a First Nation people inhabiting northwest British Columbia on the mouth of the Nass River. That clipping of Anishinaabe/Nishinaabe. Mijada, a member of a tribe mentioned in ancient Indian literature said to have ruled several kingdoms. Mishadas, plural of Nishada. Nation Sahib, a Sikh holy flag, colored orange and white, with a symbol of the Khanda. Nation Sahibs, plural of Nishan Sahib. Nishapur, a city in Iran. Nijava, alternative form of Nishava. Nisha, alternative form of Niska. A surname. Nisha, a surname from Japanese. Nishidas, plural of Nishida. Nishikawa, a surname from Japanese. Nishikawas, plural of Nishikawa. Nishiki, a variety of California-grown medium grain rice. Nishikori, a surname from Japanese. Nishikoris, plural of Nishikori. Nishimori, a surname from Japanese. Nishimoto, a surname from Japanese. Nishimura, a surname from Japanese. Nishimuras, plural of Nishimura. Nishinami, a city in Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Nishinuma, a city in Okinawa Prefecture, Japan. Nisha, a city in Ichi Prefecture, Japan. Nishioka, a surname from Japanese. Nishiokas, plural of Nishioka. Miis, plural of Nishi. Nesha, a male given name from Sanskrit. Nishita, a female given name from Sanskrit. Nishitani, a surname from Japanese. Nishitanis, plural of Nishitani. Nega, alternative form of Nishit, a male given name from Sanskrit. Nishiwaki, a city in Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Nishiyama, a surname from Japanese. Nishizawa, a surname from Japanese. Nishizawas, plural of Nishizawa. Nishizumi, a surname from Japanese. Nishinab, alternative form of Anishinaabe. Nesse, decree Nessie. Nessie Kriyas. In the 19th century, those legal actions tried before judges of the King's Bench Division, and in the early 20th century, those actions tried at assize by a judge given a commission. Nezabane, of or pertaining to Nizabes. Nizabanes, plural of Nizabine. Nezabes, synonym of Nuzabin, a city in southeastern Turkey. Nesen, a polycyclic peptide produced by fermentation with the bacterium Lactococcus lactis, used as a preservative in processed cheese, etc. Nesene, of or relating to Nissen. Nessens, plural of Nissen. Netha, alternative form of Niska. Neska, a surname. Niskin bottle, an improved type of Nansen bottle that is open on both ends and is currently most commonly used. Niskin bottles, plural of Niskin bottle. Nestins, plural of Niskin. Misker, a hamlet in Alberta, Canada. Nisqually, alternative form of Nisqually. Nisquallies, plural of Nisqually. Nelan, a town in South Dakota. Nestle, a surname. Nesles, plural of Nestle. Nestle, a surname. Nesles, plural of Nestle. Nenas, Erythrospis patas pihenatus, the eastern subspecies of patas monkey. Nisnesis, plural of Nismas. Nisabamic, a tranquilizer of the carbamate family. Nisildipine, a calcium channel blocker of the dihydropyridine class. Nesuxetine, a drug that inhibits the reuptake of norepinephrine noradrenaline, originally researched as an antidepressant but not currently used in humans. Nespero, Bilopa Japanica. Nesperos,
Here we go.
name. Nesporny, a Rayan of Moldova. Acronym of Noisy Intermediate Scale Quantum Computer. Plural of NISQ. Nisqually, alternative form of Nisqually. Nisquallies, plural of Nisqually. Nisquallies, plural of Nisqually. Nisqually, any member of a Native American tribe in western Washington state near the Nisqually River. Nissan, a Japanese car manufacturer. Nazar, a native or inhabitant of Nice. A Niswa. Nessert, plural of Nissert. A town in Borsel, Netherlands. Nethen. A surname. Nissen Hut, a prefabricated building, formerly used by the military, having a semicircular roof of corrugated iron. Nissen Huts, plural of Nissen Hut. Nessus, plural of Ness. Nissuart, a municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Nesseduset, a river located in southern New Hampshire and northern Massachusetts in the United States. Nessal, a surname from German. Nissel bodies, plural of Nissel body. Nissel body, a large granular body found in neurons, believed to be primarily concerned with the synthesis of proteins for intercellular use. Nissel grano, Nissel body. Nissel granules,
Invincible.
plural of Nissel granule. Nissel method, the staining of the cell body, in particular the endoplasmic reticulum, used to highlight structural features of neurons. Nissel substance, Nissel body. Nissel substances, plural of Nissel substance. Nestle, a surname from German. Nestle, plural of Nisli. Nesnine, a monoclinic prismatic bluish-green mineral containing copper, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Nezwa, a city in Minnesota. NAS, acronym of National Institute of Standards and Technology. Nes, a surname from Welsh. Nesteting, alternative form of Nestetin. Nestetines, plural of nystatin. Nestler, a surname from German. Nestlers, plural of Nistler. Nestorsti, a village in Kozini, Buzău County, Romania. Nests, plural of nests. Nethos, a mental or physical effort to attain a specific goal, a striving. Nesarses, plural of Nessus. Nisuse, any vacuopet of the family Nisuzi. Niswander, a surname. Niswanders, plural of Niswander. Neswanger, a surname. Neswangers, plural of Niswanger. Naseros, a Greek island in the Dodecan.
Here we go.
Means that abbreviation of National Institute of Technology. That Diagava Laos. Knit comb, a fine-toothed comb used to remove knits from a hair. Knit combs, plural of knit comb. Knit nurse, a nurse who periodically checked schoolchildren's hair for lice. Knit nurses, plural of knit nurse. Knit keeper, someone, usually a criminal, who keeps watch, a lookout. Knit keepers, plural of knit keeper. Nitnoid, a small and inconsequential detail. Nitnoids, plural of nitnoid. Nitpicker, alternative spelling of nitpicker. Nitpickers, plural of nitpicker. Nitpicking, alternative spelling of nitpicking. Nitpicky, alternative spelling of nitpicky. Nitarsone, an antiprotozoal drug. Nitasha, a female given name. Netazine, a synthetic opioid derived from 2-benzylbenzimidazole. Netazines, plural of nitazine. Netazoxanide, a synthetic nitrothiazole salicylamide derivative used as an antiprotozoal agent. Netch, alternative form of niche's small bundle. Netches, plural of niche. Nichivo. Never mind, no matter. Nitti, a native North American. Nekis, plural of nichi. Nide. Informal spelling of night. Nigapone, a drug that acts as a selective inhibitor of the enzyme catechol-O-methyltransferase. Nightclub, alternative form of nightclub. Nightclubs, plural of nightclub. Nightencies, plural of nightency. Nightency, endeavor, effort, tendency. Nightenbira, an insecticide used to kill external parasites of livestock and pets. Niter, a mineral form of potassium nitrate saltpeter used in making gunpowder. Nairi, a nightclub or night spot. Niteries, plural of nitery. Niters, plural of niter. Nairi, alternative form of nitery nightclub. Nights, plural of night. Nightish, a male given name. Night spot, alternative form of night. Night spots, plural of night spot. Knitgrass, Gastridium ventricosum, a European annual grass bearing a long, thin, smooth inflorescence of spikelets. Nith, the River Nith, a river in southwest Scotland, mainly in Dumfries and Galloway Council area. Niller, alternative form of nether. Niller, very cold, shriveled with cold. Nithering, present participle and gerund of nither. Nither more, comparative form of nither, more nither. Nithermost, superlative form of nither, most nither. Nillers, third person singular simple present indicative of nither. Nither, a coward, a dastard, a wretch. Nithings, plural of nithing. Neazeni, amasganate. Nithstyle, a hood that can be drawn over the face. Nithstyles, plural of nithstyle. Nitan, an alum of one of the National Institutes of Technology. Nitans, plural of nitan. Nede, having a reasonable amount of clay, but that falls apart into flat-edged geometrical forms that have shiny faces. Nivet, bright, lustrous, shining. Nitidine, a type of benzophenanthridine alkaloid that derives from various species of xanthoxylum, but most notably xanthoxylum nitidum. Nitidine, plural of nitidine. Nitidine, quality of being knitted, brightness, clarity. Netidas, synonym of knitted. Nidijulid, any beetle in the family Nidijulidae. Nidijulids, plural of nidijulid. Netna, alternative form of dididot. Netna,
Invincible.
Alternative form of dididot. Nethanol, an alloy of nickel and titanium that has the ability to return to a predetermined shape when heated. Netanols, plural of nitnol. Natacenon, a drug originally developed as a herbicide but now used to treat hereditary tyrosinemia type 1. Netisol, a nitic soil. Netisols, plural of nitisol. Nun, a village in Nitton and Whitwell Parish, Southern Isle of Wight, England OS Grid Ref SC 5076. Netton and Whitwell, a civil parish in the south of the Isle of Wight, England, which includes the named places. Nethe, to correct insignificant mistakes or find fault in unimportant details. Nethe, simple past and past participle of nitpick. Netpicker, one who nitpicks finds fault in unimportant details. Nitpickers, plural of nitpicker. Nitpickery, nitpicking behavior. Nitpickety, synonym of nitpicky. Nitpicker, comparative form of nitpicky, more nitpicky. Nitpickiest, superlative form of nitpicky, most nitpicky. Nitpickiness, the quality of being nitpicky, petty over to ya. Nitpicking, the painstaking process of removing nit-sliced eggs from someone's hair. Nitpickingly, in a manner that is nitpicking, in a way that nitpicks. Nitpickings, plural of nitpick. Nitpickish, somewhat nitpicky. Nitpicks, third person singular simple present indicative of nitpick. Nitpicky, finicky, overly critical, concerned with insignificant details. Another alternative form of nitro used before a vowel. Nitrocaine, a stimulant with local anesthetic properties closely related to dinthicane that has been sold as a designer drug. Nitrocline, a layer in a body of water in which the nitrate concentration changes rapidly with depth. Nitroclines, plural of nitrocline. Nitrocrine, an antitumor drug. Nitrogen, a fertilizer consisting of a culture of nitrogen-fixing bacteria obtained from the root nodules of leguminous plants. Nitrolen, a selective pre-emergent dinitroanilene herbicide with EPAC name 4-methylsulfonyl-2,6-dinitroan-endopropylaniline. Nitromide, Nitrolen, a selective pre-emergent dinitroanilene herbicide with EPAC name 4-methylsulfonyl-2,6-dinitroan-endopropylaniline. Nitromide, the compound NH2NO2. Nitromides, plural of nitromide. Nitromidine, an early form of nitrocellulose. Nitramine, any amine having a nitro group substituted for a hydrogen atom, an amide of nitric acid RNHNO2. Nitramines, plural of nitramine. Nitramite, guajabate. Nitranilate, any salt or ester of nitranilic acid. Nitranolates, plural of nitranilate. Nitranilic acid, a complex organic acid 2,5-dihydroxy 3,6-dinitroscyclohexane 2,5-diene 1,4-dione produced by the action of nitrous acid on hydroquinone. Nitronilling, any of a series of nitro derivatives of aniline. Nitronilins, plural of nitronilline. Nitroquazone, a phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Nitrary, plural of nitrary. Nitrary, a place where potassium nitrate or saltpeter is produced. Potassium nitrate or saltpeter is produced. Nitrotation, the conversion of nitrite into nitrate, typically by means of the enzyme nitrite oxidase. Nitritations, plural of nitrate. Nitrate, any salt or ester of nitric acid. Nitrate of soda, sodium nitrate. Nitrated, simple past and past participle of nitrate. Nitrates, plural of nitrate. Nitration, containing nitrate anions. Nitratine, a trigonal hexagonal scale note hedral mineral form of sodium nitrate. Nitratines, plural of nitratine. Nitratines, plural of nitratine. Nitrating, present participle and gerund of nitrate. Nitration, the reaction of something with nitric acid, especially such a reaction in the presence of sulfuric acid to introduce a nitro-functional group into a compound. Nitrations, plural of nitration. Nitratide, synonym of nitratine. Nitrative, that nitrates. Nitrotocoprate, any of several anions of general formula Q no Mn dash, any salt containing such an anion. Nitrotocoprates, plural of nitrotocoprate. Nitrator, a reaction vessel in which nitration takes place. Nitrators, plural of nitrator. Nitrazepam, a short-acting kinetic drug British trademark marketing of the benzodiazepine group used to treat insomnia, CHN 303. Nitrazepate, Anxiolytic benzodiazepine drug. Nitrazine, a pH indicator used in medicine. Niter, British standard spelling of niter. Niter bush, any flowering plant of the genus Nitraria, family Nitrariaceae, native to Africa, Europe, Asia, Russia, and Australia. Niter bushes, plural of niter bush. Niter goosefoot, Genopodium nitriaceum, an Australian herb. Niter of potash, potassium nitrate. Nitrophenol, a particular enzyme inhibitor used in the treatment of alcoholism. Nitrandipine, a dihydropyridine calcium channel blocker. Nitrin, any organic compound. The univalent nitrogen equivalent of a carbene, having general formula Rn. Nitrans, plural of nitran. Nitrenium, the radical cation H2N derived from ammonia. Nitreniums, plural of nitrenium. Nitronoid, characteristic of a nitrin. Nitronoids, plural of nitronoid. Nitrious, obsolete form of nitrous. Nitrogen, mediated by nitric oxide. Niters, plural of niter. Nitrian, pertaining to the Wadi al-Natran or the Nitrian desert. Nitraries, plural. Plural of niteri. Niteri, an artificial bed of animal matter for the manufacture of niter by nitrification. Nitre. Of pertaining to or containing nitrogen. Nitric acid, a transparent, colorless to pale yellow, fuming corrosive liquid, HNO3, a highly reactive oxidizing agent used in the production of fertilizers, explosives, and rocket fuels, and in a wide variety of industrial processes, once called aquafortis. Nitric oxide, the binary compound of nitrogen and oxygen, no, an unstable compound which rapidly oxidizes in the presence of air. Nitricum, nitric acid. Nitri, archaic form of nitride. Nitridated, subject to nitridation. Nitridation, the action or treatment with a nitride. Nitridations, has an oxidation state of -3. Nitrided, a component to the nitriding process. Nitrider, a machine that carries out nitriding. Nitriders, plural of nitrider. Nitrides, plural of nitride. Nitriding, a method of case hardening steel by the surface absorption of nitrogen by heating with ammonia. Nitridings, plural of nitriding. Nitridization, the process of nitridizing. Nitridizations, plural of nitridization. Nitridize, to form a nitride from. Nitridized, simple past and past participle of nitridize. Nitridizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nitridize. Nitridizing, present participle and gerund of nitridize. Nitrates, plural of nitrate. Nitrido, a radical nitrogen ion with a double negative charge, N2-, a nitrogen atom with only 2 bonds. Nitriferous, yielding or containing niter. Nitrifiable, capable of being nitrified. Nitrification, the process of nitrifying. Nitrifications, plural of nitrification. Nitrify, simple past and past participle of nitrify. Nitrifier. An agent employed in nitrification. Nitrifiers, plural of nitrifier. Nitrifies, third person singular. Simple present indicative of nitrify. Nitrify, to treat or react with nitrogen or a nitrogen-containing compound. Nitrifying, describing certain bacteria that oxidize ammonia to nitrite and nitrate in the soil. Nitro, archaic form of nitrile. Nitrylase, any of a class of enzymes that catalyze the hydrolysis of nitriles to carboxylic acids and ammonia without the formation of free amide intermediates. Nitrylase, plural of nitrylase. Nitrylate, to introduce one or more nitrile groups into a molecule. Nitrile, any of a class of organic compounds containing a cyanofunctional group -C identical to N. They are named as derivatives of the appropriate carboxylic acid. Nitrilamide, any compound having the structure RC equals NN-R or other resonance forms. Nitrilamines, plural of nitrilamide. Nitrile rubber, a membrane whose predominant resinous ingredient is a synthetic rubber. Made by polymerization of acrylonitrile with butadiene. Nitrile rubbers, plural of nitrile rubber. Nitriles, plural of nitrile. Nitrella, relating to or composed of a nitrile. Nitrilamine, nitrilamide. Nitrilamines, plural of nitrilamine. Nitrillium, any cation formed by protonation of a nitrile, RC identical to N plus H or RC equals NH. Nitrilliums, plural of nitrillium. Nitrilocetate, synonym of cyanophormate. Nitrilocetates, plural of nitrilocetate. Nitrilocetic, nitrilocetic. Nitroloside, amigalin, vitamin B17. Nitroacetate, the end of acetic acid. Nitrolactates, plural of nitrolactacetate. Nitrolactacetic, of or pertaining to nitrolactacetic acid or its derivatives. Nitrolactacetic acid, a polyamino carboxylic acid used as a chelating agent. Nitriles, plural of nitrile. Nitramine, any compound of general formula R2C equals NNO2. Nitramines, plural of nitramine. Nitritation, treatment with nitrite. Nitritations, plural of nitritation. Nitrite, any salt or ester of nitrous acid. Nitrite reductase, any enzyme that catalyzes the reduction of nitrate ions. Nitrite reductases, plural of nitrite reductase. Nitrites, plural of nitrite. Nitritopentaminoxabalt, a yellowish-brown compound of ammonia and cobalt, CoNH2. Nitrituria, the presence of nitrite in the urine. Nitro, a city in West Virginia. Nitro Express, a large caliber cartridge with adequate ballistics to kill big game. Nitro Musk, any of a number of synthetic musks involving a certain arrangement of nitro groups. Nitromusks, plural of nitromusk. Nitro-sugar, any nitro derivative of a saccharide. Nitro-sugars, plural of nitro-sugar. Nitro nitrate, nitrogen. Nitrohydrochloric, containing nitric and hydrochloric ions. See nitrohydrochloric acid. Nitrohydrochloric acid, aquagen. Nitrohydrochloric acids, plural of nitrohydrochloric acid. Nitroalanine, the amino acid No2H, and HCO2H. Nitroaldol, any nitro derivative of an aldol. Nitroaldols, plural of nitroaldol. Nitroaliphatic, describing an aliphatic nitro compound. Nitroalkane, any alkane containing a nitro group. Nitroalkanes, plural of nitroalkane. Nitroalkene, any nitro derivative of an alkene. Nitroalkenes, plural of nitroalkene. Nitroamide, any nitro derivative of an amide. Nitroamides, plural of nitroamide. Nitroamine, any nitro derivative of an amine. Nitroamines, plural of nitroamine. Nitroanilide, any amide of nitroaniline. Nitroanilides, plural of nitroanilide. Nitroaniline, any nitro derivative of aniline. Nitroanilines, plural of nitroaniline. Nitroanion, any nitronate or similar anion that has a nitro group. Nitroanions, plural of nitroanion. Nitroanisole, any organic compound derived from anisole in which a nitro group is attached to the aromatic ring. Nitroarin, any nitro derivative of an arin. Nitroarins, plural of nitroarin. Nitroarginine, a nitro derivative of the amino acid arginine used in biochemical research. Nitroarginine, plural of nitroarginine. Nitroaromatic, describing any aromatic compound containing one or more nitro groups. Nitroaromatics, plural of nitroaromatic. Nitroaryl, describing any aryl radical containing one or more nitro groups. Nitroaryls, plural of nitroaryl. Nitrobacter, any bacterium of the genus Nitrobacter. Nitrobacteria, plural of Nitrobacterium. Nitrobacterial, relating to Nitrobacteria. Nitrobacterium, any of the several genera of bacteria in soil that take part in the nitrogen cycle, oxidizing ammonium and organic nitrogen compounds to the more soluble nitrite and nitrate. Nitrobacters, plural of nitrobacter. Nitrobarite, a mineral consisting of barium nitrate. Nitrobenzaldehyde, any of three isomeric nitro derivatives of benzaldehyde. Nitrobenzaldehydes, plural of nitrobenzaldehyde. Nitrobenzene, a nitro derivative of benzene, C6H5NO2, prepared by reacting benzene with a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acids. Any of a series of such compounds having two or more nitro groups. Nitrobenzenes, plural of nitrobenzene. Nitrobenzohydrazi, alternative form of nitrobenzohydrazi. Nitrobenzoate, a benzene group with a nitrogen dioxide substituent, usually as part of a greater molecule such as methyl nitrobenzoate. Nitrobenzoates, plural of nitrobenzoate. Nitrobenzohydrazi, an organic compound used as a reagent in analytical chemistry. Nitrobenzoic, of or pertaining to nitrobenzoic acid or its derivatives. Nitrobenzoic acid, any of three isomeric nitroderivatives of benzoic acid that are used in the manufacture of dyes. Nitrobenzoic acids, plural of nitrobenzoic acid. Nitrobenzol, nitrobenzene. Nitrobenzol, alternative spelling of nitrobenzol. Nitrobenzoxadiazole, any nitroderivative of a benzoxadiazole, but especially for nitro-1,2,3-benzoxadiazole. Nitrobenzoxadiazoles, plural of nitrobenzoxadiazole. Nitrobenzoyl, a nitroderivative of a benzoyl radical. Nitrobenzoyls, plural of nitrobenzoyl. Nitrobenzo, any of three isomeric univalent radicals derived from nitrobenzene. Nitrobenzyls, plural of nitrobenzyl. Nitrobiphenyl, any nitroderivative of biphenyl. Nitrobiphenyls, plural of nitrobiphenyl. Nitroblue tetrazolium, a chemical compound composed of two tetrazole moieties used in immunology for detection of alkaline phosphatase. Nitrocalcites, a hydrated calcium nitrate mineral that forms as an efflorescence where manure contacts concrete or limestone in a dry environment, as in stables or caverns. Nitrocarbol, nitromethane. Nitrocarbon, any nitroderivative of a hydrocarbon, especially of an aliphatic hydrocarbon. Nitrocarbons, plural of nitrocarbon. Nitrocarburization, the process of nitrocarburizing. Nitrocarburize, to harden the surface of a ferrous metal by diffusing nitrogen and carbon atoms into it. Nitrocarburize, simple past and past participle of nitrocarburize. Nitrocarburizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nitrocarburize. Nitrocarburizing, present participle and gerund of nitrocarburize. Nitrocephane, chromogenic cephalosporin used for detection of beta-lactamase activity. Nitrocellular, relating to or composed of nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulase, misspelling of nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulose, a cotton-like material made from cellulose by the action of nitric and sulfuric acids used in the manufacture of explosives, collodion, etc. Nitrocelluloses, plural of nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulosic, of or relating to nitrocellulose. Nitrocephane, alternative form of nitrocephane. Nitrochalcone, any nitroderivative of a chalcone. Nitrochalcones, plural of nitrochalcone. Nitrochalk, a fertilizer consisting of a mixture of ammonium nitrate and chalk. Nitrochloroform, synonym of chloropicrin. Nitrocline, alternative form of nitrocline. Nitroclines, plural of nitrocline, nitroclophene, an anthominthic drug. Nitrocotton, synonym of nitrocellulose. Nitrocycline, a tetracycline antibiotic. Nitroderivative, a derivative compound obtained by reaction with nitrogen. Nitroderivatives, plural of nitroderivative. Nitrodiamantane, a nitroderivative of diamantane. Nitrodiamantanes, plural of nitrodiamantane. Nitrotylator, synonym of nitrovasodilator. Nitrotylators, plural of nitrotylator. Nitroethane, the aliphatic nitro compound CH3CH2NO2 that is used as a specialist solvent and as a fuel additive. Nitroethylene, any nitro derivative of ethylene. Nitroethylenes, plural of nitroethylene. Nitrofatty acid, a nitroderivative of a fatty acid typically formed by reaction of nitric oxide with an unsaturated fatty acid. Nitrofatty acids, plural of nitrofatty acid. Nitrophen, the herbicide 2,4-dichloro-1,4-nitrophenoxybenzene. Nitroferrocyanide, and VCNO2, any salt containing azane. Nitroferrocyanides, plural of nitroferrocyanide. Nitroflavone, any nitroderivative of a flavone. Nitroflavones, plural of nitroflavone. Nitroform, the explosive nitro compound CHNO analogous to chloroform, trinitromethane. Nitroformate, the A and C note or any salt containing azane. Nitroformates, plural of nitroformate. Nitroformazine, the nitro derivative of formazine and amino, 1-nitro-N-oxido-N-oxamphetamidamide. Nitrofuryl, nitrofurazone. Nitrofurin, a class of drug derived from furin used to inhibit bacterial growth. Nitrofurans, plural of nitrofuran. Nitrofurantoin, a synthetic nitrofuran drug, 1,5-nitro-2-furfurylaminohydantoin, that is a broad-spectrum antimicrobial agent used in the treatment on urinary tract infections such as cystitis. Nitrofurazone, a pale yellow crystalline bactericidal compound that is used as an antibiotic. Nitrogelatin, an explosive consisting of gunketon and camphor dissolved in nitroglycerin. Nitrogelatine, alternative form of nitrogelatin. Nitrogen, the chemical element symbol N with an atomic number of 7 and atomic weight of 14.0067. It is a colorless and odorless gas. Nitrogen balance, the difference between nitrogen intake and nitrogen excretion in the body, such that positive nitrogen balance occurs when intake exceeds expression. Nitrogen balances, plural of nitrogen balance. Nitrogen cycle, the natural circulation of nitrogen, in which atmospheric nitrogen is converted to nitrogen oxides by lightning and deposited in the soil by rain, where it is assimilated by plants and either eaten by animals and returned as feces or decomposed back to elemental nitrogen by bacteria. Nitrogen dioxide, the binary compound NO2, a brownish gas that is a poisonous air pollutant. It exists in equilibrium with dinitrogen tetroxide. Nitrogen fixation, the conversion of atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia and organic derivatives by natural means, especially such conversion by microorganisms in the soil into a form that can be assimilated by plants. Nitrogen fixer, a plant or other organism which performs nitrogen fixation. Nitrogen fixers, plural of nitrogen fixer. Nitrogen ice, nitrogen gas that has been frozen by cooling it to extremely low temperatures, resulting in a crystalline structure similar to regular ice but consisting of nitrogen molecules instead of water molecules. Nitrogen inversion, the rapid inversion of the lone pair in a molecule such as a tertiary amine which prevents it from being chiral. Nitrogen inversions, plural of nitrogen inversion. Nitrogen monoxide, nitric oxide, nitrogen muster, any of a series of compounds analogous to mustard gas with sulfur replaced by nitrogen that have been used in the treatment of cancer. Nitrogen mustards, plural of nitrogen mustard. Nitrogen narcosis, a condition of disorientation, intoxication, and stupor caused by increased levels of dissolved nitrogen in the blood, occurs in divers breathing air under pressure. Nitrogen oxide, any oxide of nitrogen. Nitrogen oxides, plural of nitrogen oxide. Nitrogen pentoxide, dinitrogen pentoxide. Nitrogen tetroxide, synonym of dinitrogen tetroxide. Nitrogen tribromine, the binary compound of nitrogen and bromine and Br3, a dark red explosive liquid. Nitrogen trichloride, the binary compound of nitrogen and chlorine and Cl3, an unstable explosive liquid. Nitrogen trifluoride, the binary compound of nitrogen and fluorine, NF3, a corrosive gas. Fluorine, NF3, a corrosive gas. Nitrogen triode, the binary compound of nitrogen and iodine. Nitrogen triode, the binary compound of nitrogen and iodine, Ni3. A dark red explosive solid. Nitrogen 13, a radioactive isotope of nitrogen 3N having 7 protons and 6 neutrons and a half-life of less than 10 minutes. It is used in positron emission tomography. It also plays a role in the CNO cycle. Nitrogen 14, a stable isotope of nitrogen N having 7 protons and 7 neutrons. It accounts for over 99% of the natural element. Nitrogen 15, a stable isotope of nitrogen N having 7 protons and 8 neutrons. It accounts for less than 0.4% of the natural element. It is used in nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy. Nitrogen fixing, of a plant, microbe, etc. able to convert an organic nitrogen into a form usable in the biosphere. Nitrogenase, any enzyme, especially in nitrogen-fixing bacteria that catalyzes the conversion of atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia. Nitrogenases, plural of nitrogenase. Nitrogenate, to treat something with nitrogen gas, especially with the intent of replacing gaseous oxygen. Nitrogenated, simple past and past participle of nitrogenate. Nitrogenates, third-person singular simple present indicative of nitrogenate. Nitrogenating, present participle and gerund of nitrogenate. Nitrogenation, the process of nitrogenating. Nitrogenations, plural of nitrogenation. Nitrogenic, of relating to or containing nitrogen. Containing nitrogen. Nitrogeniferous, containing or yielding nitrogen. Nitrogenization, alternative form of nitrogenization. Nitrogenize. Alternative spelling of nitrogenize. Nitrogenize. Simple past and past participle of nitrogenize. Nitrogenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of nitrogenize. Nitrogenize. Present participle and gerund of nitrogenize. Nitrogenization. Act or process of nitrogenizing. Nitrogenizations. Plural of nitrogenization. Nitrogenize. To treat with nitrogen or a nitrogen. Nitrogen. To treat with nitrogen or a nitrogen compound. Nitrogenize. Treated with nitrogen or a nitrogen compound. Nitrogenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of nitrogenize. Nitrogenizing. Present participle and gerund of nitrogenize. Nitrogenless. Without nitrogen. Nitrogen-like. Resembling or characteristic of nitrogen. Nitrogenous. Of, relating to, or containing nitrogen. Nitrogens. Plural of nitrogen. Nitroglucose. A compound derived from glucose by the action of nitric acid and sulfuric acid given as an arterial stimulant. Nitroglycerin.
Here we go.
Alternative spelling of nitroglycerine. Nitroglycerine. The compound glyceryl trinitrate or 1,2,3-trinitrooxypropane, the ester of glycerol with nitric acid, prepared by the careful addition of a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acids to glycerol with constant stirring and cooling. It is a thick, pale yellow liquid that is highly explosive on concussion or on exposure to sudden heat. It is used in medicine as a vasodilator and as an explosive in the form of dynamite, which is safe to handle. Nitroglycerines. Plural of nitroglycerine. Nitroglycerins. Plural of nitroglycerin. Nitroglycol. The nitrate of ethylene glycol dinitrate that is an explosive similar in properties to nitroglycerine. Nitroguanidine. A colorless, crystalline solid manufactured from guanine and used in explosives and pesticides. Nitroguanidines. Plural of nitroguanidine. Nitroheterocycle. Any nitro derivative of a heterocycle. Nitroheterocycles. Plural of nitroheterocycle. Nitroheterocyclic. Describing a heterocyclic compound that contains one or more nitro group. Nitroheterocyclics. Plural of nitroheterocyclic. Nitrohumic. Of or pertaining to nitrohumic acid or its derivative. Nitrohumic acid. Any of a range of compounds obtained by the nitration of coal, sometimes used as soil conditioners or in ion exchange. Nitrohumic acids. Plural of nitrohumic acid. Nitrohydrochloric. Synonym of nitromuriatic of, pertaining to or containing nitric acid and hydrochloric acids. Nitrohydroquinone. Any nitro derivative of a hydroquinone, but especially 2-nitrohydroquinone. Nitrohydroxylate. To introduce a nitro and a hydroxyl group into a molecule. Nitrohydroxylated. Simple past and past participle of nitrohydroxylate. Nitroimidazole. Any of a family of antibiotics composed of imidazoles heterocycles with a nitro group, often used to combat anaerobic infections. Nitroimidazoles. plural of nitroimidazole. Nitroimidazopyrin, any nitro derivative of an imidazopyrin. Nitroimidazopyrins, plural of nitroimidazopyrin. Nitroamine, alternative form of nitramine. Nitroamines, plural of nitroamine. Nitroindazole, any nitro derivative of indazole. Nitroindazoles. Plural of nitroindazole. Nitroindole, any nitro derivative of an indole, but especially 4-nitroindole or 5-nitroindole. Nitroindoles, plural of nitroindole. Nitroindoline, any nitro derivative of indoline. Nitroindolines, plural of nitroindoline. Nitrokeg, a beer keg pressurized by nitrogen rather than carbon dioxide. Nitrokegs, plural of nitrokeg. Nitro, any of a series of hydrocarbons containing the nitro and the nitroso or isonitroso group united to the same carbon atom. Nitrolea, nitroglycerine, nitrolic, of or pertaining to nitrolic acid. Nitrolic acid, any compound having the general formula RC equals NOH-NO2. Nitrolic acids, plural of nitrolic acid. Nitrolim, alternative form of nitroline. Nitroline, crude calcium cyanide. Nitrolipid, any lipid derived from a nitrofatty acid. Nitrolipids, plural of nitrolipid. Nitrols, plural of nitrol. Nitrolysis. Plural of nitrolysis. Nitrolysis, any reaction with nitric acid that results in the breakup of a molecule. Nitromagnesite, magnesium nitrate. Nitromagnesite, plural of nitromagnesite. Nitromagnite, a kind of explosive of the dynamite class. Nitromanite, the explosive. Mannitol hexanitrate. Nitromannitol, the explosive. Mannitol hexanitrate. Nitromersal, a mercury-containing organic compound primarily used as an antiseptic and disinfectant. Nitrometer, an apparatus for determining the amount of nitrogen or some of its compounds in a substance. Nitrometers. Plural of nitrometer. Nitromethane, the simplest nitroparaffin, CH3NO2, a colorless oily liquid used in organic synthesis and as a fuel for rockets, racing cars, and model aircraft. Nitromethanes, plural of nitromethane. Nitromethyl, the univalent radical NO2CH derived from nitromethane. Nitromethyls, plural of nitromethyl. Nitromuriatic, of pertaining to or composed of nitric acid and muriatic acid. Nitromusk, alternative form of nitromusk. Nitromusks, plural of nitromusk. Nitronaphthalene, any nitro derivative of naphthalene. Nitronaphthalines, plural of nitronaphthalene. Nitronate, any dipolar organic compound of general formula R2C equals NOHO. Nitronates, plural of nitronate. Nitro, the anacide of an amine. Nitrone. Plural of nitrone. Nitronic. Azenic. Nitronic acid. Azenic acid. Nitronic acids. Plural of nitronic acid. Nitronium. The univalent cation no derived from nitrogen dioxide. Nitroniums. Plural of nitronium. Nitroolate. Any salt or ester of nitroolic acid. Nitroolates. Plural of nitroolate. Nitroolfin. Any nitro derivative of an olefin. Nitroolfins. Plural of nitroolfin. Nitroolic. Relating to 9 or 10 nitroolic acid. Nitrooxidative. Alternative form of nitroxidid. Nitroparaffin. Any of a class of aliphatic organic compounds containing a nitrofunctional group. Nitroparaffins. Plural of nitroparaffin. Nitroperoxide. Synonym of peroxynitrate. Nitroperoxides. Plural of nitroperoxide. Nitrophenanthrin. Any of 5 isomeric nitroderivatives of phenanthrin. Nitrophenanthrin. Plural of nitrophenanthrin. Nitrophenasic acid. An organic compound produced by the action of nitric acid on phenylic alcohol. Nitrophenol. Any of several nitroderivatives of phenyl that are used as parasiticides. Nitrophenolate. Any phenolate phenoxide derived from a nitrophenol. Nitrophenolates. Plural of nitrophenolate. Nitrophenols. Plural of nitrophenol. Nitrophenoxy. Any nitro derivative of a phenoxy radical. Nitrophenoxies. Plural of nitrophenoxy. Nitrophenyl. Any univalent radical derived from a nitrophenol. Nitrophenyl pentadienyl. The chemical compound 2E4E5,4-nitrophenyl penta-2,4-denyl, historically used as a tagging agent in espionage. Nitrophenyl galactoside. Any galactoside of nitrophenol. Nitrophenyl galactosides. Plural of nitrophenyl galactoside. Nitrophenyl pentadienyl. Alternative form of nitrophenyl pentadienyl. Nitrophenyl phosphatase. Any phosphatase that hydrolyzes nitrophenyl phosphate. Nitrophenyl phosphatases. Plural of nitrophenyl phosphatase. Nitrophenyls. Plural of nitrophenyl. Nitrophile. Any nitrophilous organism. Nitrophiles. Plural of nitrophile. Nitrophilic. Synonym of nitrophilus. Nitrophilus. Thriving in a habitat rich in nitrogen. Nitrophily. The property of being made of philus. Nitrophobic. Nitrophobus. Nitrophobus. Not thriving in soil that is rich in nitrogen or nitrate. Nitrophorin. Any of a group of hemoproteins found in the saliva of blood-feeding insects. Nitrophorins. Plural of nitrophorin. Nitrophyte. Any plant that tolerates or thrives in a nitrogen-rich soil. Nitrophytes. plural of nitrophyte. Nitrophytic, of or relating to nitrophytes. Nitropropane, either of two nitro derivatives of propane. Nitropropanes, plural of nitropropane. Nitroprotein, a nitrated protein produced in some tumors. Nitroproteins, plural of nitroprotein. Nitroprotom, the protom of all proteins that have been nitrated, typically at a tyrosine group. Nitroprotoms, plural of nitroprotom. Nitroprussic, relating to nitroprussic acid. Nitroprussic acid, an acid with formula H-no-phi-5. Nitroprusside, any salt of the hypothetical nitroprussic acid that contains a pentacyan nitrosulfurate anion. Nitroprussides, plural of nitroprusside. Nitropyrin, any of three isomagnetoderivatives of pan. Nitropyrins, plural of nitropyrin. Nitropyridine, any of three isomagnetoderivatives of pyridine. Nitropyridines, plural of nitropyridine. Nitropyrrolin, the nitropyryl alkaloid 2R3s, 6E3711 trimethyl 1,5 nitro 1H-pyrrol 3-yl dodeca 6-10-diene 2,3-DL. Nitropyrrolins, plural of nitropyrrolin. Nitroquinosaline, any nitro derivative of a quinosaline. Nitroquinosalines, plural of nitroquinosaline. Nitroquinol, a hypothetical nitro derivative of quinol or hydroquinone, not known in the free state, but forming a well-defined series of derivatives. Nitroquinoline, any of several isomeric nitro derivatives of quinoline. Nitroquinolines, plural of nitroquinoline. Nitroquinols, plural of nitroquinol. Nitroquinoxaline, any nitro derivative of quinoxaline. Nitroquinoxalines, plural of nitroquinoxaline. Nitroreductase, an enzyme that catalyzes the reduction of nitro groups. Nitroreductases, plural of nitroreductase. Nitroreduction, a reaction in which a nitro group is reduced and often converted into an amino group. Nitroreductions, plural of nitroreduction. Nitros, plural of nitro. Nitrosaccharin, an explosive nitro derivative of certain sugars, analogous to nitroglycerin, gunketin, etc. Nitrosaccharos, a resinous explosive and vasodilator, used like nitroglycerine. Nitrosalicylic acid, a nitro derivative of salicylic acid. Nitrosamide, any nitrosamide. Nitrosamides, plural of nitrosamide. Nitrosamine, a divalent functional group, Nn equals O. Nitrosamines, plural of nitrosamine. Nitrosatable, able to be nitrosated. Nitrosate, to introduce a nitroso group into a compound. Nitrosated, that has been converted by nitrization. Nitrosates, third person singular simple present indicative of nitrosate. Nitrosating, present participle and gerundive. nitrosate.
Here we go.
Nitrosation, the conversion of an amine or other compound into a nitroso compound. Nitrosations, plural of nitrosation. Nitrosative, relating to the oxides of nitrogen. Nitrosative stress, the reaction of body tissues to nitric oxide, nitrous oxide or similar species at levels greater than can be neutralized. Nitrosative stresses, plural of nitrosative stress. Nitroscanate, the ether analog of amiscanate used in veterinary medicine as an anthelmintic. Nitros, dated form of nitrous. Nitrosidative, of pertaining to or produced by nitrosylation. Nitrosamine, any compound of general formula R2C equals NN equals O, the N-nitrosoamines. Nitrosamines, plural of nitrosamine. Nitroso, the univalent radical and functional group N equals O. Nitroso, containing a nitrosyl no group. Nitrosulkine, any nitroso derivative of an alkene. Nitrosulkines, plural of nitrosulkine. Nitrosomine, alternative form of nitrosamine. Nitrosomines, plural of nitrosomine. Nitrosonoane, any C-nitroso derivative of aniline, but especially for nitrosonylene. Nitrosobenzene, the nitroso derivative of
Invincible.
benzene C6H5 no. It is used to make azo compounds. Nitrosophoride, any compound of general formula CClC no formed by the action of nitrosyl chloride on an alkene. Nitrosochlorides, plural of nitrosochloride. Nitrosocystine, a nitroso derivative of cysteine derived from the endothelium that acts as a vasorelaxant. Nitrosodimethylamine, synonym of dimethylnitrosamine. Nitrosodisulfonate, any nitroso derivative of a disulfonate no so too. Nitrosodisulfonates, plural of nitrosodisulfonate. Nitrosothourea, a highly potent mutagen with molecular formula C3H7N3O2. Nitrosoglutathione, a nitrosothiol that is involved in nitric oxide signaling. Nitrosoguanidine, an N-nitroso derivative of guanidine whose methyl derivative is used as a mutagen. Nitrosoindazole, a substance formed by adding nitrous acid to indazole. Nitrosylic acid, any compound of general formula RC equals NOH no. Nitrosylic acids, plural of nitrosylic acid. Nitrosaminide, any of the genus Nitrosomonas of Rh-shaped chemodystrophic bacteria. Nitrosaminides, plural of nitrosaminide. Nitrosamiavlobin, a compound responsible for the red color of cured meat. Nitrosanophthal, any of the three isomeric derivatives of naphthalene, CH no used for colorimetric assays, such as testing for tyrosine and in the manufacture of dyes. Nitrosanophthals, plural of nitrosanophthal. Nitrosonium, the cation No plus derived from nitric oxide. Nitrosophenol, any of three isomeric nitroso derivatives of enol. Nitrosophenols, plural of nitrosophenol. Nitrosoprotein, any protein whose free SH groups have been nitrosylated, typically by atmospheric No. Nitrosoproteins, plural of nitrosoprotein. Nitrosoprotome, the protom of nitrosoproteins of an organism. Nitrosoprotomes, plural of nitrosoprotome. Nitrosoprotomic, relating to nitrosoprotomes. Nitrosathiol, any organic compound of general formula RS equals N equals O. Nitrosathiols, plural of nitrosathiol. Nitrosourea, the nitroso derivative of urea NH2 con N equals O or any of its derivatives, many of which are pharmaceuticals. Nitrosoureas, plural of nitrosourea. Nitrous oxidative, associated with reaction with nitric acid. Nitrostarch, an explosive powder prepared by the nitration of starch, used for demolition. Nitrostarches, plural of nitrostarch. Nitrostyrene, any of several isomeric nitroderivatives of styrene. Nitrostyrenes, plural of nitrostyrene. Nitrosubstituted, having a nitro group.
Invincible.
As a substituent. Nitrocell, the univalent radical of one nitrogen and one oxygen atom. Nitrosyl chloride, the compound NaCl. Nitrosellate, to react a nitrosyl no group with the sulfur-containing cysteines of a protein. Nitrosylated, simple past and past participle of nitrosylate. Nitrosylates, third-person singular simple present indicative of nitrosylate. Nitrosylating, present participle. And gerund of nitrosylate. Nitrosylation, the reaction of nitric oxide with a biological compound, especially with a sulfur-containing part of a protein as a post-translational modification. Nitrosylations, plural of nitrosylation. Nitrosylative, that causes nitrosylation. Nitrosylcobalamin, a complex of nitric oxide and cobalamin that has anti-cancer properties. Nitrosylic, relating to the nitrosyl radical. Nitrosylmiachrome, a pigment formed from hemoglobin during nitrite curing of meat. Nitrosylmyoglobin, a form of myoglobin formed in nitrite cured meat that may have a protective role during ischemia. Nitrosylmyoglobins, plural of nitrosylmyoglobin. Nitrosyls, plural of nitrosyl. Nitrosyl sulfuric acid, a nitrosyl derivative of sulfuric acid that is used in industrial synthesis. Nitrosyl sulfuric acid,
Here we go.
alternative form of nitrosyl sulfuric acid. Nitrotetras. Zolium, any nitro derivative of a tetrazolium. Nitrazole, any nitro derivative of a thiazole, but especially the 2-amino-5-nitrothiazoles that are veterinary antiprotozoal agents. Nitrophiazoles, plural of nitrophiazole. Nitrotoluene, any of several nitro derivatives of toluene. They have a number of industrial uses, and those with multiple nitro groups are explosive. Nitrotoluenes, plural of nitrotoluene. Nitrotriazolam, a nitro derivative of triazolam that is used as a high explosive. Nitroderosinate, to undergo nitrotyrosination. Nitroderosinated, simple past and past participle of nitroderosinate. Nitrotyrosination, the nitration of its tyrosine group of a protein. Nitrotyrosinations, plural of nitrotyrosination. Nitrotyrosine, a product of the nitration of tyrosine that is found in some diseased tissues. Nitrotyrosines, plural of nitrotyrosine. Nitrotyrosylated, having undergone nitrotyrosylation. Nitrourea, the nitro derivative of urea NH2CONO2, it is used as an explosive and an oxidizing agent. Nitrous, pertaining to or composed of niter, having the properties of niter, bitter. Nitrous acid, a weak acid HNO2, known only in solution or as its salts and esters, the nitrites. It has a linear structure HON equals O. Nitrous air, air thought to be charged with niter. Nitrous oxide, a non-flammable gas N2O commonly used in surgery and dentistry for its anesthetic and analgesic effects and in motorsport for bursts of added power. Nitrovasodilator, any vasodilator that functions by supplying nitric oxide. Nitrovasodilators, plural of nitrovasodilator. Nitrovasodilatory, relating to nitrovasodilators. Nitroven, a feed additive used as a growth stimulant for pigs. Nitrox, an industrial process for case hardening imparting greater surface hardness to metal objects involving nitrocarburizing the diffusion of carbon and nitrogen into the metal followed by oxidation. Nitroxazepine, a tricyclic antidepressant, also indicated for the treatment of nocturnal enuresis. Nitroxidative, relating to or produced by nitrosylation and oxidation combined. Nitroxide, amine oxide. Nitroxides, plural of nitroxide. Nitroxinol, an anthelminthic drug. Nitroxaline, an antibiotic with immunogenic properties. Nitroxyl, a menexyl. Nitroxylene, any nitro derivative of xylene. Nitroxylenes, plural of nitroxylene. Nitroxyls, plural of nitroxyl. Nitrum, niter. Nitrum flammans, ammonium nitrate. Mercury. Nitrous, netral, the univalent radical node 2. Nitriles, plural of nitro. That plural of NIT. Not this plural of net. Net. A surname from German. Netches, plural of Nitsch. Netsch, a surname. Netschs, plural of niche. Nichgaceous, or relating to the Nichgaceae. Netsal, a suburb in the southwest of city of Glasgow Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 5260. Netzer, a Japanese technique of simmering food, especially fish, in a strongly flavored soy sauce with sake or mirin. A surname. Mitten Apple, a hybrid cultivar of Golden Delicious and York Imperial apples. Neves, plural of nida. Nida, simple past and past participle of net. Nededal, a municipality commune in Akershus, Norway. Nether, a louse that deposits nits on horses. Netters, plural of knitter. Niddy, a surname from Italian. Niddy, obsolete spelling of midi. Knitter, comparative form of nitty, more or nitty. Nadas, plural of nitty.
Invincible.
Nides, superlative form of nitty, most nitty. Niddly. In a nitty manner, lousily. Nuttiness, the quality of being a. Nitty, present participle and gerund of net. Nettings, the refuse from good ore. Niddo, a surname from Italian. Nidalo, a surname from Italian. Nidalos, plural of nidalo. Niddy, full of net. Nitty gritty, the core or essence of something, the gist. Netway, a scatterbrained or stupid person. Netwits, plural of nitwit. Netwitte, be like a nitwit, being stupid or foolish. Netwittively, in a nitwitted manner. Nitwittedness, the quality of being nitwitted. Nitwittery, behavior of nitwits, folly. Nitwittish, somewhat like a nitwit. Nettes, a surname. Netzel, a surname from German. Netzels, plural of Netzel. Netzes, plural of Netz. Ew, a surname from Hokkien. Newtini, alternative spelling of New Guinea. Niue, the northernmost group of islands of Tonga. Niuafu, the northernmost island in the kingdom of Tonga. Niuafuan, synonym of Niuafu language. Niue, dated form of Niuan. Niuans, plural of Niuan. Niue, an island and country in Pelagia in Oceania, self-governing state in free association with New Zealand. Official name, Republic of Niue. Capital, Alofi. Niuan, a person from Niue or of Niuan descent. Niuans, plural of Niuan. Niugini, alternative spelling of New Guinea. Nav, plural of Niue. Nev, initialism of New International Version. Nivaklai, an indigenous people of the Grand Chaco. Nilon, abounding with snow. Snowy, snow-covered now, especially in reference to plant habitats. Nevalenum, a particular mycotoxin. Nevan, a surname. Nevar, a surname from Spanish. Nevars, plural of Nevar. Nivede, eroded by novation. Novation, erosion caused by freezing and thawing due to snow. Nawin, snowy, relating to snow. Nido, level, grade, standard. Nivellate, misspelling of nivellate. Nivellate, to make level. Nivellated, simple past and past.
Invincible.
Participle of nivellate. Nivellates, third person singular simple present indicative of nivellate. Nivellating, present participle and gerund of nivellate. Nivelles, a city and municipality of Wallonia, Walloon Brabant, Belgium. Nivelloids, plural of Nivelloid. Niven, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Niven number, synonym of Harshed number. Niven numbers, plural of Niven number. Niven ring, a solid ring-type Dyson ring around a star, capable of containing an interior surface that could be terraformed into a habitat with an inner ring of occultation panels to provide a day-night cycle. Niven rings, plural of Niven ring. Nidens, plural of Niven. Nias, snowy, resembling snow. Nair, a surname. Nivrapine, misspelling of Nevrapine. Nivers, plural of Niver. Nivtin, a neoflavonoid found in Echinopsis nidius. Nivicalis, that inhabits the region above the snow line. Nevindone, a particular mast cell stabilizer. Nev, a member of an indigenous ethnic group inhabiting the northern half of Sakhalin Island in the region of the Amur River estuary in Russia's Khabarovsk Krai, also distributed in Japan's Hokkaido. Nepai, plural of Niv. Nevuk, plural of Niv. Nevelumab, a human IgG4 anti-PD-1 monoclonal antibody acting as a checkpoint inhibitor, thus allowing activated T cells to attack cancer cells. Nivometric, relating to the measurement of snowfall. Nevas, the fourth month of the French Republican calendar, from December 21, 22, or 23 to January 19, 20, or 21. Nevlasas, plural of Nivos. Nev, plural of NIV. Neville Hammond, mistreatment of a dead body. Neville Pay, foul language. Newer, alternative form of new. Nawari, a district of Madhya Pradesh, India, formed after separation from Tikamgarh district. It consists of 3 tehsil, Newari, Prithivipur, and Orcha. Newai, a census-designated place in Colorado, United States. Ne, one of the moons of Pluto, named 21 June 2006. Ne, alternative spelling of Nixie female, water elf. Met. Simple past and past participle of nix. Netzer, a job or income which is in addition to one's normal employment, generally done in the evening or on weekends. Originally, work for payment that was not declared for taxation. Now any work that is not part of one's regular job. Nixers, plural of nixer. Nexus, third person singular simple present indicative of nix. Nexi, a female Nix, a water spirit. Nixie tube, an obsolete electronic device for displaying numerals or other information by means of glow discharge. Nixie tubes, plural of Nixie tube. Nixies, plural of Nixie. Nexe, present participle and gerund of Nix. Netza, an English surname transferred from the given name. Nixon goes to China. Alternative form of Nixon in China. Nixon in China, suggesting the ability of a politician with an unassailable reputation among his or her supporters for representing and defending their values to take actions that would draw their criticism and even opposition if taken by someone without those credentials. Nixon shock, a series of economic measures undertaken by United States President Richard Nixon in 1971 in response to increasing inflation, the most significant of which were wage and price freezes, surcharges on imports, and the unilateral cancellation of the direct international convertibility of the United States dollar to gold. Nixon to China, alternative form of Nixon in China. Nixonesque, characteristic of Richard Nixon 1913-1994, 37th President of the United States, famously associated with the Watergate scandal. Nixonette, a young woman who performed as a dancer/cheerleader at campaign rallies for Richard Nixon. Nixonettes, plural of Nixonette. Nixonian, of or relating to Richard Nixon 1913-1994, 37th President of the United States, famously associated with the Watergate scandal. Nixoniana, objects, materials, or documents relating to Richard Nixon 1913-1994, the 37th President of the United States. Nixonians, plural of Nixonian. Nixonism, the policies of Richard Nixon 1913-1994, 37th President of the United States, serving from 1969 to 1974. Nixonite, a supporter of Richard Nixon 1913-1994, 37th President of the United States. Nixonites, plural of Nixonite. Nixonomics, the economic policies of the Richard Nixon administration, 1969-1974. Nexums, plural of Nixon. Nexum, a surname originating as a patronymic. Nixtamal, hominy, maize kernels which have undergone nixtamalization, that is, hulling and soaking and cooking in an alkaline solution. Nixtamalization, a process for the preparation of maize corn in which the grain is soaked and cooked in an alkaline solution, usually lime water, and hulled. Nixtamalize, to prepare maize by nixtamalization. Nixtamalize, simple past and past participle of nixtamalize. Nixtamalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nixtamalize.
Invincible.
Nixtamalizing, present participle and gerund of nixtamalize. Nixtamals, plural of nixtamal. Netsi, alternative spelling of Nixie female, water elf. Na, a county of Hatan Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. The initialism of National Indian Youth Council. Nyoga, an ancient tradition of the Svay and Puvamanu sect in which a childless woman could appoint a man to help her bear a child. Nyobi, a surname. Neda, the hereditary sovereign of Hyderabad, a former state of India. Nizami Mustafa, the ideal society, ethics, and social norms of the Prophet Muhammad. Nizamabad, a city and district of Telangana, India. Nizam Maluko, Ul-Mulk Shah of Ahmednagar, a Nizam involved in the 16th century War of the League of the Indies. Nizamate, a region ruled over by a Nizam. Nizamates, plural of Nizamate. Nizamathai, a colorless orthorhombic mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, and zinc. Naz, plural of Nizam. Nizamat, plural of Nizam. Nadar, a male given name from Arabic among Arabic people. Nazari, a member of the largest branch of the Ismaili Shia Muslims. Their teachings emphasize ijtihad, pluralism, and social justice. Nazaris, plural of Nazari. Mezatidine, a substituted furin, CHN502S2 trademark acid, which behaves as a histamine H2 receptor antagonist and is administered orally in the treatment of duodenal and gastric ulcers. Nais, to shut up, to stop talking. Nizhegorodian, of, from, or relating to Nizhny Novgorod, Russia. Nizhegorodians, plural of Nizhegorodian. Nizhnikams, a city in Tatarstan, Russia. Nizhnevartovsk, a city in Kenimansi, Autonomous Okrug, Russia. Nady Novgorod, alt form of Nizhny Novgorod. Nady Tadil, a city in Sverdlovsk Oblast, Russia. Nizhny Novgorod. Nizhny Novgorod, an oblast and federal subject of Russia. Nizhny Tagil, a city in Sverdlovsk Oblast, Russia. Nizhny Pesha, a village in the Nenets Autonomous Okrug, Russia. Nezha, a city and reign of Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine. Nezanek, a surname from Poland. Nezamex, plural of Nizhny. Nezov. A neuroprotective drug. That a nickname for the city of Taznam derived from the area's N17 postcode. Nether, alternative form of Nisr. Nelly, a fool. Net, plural of Nizi. Nels, plural of Nizzle. Yep, alternative spelling of Nihao. Ni letter 1F171, letter 1F171.
Invincible.
Alternative spelling of Niba. Nibi button blood type letter 1F171AS. Plural of Nibi button blood type B button blood type A. NJ. Initialism of New Jersey, a state of the United States. NJAC. Abbreviation of National Junior A Championship. NJAC. Plural of NJAC. Njahai. A type of black bean grown in Kenya, hyacinth bean, or Labla blabla purpureus. NJ, the tropical African tree Mimosaups NJ. NJD, initialism of New Jersey Devils. Njegomir, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Njai, a surname. Njais, plural of Njai. Njit, initialism of New Jersey Institute of Technology. Njoku, a surname from Igbo. Njokus, plural of Njoku. Njolstad syndrome, a cutaneous condition that combines lymphedema of the limbs and face with congenital pulmonary lymphangiectasias. Njoroj, a surname from Kikuyu. Njoroges, plural of Njoroj. Njovera, the disease Bijal. NJP, initialism of non-judicial punishment. NJP, plural of NJP. NJQSAC, initialism of New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum. NJRF, initialism of National Joint Replacement Foundation.
Here we go.
Njuguna, a surname from Kikuyu. Njugunas, plural of Njuguna. Nde, initialism of North Korea. Nge, abbreviation of Mek. Nga, initialism of no known allergies. Nga, initialism of now known as. Mkana, a pet of the city of Kitwe, Zambia. Nkanlagate, a South African political scandal of 2009 regarding the state-funded private home of President Jacob Zuma. Nkau, initialism of Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast. Ngao, abbreviation of National Space Agency of Ukraine. Nkaka, a town in eastern region, Ghana. NKCP, initialism of North Kalimantan Communist Party. NKDA, initialism of no known drug allergies. Nkakwe, a cylindrical thatched granary used in Malawi. Nkakwes, plural of Nkakwe. Nkanora, a village in the Tankura department of Baugariba province in southwestern Burkina Faso. Nkishi, alternative form of Nkisi. Nkishis, plural of Nkishi. Ngisi, a spirit or an object inhabited by a spirit in Bantu religious beliefs. Nkisis, plural of Nkisi. NKJV, initialism of New King James Version, a modern English Bible translation. NKL, alternative form of Nko, alternative form of Ankol. Nkor, a people the Bandiang Kor of southwestern Uganda. Nkosi, a chief among the Zulu, Ndebel, and Xhosa peoples. Nkosis, plural of Nkosi. Nkat, initialism of New Kids on the Block, an American boy band formed in the 1980s. NKR, initialism of Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. NKR, abbreviation of Norwegian krone. Ngro, initialism of N-key rollover, a keyboard feature that prevents ghosting and blocking. Nkrumah, discerning from Nkrumahism, a Pan-African socialist political ideology based on the thinking and writing of Kwame Nkrumah, former president of Ghana. Nkrumahist, a proponent of Nkrumahism. Nkrumahists, plural of Nkrumahists. MK, plural of NK. NKU, initialism of Northern Kentucky University. Ankylingu rail, a bird from the family Rallidae, Hemitornis hematopus. Ankylingu rails, plural of Ankylingu rail. Angilidi, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the Soviet Interior Ministry known for its secret police, foreigner of the KGB. Nkwobi, a spicy Nigerian dish made from cowfoot. NKY, abbreviation of Northern Kentucky. L, initialism of no liability. LA, initialism of network location awareness. And LCI, initialism of Supreme Court of Newfoundland and Labrador Court of Appeal. At LCIS, initialism of National League Championship Series, a best-of-7-game series played to determine the champion of the National League and win the NL pennant. NLD, initialism of nonverbal learning disorder. NLAS, initialism of National League Division Series, a pair of best-of-5-game series played annually by Major League Baseball teams to determine the opponents in the National League Championship Series NLCS. ALI, initialism of Newfoundland and Labrador for English. MLI, acronym of National Law Enforcement Agency, a law enforcement agency that is commonly mentioned in the Philippine soap operas known as telesings. MLI, initialism of National Law Enforcement Accountability Database. LM, initialism of Northern Long-Eared Bat. LM, plural of NLAB. MLEC, initialism of No Longer Enemy Combat. MLI, plural of NLEC. NLA, plural of NLE. NLEX, initialism of National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System. MLEX, acronym of North Luzon Expressway. ELA, initialism of
Invincible.
Natural Laminar Flow. LF, plural of NLF. NLG, initialism of Natural Language Generation. NLI, initialism of Natural Language Interpretation. ALL, initialism of National Lacrosse League, a lacrosse league in the U.S. NLM, initialism of National Library of Medicine. MLAR, synonym of Pygmy Girl. MLAR, plural of NLAW. NLP, initialism of Neurolinguistic Programming. NLPSC, initialism of Newfoundland and Labrador Provincial Court. NLPG, initialism of National Land and Property Gazetteer. NLPHL, initialism of Nodular Lymphocyte Predominant Hodgkin Lymphoma. ALQ, initialism of Near Letter Quality. ALQ, plural of NLQ. LR, initialism of Narrow Line Region. NLRB, initialism of National Labor Relations Board. NLRG, Narrow Emission Line Radio Galaxy. NLRG, plural of NLRG. NLR, plural of NLR. NLS, initialism of Nulac-Sauvé syndrome. NLS1, narrow emission line Safer Type 1 galaxy. NLS1, plural of NLS1. NLSCED, initialism of Newfoundland and Labrador Supreme Court Trial Division. NLT, initialism of New Living Translation. NLTD, initialism of Newfoundland and Labrador Supreme Court Trial Division. NLU, initialism of Natural Language Understanding. NLV, initialism of Nippon Launch Vehicle. NLV, plural of NLV. NL, initialism of New Mexico, a state of the United States. NL, abbreviation of nautical mile. NMA, initialism of new mid-size aircraft. NMA, initialism of National Museum of African American History and Culture. NMA, initialism of Nitamukesh Ambani Cultural Center. NMA, plural of NMA. NMV, initialism of North Miami Beach. NMC, initialism of nickel manganese cobalt, a type of lithium cell chemistry. NMCC, initialism of National Military Command Center. NMD, initialism of nonsense-mediated decay. NMD, abbreviation of N-methyl D-aspartic acid and amino acid derivative. NME, initialism of National Marine Electronics Association, shortened form of NME01A3. IMAB, simple past and past participle of NM. NMHA, initialism of National Mental Health Association. NMI, initialism of Non-Maskable Interrupt. MAI, initialism of New Manila International Airport. MEB, abbreviation of non-muscle invasive bladder cancer. NMing, present participle and gerund of NM. NMI, plural of NMI. NMJ, initialism of neuromuscular junction. NMJ, plural of NMJ. NMM, initialism of non-metallic metal. NMMI, initialism of New Mexico Military Institute. NMA, initialism of no middle name. NMNH, abbreviation of National Museum of Natural History. NMO, initialism of Neuromyelitis optica. NMO, abbreviation of nanomole. NMoles. Plural of NMol. NMols, plural of NMol. NMOS, a MOSFET with an N-type channel, a semiconductor doped with an element creating a surplus of electron carriers. NMOS, initialism of neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder. N-MOSFET, a type of metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor MOSFET that utilizes an N-type channel, conducting when a voltage exceeding a threshold is applied to the gate relative to the source. It is commonly used in complementary metal oxide semiconductor CMOS technology alongside PMOSFET. N-MOSFET, plural of N-MOSFET. NMP, abbreviation of nominated member of parliament and non-partisan member of parliament who is nominated by the President of Singapore. NMR, initialism of nuclear magnetic resonance. NMR spectroscopies. plural of NMR spectroscopy. NMR spectroscopy, an analytical technique that exploits fine differences in the frequency of nuclear magnetic resonance in protons and 3C atoms, etc., within organic compounds that depends on their neighboring atoms. NMS, initialism of neuroleptic malignant syndrome. NM, plural of NM. NMS, plural of NM. NMSC, initialism of non-melanoma skin cancer. NMSL, initialism of National Maximum Speed Limit or Speed Law, a U.S. law in effect 1974-1995. NMSB, initialism of National Movement for Stability and Progress. NMSQ, initialism of National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. NMT, initialism of Neural Machine Translation. NMU, initialism of Not or Nothing Much, U. NMW, initialism of National Minimum Wage. N, net neutrality, network neutrality. N, abbreviation of Northern. NN, abbreviation of note. Ennamani, a surname from Igbo. Ennamanis, plural of Ennamani. NNBSB, initialism of narrow no-break space. NNBSB, plural of NNBSB. Annie, initialism of northeast. And Neji, a surname from Igbo. NS, initialism of non-native English speaker. NS, plural of NS. Enugu, the second largest city in Anambra State in southeastern Nigeria. NNH, initialism of number needed to harm. NNH, plural of NNH. NI, initialism of National Nanotechnology Initiative. NA, initialism of No Nut November. N, plural of NNN. NP, initialism of New National Party. NNDP, initialism of New Nigeria People's Party. NP, plural of NNP. NNR, initialism of National Nature Reserve. NNR, alternative lettercase form of NNR. NNR, plural of NNR. NNR, initialism of non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitor. NNR, plural of NNRTI. NNS, initialism of non-native speaker. NNSA, initialism of National Nuclear Security Administration. NNSA, initialism of non-native speaker of English. NNSA, plural of NNSC. NN says, plural of NNS. NNT, initialism of number needed to treat. NNTO, initialism of no need to open, indicates that a message has no content beyond what can be seen in the subject line. NNTP, initialism of Network News Transfer Protocol, a standard mechanism for transferring messages between a server and a newsreader program. NNTX, initialism of no need to reply. NNT, plural of NNT. NO, a type of neural network able to run on a CPU, trained to evaluate a board game, usually chess or shogi position. NO, plural of NNU. NNW, initialism of north-northwest. Now, Initialism of normally open. L. Not any. L. Alternative form of no. L. Alternative form of no. No 10. Synonym of 10 Downing Street. No 11. Synonym of 11 Downing Street. Numo 2 pencil. Alternative form of number 2 pencil. Numo 2 pencil. Plural of numo 2 pencil. No bail. Alternative spelling of no bail. No ball. A ball delivered by a bowler in violation of any of the various laws, the extra run then credited to the batting side, the signal with an arm outstretched, then made by the umpire. No ball. Simple past and past participle of no ball.
Invincible.
Ball. No balling. Present participle and gerund of no ball. No balls. Plural of no ball. No battle plan survives contact with the enemy. Alternative form of no plan survives contact with the enemy. No battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. Alternative form of no plan survives contact with the enemy. No because used at the beginning of a sentence to add emphasis or to express astonishment. No better than one ought to be. Sexually promiscuous. No big deal. Used to indicate that something is trivial or unimportant. No big whoop. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See no big whoop. No big whoop. Alternative form of big whoop. No biggie. Synonym of no big deal. Not important. Not something to worry about. No bigs. Synonym of no big deal. Nobody. Obsolete form of nobody. No body, no crime. If the murdered corpse cannot be found, a person cannot be charged with murder. No bones about it, without any doubt. No-brainer. Alternative spelling of no-brainer. No-brainers. Plural of no-brainer. No bucks, no Buck Rogers. One must raise money to be able to achieve one's objectives, especially in the exploration of outer space. No bueno. Not good, no good, bad. No buts. Alternative form of no ifs, ands, or buts. No can do. I cannot do it. No cap. Used to emphasize that one is telling the truth. No chance. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. No changer. One who does not change or opposes a change. No changers. Plural of no changer. No chill. Absence of calm. Acting without regard to how others feel or see one. No claims bonus. A discount given to a policyholder, usually for a vehicle, because they have not made any claims over a certain period of time. No clue. Response affirming that the speaker does not have knowledge pertaining to an interlocutor's question. No comment. An official refusal to relay any further information, used for example in response to a question by a newspaper reporter or police officer. No comparison. An assertion that two things proposed to be compared are met alike, usually indicating that one is substantially superior to the other. No complies. Plural of no comply. No comply, a trick in which the skater plants the front foot and pops the board using only the back foot. No complies, plural of no comply. No contact, no contract. A person is not legally answerable to somebody with whom they have not previously interacted. No contest, a plea in a criminal case, which means that the defendant admits no guilt but is no longer contesting the charges brought against him/her. No crime, alternative form of no crime. No crime, simple past and past participle of no crime. No crimes, third person singular simple present indicative of no crime. No crime in present participle and gerund of no crime. No deal, used to indicate that one refuses or rejects an offer, plan, or request in question. No decision, a game for which the starting pitcher does not record a win or a loss. No decisions, plural of no decision. No dice, an unacceptable alternative. No ditty, used immediately before or after a statement to indicate that there was no sexual meaning intended, especially when such a meaning is a reasonable interpretation. No ditty, alternative form of no ditty. No diggity, alternative spelling of no diggity, no doubt. No diggity, no doubt. No doubt, without a doubt, surely. No duck, no dinner. Alternative form of duck or no dinner. No deaf, indicating that this is not a drill or training exercise. No duck, an expression or exclamation that something is exceedingly obvious or apparent, or that one would have to be extremely foolish net to realize something immediately. No end, exceedingly, endlessly. No entry, used on signs to indicate that entry into the area where the sign is displayed is forbidden. No excrement, Sherlock, euphemistic form of no shit, Sherlock. No I see, to be unable to bear the sight of something anymore, to refuse to be involved further, to be disinclined to continue caring about. No fair, that is not fair. A protest against unjust behavior. No Pharisees, synonym of no fair. No fault, alternative form of no fault. No fear, not a chance, impossible. No fish, no dinner. If fish is not served, then dinner will not take place. No fixed abode, not having a fixed geographical location as a residence. No flies on, no mental weaknesses, character defects, or other significant flaws belonging to. No fly lists, alternative form of no fly list. No fly lists, plural of no fly list. No free lunch theorem, a theorem that implies that no single machine learning algorithm is universally the best reforming algorithm for all problems. No frills, alternative form of no frills. No fun, not enjoyable, not exciting, not fun. No fun at parties, boring or pedantic. No fun city, derogatory name for Vancouver, a major city in British Columbia, Canada. No further action, a potential formal outcome for a suspect from a police investigation, indicating that no action will be taken. No fuss, no muss, implying that there are no complications or hindrances. No gain without pain. Alternative form of no pain, no gain. No glove no love. Alternative form of no glove, no love. No glove, no love. Without a condom, there will be no sex. No doubt. Alternative form of no go. No goes, plural of no go. No good, worthless. Or of no merit. No good ass. Alternative form of no good ass. No good asses. Plural of no good ass. No good deed ever goes unpunished. Alternative form of no good deed goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. Beneficial actions often go unappreciated or are met without tried hostility or demands for further work. No gas. Plural of no go. No great scratch. Not much good. Something of little value or importance. No great shakes. Something unexceptional, not noteworthy or special. No Gunrai. A village in Hwangin Township, Yeonjeon, North Chungcheong Province, South Korea. No guts, no glory. Success will not be achieved without hard work and struggle. No hard feelings. I, etc. hold no lingering anger or resentment toward you, etc. There's no bad blood between us, etc. No harm done. Used to express that someone's action had no serious adverse consequences. No harm, no foul. Although technically a breach of some code or law may have occurred, there was no actual damage meriting punishment, apology, or retribution. No harm, no foul. Misspelling of no harm, no foul. No hat, no play. A school policy requiring students to wear a hat in order to be outdoors during recess and lunchtime.
Here we go.
No hell. Alternative form of no screaming hell. No holds barred. Without restrictions on holds or what opponents may do. No homo. Used immediately before or after a statement to indicate that there was no homosexual meaning intended, especially when such a meaning is a reasonable interpretation. No horse in that race. Alternative form of no horse in this race. No horse in this race. No vested interest in the outcome of a contest or debate. No horse run. Exceptionally good. No host bar. A bar at a social event where guests are required to pay for the drinks themselves. No host bars. Plural of no. No host bar. No human involved. Describing crimes committed against people deemed undesirable or subhuman, for example those with criminal records, sex workers, drug addicts, transients, or people of color. No hymen, no diamond. A man should only marry a woman who is a virgin. No idea, I don't know. No jab, no play. The government's policy of permitting or requiring childcare centers or schools to exclude unvaccinated children. No Johns. No excuses after losing a game. No joke. Emphasizing the seriousness or truthfulness of a statement. No joy. Unable to establish visual or radio contact with a target aircraft. No justice. No peace. A political slogan which originated during protests against acts of ethnic violence against African Americans. No kick, boring, unexciting, and challenging. No kidding, an exclamation of amazement. No kizzy, emphasizing that one is telling the truth. No later than. Devor. No laughing matter. A serious situation that cannot be dealt with by making jokes about it. No less, even, furthermore, not to mention, no liability, a form of limited liability that may be used by mining companies, under which the shareholders may pay a company debt by surrendering shares in lieu of money. No limit, a style of poker game where bets and raises can be as large as the player is capable of making them. No loan zone, alternative spelling of no loan zone. No longer. Not anymore, no more. No longer with us. Dead is ceased. No love loss. Mutual dislike or animosity. An alternative form of nomen. No man is an island. All people are connected to and dependent on other people. No Man's Heath. A village in No Man's Heath and District Parish, Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5147. No Man's Heath and District. A civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester, Cheshire, England. No Man's Land. The name of the settlement. No Man's Land. The ground between trenches where a soldier from either side would be easily targeted. No mark. Alternative. The form of no mark. No marks. Plural of no mark. No matter. It doesn't matter. It's unimportant. It doesn't make any difference. No matter how much milk you put in coffee, it's still coffee. One's blood quantum percentage of persons' ancestors who are full-blooded indigenous people does not negate indigenous identity. No matter how much milk you put in tea, it's still tea. Alternative form of no matter how much milk you put in coffee, it's still coffee. No matter how one slices it. Synonym of any way one slices it. No matter how thin you slice it, it's still bologna. Regardless of how many clever points or fine distinctions one makes, what one is saying is still false or is still nonsense. No matter how thin you slice it, it's still bologna. Alternative form of no matter how thin you slice it, it's still bologna. No matter how you slice it, it's still the same old bologna. Alternative form of no matter how thin you slice it, it's still bologna. No matter that, it is unimportant that, didn't matter that. No matter what, regardless of, in spite of, whatever. No mean feat. A laudable triumph of great difficulty. No mean feats. Plural of no mean feat. No means no. Categorically no, in response to an offer or a request with the implication that the answer has been expressed previously and the asker's refusal to abide by it is transgressive. No mill, no meal. If one does not work, one shall not eat. No money, no honey. There will be no sexual intercourse without payment. No more, not anymore, no further. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Alternative form of no more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Alternative form of no more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Expressing that an implied individual has ceased being pleasant and will now resort to unpleasant means to attain their objectives. No more, no less. Exactly, precisely. No mores. Plural of no more. No names, no pack drill. Not mentioned. mentioning the names of miscreants to prevent them from getting into trouble. No news is good news. A lack of information reported about a situation suggests that nothing unfortunate has occurred. No. Alternative form of no. No nos. Plural of no. No notes. Used to express praise or satisfaction. No Nut November. An internet challenge in which participants abstain from all forms of intentional nutting ejaculation for the whole month of November. No Nut Novembers. Plural of No Nut November. No offense. Alternative form of no offense. No offense. I intend no offense by these remarks. No wine. Used in contrast to anyone, someone, or everyone, not one person. No. Body. No one ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American public. Alternative form of nobody ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American people. No one ever went broke underestimating the taste of the American people. Alternative form of nobody ever went broke underestimating the taste of the American people.
Here we go.
No one ever went broke underestimating the taste of the American public. Alternative form of nobody ever went broke underestimating the taste of the American people. No one is born a master. Cleverness and education can be gained only by effort. No one should be judge in his own case. Synonym of no one should be judge in his own cause. No one should be judge in his own cause. One ought not be permitted to decide a case in which one has an interest. No one's fool. Synonym of nobody's fool. No one's fools. Plural of no one's fool. No outlet. Wording placed on a sign at the entrance to a synonym of nobody's fool. No one's fools. Plural of no one's fool. No outlet. Wording placed on a sign at the entrance to a road or network of roads, indicating that there is no other way by which to leave the road or network. No pain, no gain. One must be willing to endure some inconvenience or discomfort in order to achieve worthwhile goals. No parking on a traffic sign indicates that parking a vehicle is not allowed within the area of influence of the sign. No parking white beam. Parvatia sorbus admonitor, a species of white beam tree. No parking white beams. Plural of no parking white beam. No peace for the weary. Alternative form of no rest for the weary. No picnic. Something difficult or unpleasant. No place. A small village in Stanley Parish, County Durham, England. OS GridRef NZ 2153. No place indicates that a document has no place of publication shown on the document and that none has been inferred from other evidence. No plan survives contact with the enemy. After a plan against an enemy is drafted, there will be unexpected elements from the opposition that
Invincible.
will call for improvisation. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. Alternative form of no plan survives contact with the enemy. No boo. The act of hair washing without commercial shampoo, instead using water or non-commercial products, such as baking soda and vinegar. No pressure. The situation at hand is rife with emotional pressure. No prize for guessing. Used to form expressions emphasizing the unsurprising nature of what follows. No prize paid. Said of a person who is decidedly unattractive or undesirable. No prizes for guessing. Alternative form of no prize for guessing. No problem. No problem. Something easy, not difficult, not posing problems. No problemo. Synonym of no problem. No probs. No problem. No promo homo. describing laws approved by various U.S. states that prohibit or limit the discussion of homosexuality. And transgender identity in public schools. No pun intended. Used to acknowledge that what one has just said, or what one is about to say, could be viewed as an unintended pun or double entendre. The term is likewise used sarcastically to emphasize an intended pun. No quarter, no mercy, no sparing the life of a captured opponent. No question, without a doubt, certainly. No questions asked, characterized by a pledge to make no inquiries concerning the motives, circumstances, or identity of the person receiving an agreed benefit or performing a proposed action. No, really, seriously, used to attempt to introduce a serious point in a less serious conversation. No relation. Used to indicate that two mentioned people, or a mentioned and implied person, have no familial relation despite sharing a family name. No rest for the weary. Even people who are tired must still work. No rest for the wicked. Eternal torment in hell awaits sinners. No result. The result of a one-day match in which a side fails to complete their innings or to bat the minimum number of overs because of bad weather. No results? Plural of no result. No returns. Used in children's games to forbid another player from responding in kind, doing the same thing that was just done to them. No rights reserved. The owner of a work, or other copyright holder, releases the work into the public domain. No room at the end. A situation in which an ineffective pitcher is pitching with the bases loaded. No rose without a thorn. To enjoy a pleasant subject or thing, one must take trouble and hardship. No sabo kid, a Hispanic person who grew up in a non-Spanish speaking country and knows little to no Spanish. No sabo kids, plural of no sabo kid. No scope, alternative spelling of no scope. No scope, simple past and past participle of no scope. No scopes, plural of no scope. No scoping, present participle and gerund of no scope. No score in a sporting event. A score of 0-0. No screaming hell. Not particularly effective or impressive, below expectations. No sense, no feeling. Don't worry about your non-debilitating injury, as you can't possibly feel it anyway. No shame in my game, implying that one has nothing to be embarrassed about or ashamed of in one's current activity or endeavor. No shit, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See no shit. No shit, Sherlock. A retort to someone who has just said something obvious. No shot, no chance or possibility expressing amazement and disbelief of an event. No show, alternative form of no show. No show sock, alternative form of no show sock. No show socks, plural of no show sock. No show without punch. A show or endeavor cannot proceed without its star or main purpose. No shows, plural of no show. No sigh, called by the referee at the end of a match as no side has the next possession of the ball. No siree Bob, definitely not. No way. No skin off one's back. No harm to one. Off one's nose. No harm to one. No skin off one's teeth. Of no consequence to one. No sleep for the wicked. Synonym of no rest for the wicked. No small small feat, synonym of no mean feat. No smoke without fire. Gossip and accusations are often substantiated by fact. No smoking, a phrase used in notices indicating that the smoking of cigarettes, etc. is not permitted in the surrounding area. No soap, it is or was a failure. No sooner said than done.
Here we go.
As soon as something is said, it will be done. No soup for you, a snide phrase used when declining a request, especially when previously assumed that the request will be fulfilled. No speaks, the fact of refusing to speak. No spring chicken, said of a person who is no longer particularly young. No string attached, rare form of no strings attached. No strings attached, without conditions or obligations, without a catch. No such agency, the National Security Agency. No such lot, used to express regret that something failed to occur. No such thing. That is not the case, on the contrary. No what? Without problems or difficulties. No T, no shay, indicating that no offense is meant, that the speaker is merely making an observation. No, thank you, a polite way of saying no in response to an offer. No, thanks, alternative form of no, thanks. No, thanks to, with no gratitude due to somebody or something that has been a hindrance, despite. No thoughts, head empty, used to acknowledge that someone is absent-minded or zoned out. No through road, a cul-de-sac, a dead-end road. No through roads, plural of no through road. No tiki, no washi. Something is not to be had without an exchange. There will be no deal without the required consideration or recompense. No time, a very short period of time. No time like the present. Clipping if there's no time like the present. No time to lose. It is important to do something immediately. No trespassing. Used on notices, indicating that entry or access to a place is forbidden. No true Scotsman fallacies. Plural of no true Scotsman fallacy. No true Scotsman fallacy. An informal fallacy in which one attempts to defend or protect a posteriori claim from a falsifying counterexample by covertly modifying the initial claim. No trump. Alternative spelling of no trump. No trumps. A bid or contract without any suit designated as trumps. No two ways about it. No other possible action, choice, or option. No use. Condition of being pointless, useless, not worth doing, especially because it is not likely to succeed. No way. A broad musical and artistic movement originating in the mid-1970s in New York City, typified by experimentation and performance art. No way. In no way. Not at all. No way, Jose. No way. Absolutely not. No way, Jose. Alternative spelling of no way, Jose. No way to treat a lady. Rude, insensitive, or harmful behavior, especially when directed toward a female. No way, Jose. Alternative spelling of no way, Jose. No way, Jose. Alternative spelling of no way, Jose. No ways. Synonym of no way, absolutely not. Nowhere. Obsolete form of nowhere.
Here we go.
No while, for no time, not for any length of time. No when, no fee, conditional fee agreement, a form of lawsuit for which the hired legal representative charges no fees to the plaintiff if the plaintiff does not win. No wonder, alternative form of small wonder. No word of a lie, no falsehood at all, the absolute truth. No word of lie, alternative form of no word of a lie. No worries, a general injunction not to be concerned further with a subject. No wakas, synonym of no worries. No wakas, alternative form of no wakas. No walkers, alternative form of no walkers. No walkies, alternative form of no wakas. No walkin' furries, pronunciation spelling of no walking furry. No walking furries, no worries, no problems, used to express acknowledgement or agreement. No walks, alternative form of no walkas. No wakas, alternative form of no wakas. No wakas, alternative form of no wakas. No yards, a penalty in which the kicking team, on either a kickoff or punt, fails to give the receiver on the receiving team a 5-yard restraining area to catch the ball. No zero no die. You won't die if you do not seek death. You will not get into trouble if you do not seek trouble. No build cap, alternative form of no cap. No contraction of no man. Not pronunciation spelling of north. No, thank you. Alternative form of no thank you. No, thanks. Politely refuses something offered. No, yet. Used sarcastically to answer yes to a question where the positive answer should have been obvious. No account. Of no value or merit, good for nothing, of no account. No action letter. A letter issued by a government agency indicating that the agency will not take legal action against a regulated entity for a specific proposed action. No action letters. Plural of no action letter. No alcohol. Of a drink not containing alcohol or having a negligible alcohol content. No bail. Of a warrant, detainment, or hold that requires to deny bail. No bake. A kind of cake or cookie that does not require baking. No bakes, plural of no bake. Nove, synonym of non-being, non-existence. No bill, the situation where the jury has not found sufficient cause to support the alleged charges. No bills, plural of no bill. No brainer. An easy or obvious conclusion, decision, solution, task, etc. Something requiring little or no thought. No-brainers, plural of no-brainer. No break space, synonym of non-breaking space. No break spaces, plural of no rap, completely devoid of cultural or educational value. No call, no show, an unexplained absence from work, usually grounds for discipline, where the employee does not alert the employer of their absence ahead of time nor during the scheduled shift. No call, no shows, plural of no call, no show. No CD, a software crack for a program that usually requires the presence of the original compact disc to prove that it is a legally acquired copy, allowing it to run without the disc. no CD, plural of no CD. No code of a development environment involving a graphical user interface rather than a text-based one. No pointer, alternative form of no pointer. No pointers, plural of no pointer. No collar, of or relating to a class of workers, such as artists who privilege passion and personal growth over financial gain. No communication theorem, a no-go theorem stating that, during measurement of an entangled quantum state, it is not possible for one observer, making a measurement of a subsystem of the total state, to communicate information to another observer. No confidence motion, a vote of no confidence. No confidence motions, plural of no confidence motion. No confidence vote, a vote of no confidence. No confidence votes, plural of no confidence vote. No count of no value. No crime to determine an alleged crime, especially a sexual assault or rape, should not be prosecuted as a crime, for example, because the victim has withdrawn their complaint. No crime, simple past and past participle of no crime. No crimes, third person singular simple present indicative of no crime. No criming, present participle and gerund of no crime. No cut of a sportsman's clause or contract, guaranteeing that they will not be taken off the team during a designated period. No deal of a situation whereby two parties fail to reach an agreement regarding the manner in which to proceed. No doc made without documentation as to the borrower's income. No docs, plural of no doc. No doubt, alternative spelling of no doubt. No doubter, a certain home run, a home run about which there is no doubt. No doubters, plural of no doubter. No fail. Fail, sure to succeed. No fault, in which a claimant is compensated for actual economic loss without blame being assigned to a particular party. No fault divorce, a divorce requested simply because of the breakdown of the marriage without the requirement to prove a fault on the part of one of the spouses. No fault divorces, plural of no fault divorce. No fly, in which aircraft are forbidden to fly. No fly lists, a confidential list containing the names of people who are not permitted to board an aircraft, prepared by government authorities in various jurisdictions and distributed to commercial airlines. No fly lists, plural of no fly lists. No fly zone, an airspace in which aircraft, especially military aircraft, are forbidden to fly. No fly zones, plural of no fly zone. No frills, basic or simple, providing only what is necessary without anything extra or fancy. No ghost theorem, Goddard-Thorne theorem. No though, not functioning properly. No go pill, any hypnotic drug taken to ensure adequate rest before military operations, etc. No go pills, plural of no-go pill. No-go theorem, any theorem stating that a particular situation is not physically possible. No-go theorem, plural of no-go theorem. No-goer, something that has no chance of success, a non-starter. No-goers, plural of no-goer. No-goes, plural of no-go. No good, having no value, use, or merit. No good ass, a contemptible or undesirable person, especially a contemptible or undesirable boyfriend. No good asses. Plural of no good ass. No good neck. Alternative form of noggin. No good necks. Plural of no good neck. No goods. Plural of no good. No gas. Plural of no go. No brother. One who supports the idea of a no-growth economy. No brothers. Plural. Of no brother. No, our theorem, a theorem postulating that all black hole solutions of the Einstein-Maxwell equations in general relativity can be completely characterized by only three externally observable classical parameters: mass, electric charge, and angular momentum. No Honder, a move performed without the use of one's hands. No Honders, plural of no hander. No height, a score of 0 in height, where an athlete fails to make a valid jump in height, jump or pole vault, and faults out of competition. No hidden, simple past and past participle of no height. No hiding, present participle and gerund of no height. No heights, plural of no height. No hit wonder, a recording artist who proves to be commercially successful or maintains a long career without having any hit songs at all. No hit wonders, plural of no hit wonder. No hitter, a game in which no batter on one of the teams got a hit. No hitters, plural of no hitter. No ho, having chosen not to undergo hormone replacement therapy. No holds barred, alternative spelling of no holds barred. No hoper, someone or something that has no hope of success. No hopers, plural of no hoper. No hose, plural of no ho. No host, at which guests are required to pay for their own drinks. No jump, an attempted long jump or triple jump that is disqualified for breaking a rule. No jumps, plural of no jump. No kill shelter, an animal shelter that does not euthanize animals.